Fate was a cruel comedian. Charlotte sat in a cold, metal cell filled with blinking tech panels. Sleek, high-tech, and spotless. Yet no matter how polished the walls looked, this was still a prison. As a Hwasha American who had lived in New York for almost 20 years, Charlotte thought he'd seen it all. He'd watched a green giant thunder down his street with tanks and jets chasing after him. He'd seen 2 killer robots brawling on the highway, one stray bullet piercing his beat-up second-hand car. At least Tony Stark had the decency to replace it the next day. But this? 3 hours ago, he was fixing his hair before meeting an online friend at a restaurant. Now, he was trapped in some floating prison thousands of meters in the sky. And all because of that voice. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Skill unlocked. Brave jump. That damn system had been riding shotgun in his brain for months now, dropping missions like confetti. Half of them were nonsense. Convince the neighbor kid, Peter Parker, to keep a spider as a pet. Add some netizen called Sorcerer Supreme, and trade tips on membrane magic. Prepare guns, and jump off the second floor with an eagle. The rewards weren't any better. Peter is shocked. Avada eats a big melon. What did those even mean? At first, Charlotte treated it like a game and played along. But one mission had ruined everything. Ding! Mission released. Hydra hail. Whisper, hail Hydra, to the next person who enters the elevator. Reward, brave jump. It sounded dumb, but he was used to dumb. What harm could a sentence do? Then the elevator door slid open. A tall, broad-shouldered black man stepped in, single eye glinting beneath a gleaming bald head. Charlotte's system chimed. Target acquired. So Charlotte did it. He whispered, hail Hydra. The next thing he knew, a cold pistol pressed to his forehead. Then a squad of men in black suits stormed in, dragged him out, and locked him up like the world's most dangerous terrorist. Now he was staring at steel walls, feeling wronged. All that over a single sentence? Hey, Walter! Charlotte shouted at the cell next door, knocking his head against the metal. Tell me, what did I do wrong? He wasn't the type to sulk. Even in prison, he needed someone to talk to. An elderly man with silver hair glanced at him through the bars, eyes sharp and cautious. Kid, who told you to say that? Charlotte froze. No way he could mention the system. He wasn't about to end up on a dissecting table. So he forced a laugh. Heard it somewhere. Thought it sounded cool. Unbeknownst to him, the passive effect of Brave Jump activated. Brave Jump. Passive enhances lies, increases trustworthiness, reduces hostility. Evaluation. Another werewolf pretending to be a prophet. The silver-haired man studied him again, then sighed. Charlotte quickly shifted the topic. So what's wrong with that phrase anyway? Haven't those guys been wiped out already? The man frowned. Whether you heard it from someone or not, you're in trouble. That phrase is Hydra's slogan. And their greatest enemy is the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Charlotte blinked. Wait. Homeland Strategic what? That name's a novel in itself. He tilted his head, already losing the thread, but the old man ignored him and kept talking. The feud between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. goes back to World War II, and it all began with Captain America. In a dimly lit conference room, agents in suits sat around a circular table. A holographic light curtain hovered above the surface, displaying live surveillance of Charlotte inside his cell. Tell me what you think. The man at the head of the table tapped his fingers on the steel, his single eye glinting with authority. Anyone who knew him, and Charlotte certainly would, recognized him as the one-eyed black egg from the elevator, Director Nick Fury. Director, Charlotte isn't Hydra. An Asian woman spoke up quickly, her voice tinged with impatience. Hydra's been gone for years, and you know better than anyone, his parents were 2 of our best agents. They gave their lives for the mission. Whatever he shouted in that elevator, I'm sure he picked it up from them as a kid. For all we know, Agent Shatter used to tell him Hydra stories as bedtime tales. Fury raised a hand, cutting her off. I know, May. I know. Agent Shatter's record speaks for itself. He was the one who brought down Hydra in the first place. And I trust his children. But this isn't a detail we can sweep under the rug. Hydra's name popping up after being buried for so long? Misunderstanding or not, it needs to be investigated. His tone softened. those I never lost its sharpness. I'll assign you to the interrogation. Hill will assist. At the mention of her name, Maria Hill gave a curt nod. Later, Hill walked briskly through the corridor, flipping through Charlotte's file. Name, Charlotte. Age, 18. Address, Queens, New York. Occupation, Midtown High School student, part-time reporter for the Daily Bugle. Father, Shatter, Level 8 agent. Mother, Siri, Level 6 agent. Hill smirked. Your nephew really had the guts to walk up to Director Fury and yell, "Hail Hydra." You've got to admit, that takes nerve. She laughed as she glanced sideways at May. Relax. If Fury actually thought Charlotte was Hydra, he'd be doing the interrogation himself. The fact that he's leaving it to you means he doesn't buy it. The file was spotless. Charlotte had been under quiet observation for years, like all orphans of senior agents. Hill couldn't believe he was truly Hydra, not when the organization was long dead. Still, protocol demanded an interrogation. Beside her, Melinda May said nothing. Normally the calmest of agents, today her expression was tight with worry. Charlotte wasn't really her nephew, but he might as well have been. His father had been one of her closest comrades. After the accident, she'd looked after the boy as if he were her own. And now here he was, locked in a cell because of some stupid misunderstanding. Just like his father, thick-skinned, reckless, and somehow always in trouble. When the two women arrived outside the cell block, voices carried through the hall. Hydra members are supposed to be fanatics, willing to die for the cause. Their motto is cut off one head, two more shall take its place. Wait. Are you sure it's not a tentacle? Two heads on a snake sounds ridiculous. And for the record, I'm terrified of dying, so there's no way I'd join some creepy cult like that. May immediately recognized the carefree second voice, Charlotte's. Even in a cell, he sounded like he was cracking jokes. Hill raised an eyebrow and grinned. Seems your nephew's holding up well. Most people would be trembling right now. Definitely Shatter's kid, the same thick-nerved agent we've all heard stories about. She chuckled, but May's face didn't ease. For her, Charlotte wasn't just a file, a legacy, or a joke. He was family.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Ling Mao, it seems that you really like this child. Hill approached, interrupted the chat between the two, looked at Charlotte's neighbor, and smiled thoughtfully. You have been in prison for several years, and you haven't talked as much as today. Many new agents think you is a dumb. When Walter saw Melinda and Hill, he immediately shut up, turned around, and lay on his side facing the wall, leaving only a back view for them to slowly understand. Charlotte, you. Hey, Aunt May, why are you here? Before Melinda could speak, Charlotte asked in surprise. Are you here to bail me out? Do you need a lawyer? Is the lawyer's fee expensive? In fact, I know a Manhattan lawyer netizen named Matthew. Although he is blind, the fee is quite cheap. He even said that he would give me a 20% discount. Chi. Hill couldn't help being amused. Why is this little guy so cute? Little guy, this is the National Strategic Defense, Offensive and Logistic Support Agency. No matter how good a lawyer is, I won't be able to take you away. Hill suppressed a smile and swiped his agent ID on the screen outside Charlotte's prison door. Identity verification. Permission passed. With a ding, the metal door opened and Melinda and Hill walked into the room. Charlotte, how on earth did you know the slogan of HYDRA? As soon as Melinda came in, she couldn't wait to ask, did your father tell you, or your mother? Melinda leans more towards Charlotte's father, who's just so unreliable sometimes. I forgot. I just remembered someone mentioned in my impression. I thought it was cool, so I just remembered it. Charlotte repeated the lie with a blushing face, and the skill effect of Brave Jump was activated automatically. Then Charlotte looked at Melinda with a puzzled face and asked, But, Aunt May, why do you think it was my parents who told me? Walter gave me a popular science on Hydra just now. Although I didn't understand it very well, I also understand that it is a secret that ordinary people don't know. So I am here. So the question is, what are my parents doing? This, Melinda was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Charlotte to be so perceptive. She found other problems just by her words. As expected of that child, maybe he can become an equally good agent. At the time of Melinda's hesitation, Hill on the side spoke. May, tell him the time for the confidentiality agreement has passed, and he has the right to know if it's just an identity. All right. Upon hearing Hill's permission, Melinda brewed her feelings and then slowly said, Charlotte, your parents are both agents, working for the National Strategic Defense, Offensive and Logistical Support Agency. So, Aunt May, you are also an agent? To Melinda's surprise, Charlotte didn't seem surprised by her parents' identity as an agent. Yes, I'm an agent too. But Charlotte, you. Why am I not surprised? Charlotte saw Melinda's doubts, shrugged, and said, I was already surprised when this beauty spoke just now. Charlotte pointed to Hill and continued, to be honest, my father always said that I was much better than him when I was young. Great wisdom is like a fool. There are subtleties in the rough. Hill looked at Charlotte's wise eyes and remembered the director's evaluation of that Charlotte agent. May, your nephew is really good. I think Charlotte might consider working with us. Maybe he can really become a better agent than his father. Hill and Melinda were walking down the aisle as they headed back to meet Director Nick Fury. Hill, you think too highly of Charlotte. Melinda looked forward blankly. He didn't receive agent training from a young age like his father. Let Charlotte be an agent. I am afraid that not only will he not be able to steal other people's information, but he will also send our information out. May, you underestimated your nephew too much. Hill stopped in his tracks and reminded Melinda, don't you think we've been led by the nose by that little guy? Don't forget, we're here to interrogate him. But now, besides you telling him the identities of his parents, what did you ask? This, Melinda froze for a moment and was suddenly taken aback. Except when she first entered, she asked a question, and then she was answering Charlotte's question about his parents. He has mastered our rhythm from the very beginning and directly brought the focus of the topic to his parents. There was interest in Hill's eyes. We are both high-level agents, but he keeps talking to us. If it weren't for his general intelligence blind spot, and he has always been concerned about his parents' information, I really thought he was an agent of another organization. What Hill didn't say was that, as an outsider, she had already seen through Charlotte's tricks, but she didn't point it out. For some reason, she trusted Charlotte. It doesn't mean anything. Melinda glanced at Hill and said in a deep voice, I just care about it and mess it up. If you change it to a low-level agent for interrogation, Charlotte is not so lucky. Using emotions to get the information you want is also an agent's ability. He'll put down these words, turned and left, leaving Melinda with a complicated expression. Hey, Walter, Walter. On the other side, Charlotte, who was alone, became bored again and called neighbor at the top of her voice. No way. Melinda told him that although things were not as bad as imagined, he would not be able to go out in the short term. At least he would be under house arrest for a period of time, and he would not be released until the director gave an order. Hope Sky is home alone and won't tear down the house. Walter, Walter. For some reason, his neighbors seemed to be asleep and did not respond to Charlotte's calls. However, Charlotte didn't intend to give up. She just rolled her eyes and changed her address. Walter the Civet, Walter the Civet. Stinky boy, don't call these two titles together. It may be that Charlotte was really annoying, and the neighbor Walter couldn't bear it. So he suddenly turned around and protested to Charlotte. Okay, Walter. Charlotte accepted it as soon as she saw it, and put on a smiling face. Walter, you know how I got in here. Tell me your story. They called you Civet just now. Is that a code name? Or hero name? The same as Iron Man? Charlotte's face was full of gossip, and her eyes were full of curiosity. Walter looked at the curious baby next door with black lines all over his head and sighed, Well, actually, Civet is my code name. I am a thief, and I was caught by this agent organization a few years ago. That's it. Charlotte waited for a while, but found that there was no more text and lost interest. Walter, you really can't tell stories. I like simplicity and clarity. Young people love stories that are passionate. Oh, so tell me about Iron Man. Who is he? Hey, you don't even know about Iron Man? Looks like you've been locked up here for a long time. He's a superhero who came out 4 years ago, a superhero with an ability, the ability I envy the most. Sorry, superhero, I only know Captain America. An antique? But you just said recognized? Have you met him? Definitely. The first time we met was when I was a kid, but he didn't see me then. And I saw him again recently, and he hasn't changed at all. Impossible. You just did the science popularization, but that is a character from the 1940s who disappeared more than 60 years ago. Even if he appeared, he would be almost 100 years old by now. Don't fool me. I can still study history. Believe it or not. The two chatted to pass the time. At the moment, Hill and Melinda are also back in the conference room, but strangely, Director Nick Fury is not here. Where's Director Nick Fury? Nowhere. Hill picked up the communicator on the table and asked the others. It appears there's been some emergency in the West Division that requires a trip by Director Nick Fury. Originally, Director Nick Fury was planning to call you, sir, but it seemed urgent, so he went alone first. West Branch. Wasn't Phil Coulson and Barton agent, Hawkeye, right there recently performing that experiment? Is something wrong with Tesseract? Hill just recalled it and immediately remembered the situation over there. His face was a little ugly, hoping it wasn't the worst. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Seeing the dignified Hill, Melinda asked. Although Melinda is considered to be Hill's predecessor, her agent authority is not as high as Hill's, so she doesn't know about the Tesseract experiment. Confidential. Hill glanced at Melinda, spit out 2 words, then turned and left in a hurry. Melinda was not disappointed either. The agent had a strict hierarchy system. Her authority was not enough, so naturally she was not qualified to know information beyond her authority. Host, Charlotte. Age, 18. Skills, leap of faith, Peter's shocking spirit. Avada Eats Big Melon, heavy jump. Still a metal prison. Charlotte was bored looking at her own simple panel. In just a few months, Charlotte has also accumulated some skills. So she clicked on one of the skills to view them. Leap of faith, active skill. Activate the skill. No matter how high you jump from, a magical haystack will be generated when you land to ensure a safe landing. Comments. Please don't be afraid of losing sync. Charlotte has experimented with this skill. The first time he jumped from the 2nd floor of his house, his nose was bruised and his face was bruised because he forgot to activate the skill. The second time, though, he succeeded and the haystack emerged intact. For the 3rd time, Charlotte tried the 3rd floor, but nothing happened. The height of the 3-story building did not even feel a little impact, and he landed softly. He felt that Newton might die with his eyes open. The 4th time, there is no 4th time, there are only 3 things. The most important thing is that he didn't dare to try randomly on the 4th floor. If the skills failed, he would be dead man, definitely dead man. Let's try again when we need it. No, I hope there is no need for it. It's so boring. I've been in for 3 days. Why don't you let me out? Charlotte flipped through the other skill introductions for a while, and then started complaining again. Although there is food and drink here, and the food is not known to be much better than his usual dark cuisine. But if he stays in one place all the time, he will feel suffocated and panicked. At the very least, return his phone plus a wireless passcode. I suspect they don't have time to talk to you now, and they probably forgot about you for the time being. Hearing Charlotte's complaint, Walter, who was sitting cross-legged next door, opened his eyes and said calmly, "From the night you came in, the atmosphere here has become tense. Something happened. Big thing? What big thing?" When Charlotte heard Walter's words, she quickly asked curiously, "Could it be that the enemies of this organization have come to attack here? Do you think it will harm us?" Attack. Walter was stunned and couldn't help laughing. Although I don't think much of these agents, I have to say that this is the safest base on Earth. It is not so easy to break through this place. Not always. Charlotte curled her lips and said, "Generally speaking, where's the safest place? This place is actually the easiest to break into. It's always played like this in movies. That's a movie to lie to children. How could it be like this in reality? Before Walter finished speaking, there was a deafening explosion outside, and the two rooms shook violently a few times, as if the explosion was not far from them. Walter, please tell me, it wasn't an explosion. Maybe they put firework outside, right? Well, after saying this, Charlotte herself doesn't believe it. Whose firework is so powerful? From the Starks? There's an enemy attack. Hurry up and gather. Area B has been blasted. Enemies have already broken in. Several agents hurried past with weapons in hand. The slap in the face came too fast, and Walter couldn't accept it for a while. It's all right, Walter, it's not necessarily your fault. Maybe... Charlotte wanted to comfort poor Walter, but couldn't find a suitable explanation for a while, and suddenly had an idea and blurted out, maybe aliens have come to attack the Earth, so it is also possible that the safest base on the Earth was breached. Original. What a clever little ghost you are. Walter rolled his eyes. Comforting people is not so comforting. And aliens? Why don't you say that the gods have descended? Walter, what do you think we should do now? Call for help and yell for help? Or go to sleep? Charlotte felt that it was necessary to seek the opinions of Walter, an old man, on this issue. After all, an old family is like a treasure. Just wait and be honest. Walter rushed to the door of his prison cell with a stride, and while stretching his hands out of the gap between the metal rods to work, he turned his head and said to Charlotte, "The attackers are most likely not coming for us. As long as we are honest, they should not hurt the prisoners." But just to be on the safe side, he still planned to open this door first to avoid becoming a turtle in the urn. Phew, it's open. With a click, the prison door opened, and Walter wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered a few words in a low voice. It took more than 40 seconds, 10 seconds longer than before. It looks really old. Next, do you want to help that little guy unlock it? Maybe he'll be safer if he stays in prison. Wow, Walter, you are amazing. So you are a hacker. I also know a hacker friend, but although she is very skilled, she is not cool at all. Fortunately, after all, the security system is getting more and more advanced, and we thieves have to keep pace with the times. No! Walter looked up suddenly, and Charlotte was standing in front of him, looking at him with a smile on his face. How did you get out? Walter's face was full of disbelief. When did this guy come out? Didn't you unlock him yourself? Walter turned his head to look suspiciously at the metal door of Charlotte's prison, and saw that it hadn't been opened at all. You have your Zhongliangji, but I have my wall ladder. Charlotte smiled veiledly. Molding. Active skill. After the skill is activated, any part of the body, including equipment, can penetrate any substance. Evaluation. Ubisoft featured. There is also a freshly baked system task. Ding. Release the mission, Free Prisoner. Complete a 3-hour jailbreak experience. Task reward. Get the skill, Prison Break. Charlotte and Walter walked slowly in the aisle where the sirens were blaring, and occasionally saw some corpses along the road, some in suits and some in camouflage uniforms. Walter, this place is so big. Where should we go? Let me tell you, I'm a road idiot. You lead the way. Charlotte gave Walter speechless with the expression of I'm crazy and I'm proud. But he didn't intend to let Charlotte lead the way in the first place. He is an expert in this area. While leading the way, Walter bent down to check the corpses on the ground from time to time. What kind of organization is this? The identity marks are different. Is it a joint attack by multiple organizations? How strange. Thieves can be regarded as gangsters, and Walter has his own way of identifying the identities of some dangerous organizations. What's so strange about that? Charlotte picked up a pistol for self-defense and said, You also said, what kind of Homeland Security Bureau? Hell, next time I see Aunt May, I want to give them some advice. Wouldn't it be better to change the name to something shorter? Too convoluted. Would I just say that? Right. You also said that the responsibility of this broken organization is to protect world peace. It must have provoked a lot of people. It is normal for them to hate this broken organization. Therefore, it is not surprising that terrorist organizations jointly attacked. What is strange is that who has such great ability can gather so many different terrorist organizations without anyone noticing, and then can accurately find this place. When Charlotte was escorted up, she clearly remembered that this was a mobile flight fortress. How did these attackers find this place? Use GPS? Or Google Maps? Maybe it's Almighty God. Walter thought it was funny and made a joke, then turned to look at the calm Charlotte and asked, "By the way, aren't you worried about your Aunt May? She's also an agent here." "Oh, Aunt May, she told me yesterday that she needs to go to the branch and it may take a week to come back." Charlotte casually pointed to a button-like object on her clothes, but she gave me a distress call device and said that if I have something to press, she will come back immediately. This is the guarantee that Melinda left for fear that Charlotte would be embarrassed by someone. Definitely, Charlotte didn't plan to press it. Although Charlotte has never seen an agent perform a mission, she also knows that not all missions are suitable for stopping midway, nor can she leave safely after stopping the mission. And he really wanted to leave. He had already left by himself. It was just not necessary. He didn't want to be wanted. By the way, how does this thing work? Is there an instruction manual? Damn it, get the guns out of the way. Charlotte waved the pistol in her hand, but scared Walter into a cold sweat. Never point the loaded gun at your teammates. Be careful not to fire. Sorry, I haven't played this game before. Charlotte moved the muzzle of the gun down, then shrugged and apologized. I only know how to fire a gun and pull the trigger, and then I don't know how to operate the rest. Walter wiped off a cold sweat, thinking that sooner or later his old heart would be sick from being scared by Charlotte. Ding, released the mission, the first romance of gunfire, and immediately finished shooting the bullets in the current pistol magazine. Reward skill, gunfighting. Walter, how many bullets do you think this gun has? How many bullets? Walter glanced at the pistol in Charlotte's hand and said casually, Browning HP, one of the classic choices for agents, with high shooting power, 13 rounds, and a large capacity. 13 rounds? I bet this clip doesn't have that much. Charlotte raised her eyebrows, holding a gun in both hands, pointing the muzzle at the body in camouflage uniform on the ground, giving Walter a bad feeling. What do you want to do? Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by gunshots ringing in front of him one after another. Bang, bang, bang. Flames spewed out from the muzzle of the gun one after another, and bullets shot into the cold corpse one after another, bursting blood holes one after another. After a while, the gunfire stopped, and Charlotte said to the stunned Walter, "It seems that I bet right. The owner of this gun has already fired 6 shots, so I only fired 7 shots. And also," Charlotte paused, grimacing suddenly with a cold expression, threw away the pistol in her hand, swung her wrist, and cursed, "Why is the recoil of this gun so strong? I feel like my hands are numb. Obviously, the people in the movie, there's no recoil when you shoot." Walter couldn't laugh or cry. Why did this little guy always talk about the movie? Ding, the task is completed. The reward skill, gunfighting. Gunfighting technique, passive skill. Gunfighting technique is a powerful ability that integrates body technique, spear technique, and sword technique. The moment the bullet is fired, the shooter shakes his wrist rapidly to make the bullet turn. Additional effects. No recoil, activate. Unlimited bullets, not activated. Activation condition. Empty 10,000 magazines or 100,000 rounds of bullets. Evaluation. Whether it is Newton or Martin's coffin board. We can hold it down. Please feel free to use it. A warm current melted into the whole body, and Charlotte felt that her physical fitness had improved a lot. We have to leave here quickly. The gunshots just now will attract nearby enemies. Anyway, things happened. Walter didn't want to blame Charlotte anymore, and it was best to get out of here now. Okay, but wait a minute. I need to get something for self-defense. Charlotte picked up the 2 pistols again, endured nausea and rummaged through the corpses, found 4 or 5 magazines, and put them in her pockets. You forget it. Walter originally wanted Charlotte to throw the gun away. The kid couldn't handle the recoil while holding a gun in both hands just now, so he wanted to play with 2 guns. However, after thinking about it, he let him go. As long as Charlotte didn't accidentally hurt his friend, Walter would thank God. Hey, where did your gun go? Walter was about to turn around to lead the way when he caught Charlotte's hand out of the corner of his eye, and the 2 pistols disappeared as if by magic. Hidden. Charlotte grinned, giving a harmless smile. In the operating room of the flight aircraft carrier, a one-eyed, black marinated egg stood in the center, and Hill stood behind him with a gun in one hand. It seems that there has just been a battle here. There are several corpses lying on the ground, including enemies and their scientific researchers. And Hill's smooth forehead was also dripping with blood, and a terrible wound was deeply carved on it. But she didn't care. She simply accepted the bandage, and then continued to give orders and direct the agent. Injuries are a common thing for agents, and scars are badges of glory. Definitely, if the high-tech medical equipment in the Bureau can remove this badge, she doesn't mind being unknown. More important now, though, is addressing the current situation. A legendary evil god will lead a powerful alien army to attack the Earth. If any agent had come to report such a bizarre incident to her before, Hill would definitely have thrown him to Siberia to grow potatoes. But now, there is no need for others to report. This is already a fact. Hill, how's the situation now? The one-eyed black marinated egg turned to ask Hill. Most of the attackers in the base have been suppressed, and the remaining enemies are also retreating. Our agents are hunting. Hill reported the current situation. However, the captain, Iron Man, and Natasha Romanoff agent are still temporarily unable to contact. I don't know about Loki's side. Director Nick Fury went to the place where the evil god Loki was imprisoned just now. But when he came back, his face was heavy, and she couldn't help but have a bad premonition. Loki is gone. Thor is missing, and Phil Coulson agent him. Director Nick Fury paused, then continued. Sacrificed. What? Hill's face was full of astonishment. She didn't expect that gentlemanly model agent Phil Coulson to die. Director Nick Fury, Commander Hill. While Hill was still in shock, a staff member of the operation desk turned around and reported, Sir Natasha Romanoff is found. She is hunting. Barton agent. Hawkeye. Director Nick Fury and Hill all turned back. The Barton agent was controlled by the evil god, Loki's mind, and became Loki's subordinate. This attack should also be planned by the Barton agent. After all, he knows this place very well. The two came to the console and stared at the surveillance screen above. A black tights, a wine-red-haired woman with a fiery figure, is chasing after a man in black with a bow and arrow on his back. Call out the escape route of the Barton agent, and let the nearby agents go to intercept him. He must be kept. After a pause, Director Nick Fury continued. Try to catch alive. Just as he was talking, he couldn't help being taken aback when he saw the changing monitoring picture on the screen. How did these two guys come out? Charlotte? A civet. Hill next to him was also surprised. Could it be that the attacker opened the prison? Director Nick Fury, following the path of the two of them. In less than 3 minutes, they will hit the Barton agent head-on. Operators report truthfully. Hey, Walter, I'm weird. In the aisle, Charlotte followed Walter and asked curiously, Since you can hack the prison door lock so easily, I don't think this place will trouble you. Why don't you run away? Is it just waiting for a foolproof opportunity like today? Escape? Why should I escape? Walter glanced at Charlotte and continued to walk forward. I didn't plan to escape today. I was caught on my own initiative. Otherwise, do you think these agents can catch my thief civet? What? Charlotte paused and looked at the other party in disbelief. You were arrested on your own initiative? What? I said, this is the safest place on Earth. I can hide here to avoid some trouble. Trouble? What did you do? You have to spend so much time to hide here. Did you steal someone? You don't need to know that. Walter paused slightly. His body trembled a bit, resisting the urge to turn around and slap the brat to death, and barely moved forward. Huh? You are so heartless. Thanks to the fact that we are still in prison together, comrades who escaped from prison, I thought we had a deep revolutionary friendship. Charlotte pointed at Walter with trembling fingers and said, I could have just waited for my release, but I eloped because of you, and now I'm pulling up my pants and turning my back on me. Like an abandoned widow. It's inconvenient to say it here. I have too many eyes and ears. I will tell you later, but please keep your mouth shut now, okay? It seemed that he knew that if he didn't give a guarantee, Charlotte would s him off sooner or later. After thinking about it, Walter decided to compromise. Okay, don't be foolish. Charlotte clicked her lips, agreed to Walter's proposal, and continued to walk behind. Stop! Walter, who was leading the way, suddenly reached out and stopped Charlotte. Why, Walter? I'm not talking anymore. Hush, don't make a sound. It seems that someone is coming. Walter's ears moved, as if he heard something. The two people, one in front and the other behind, seemed to be chasing each other. The speed is so fast, there is no time to hide. If it's too late, don't hide. Charlotte shrugged, walked casually to the side of the aisle, and leaned against the wall. Didn't you say they were chasing each other? I don't think they might have the time to deal with the two of us. If we give them away, maybe we can make a good impression. Before Charlotte could finish her sentence, a middle-aged man with a bow and arrow came out from the far corner of the long corridor. It's Hawkeye, Barton agent. Walter recognized the person at a glance. Agent, that's my own person. When Charlotte heard it, her eyes lit up. She took a few steps back again and raised her hands to show her innocence. Hey, brother, you are busy with your work. Leave us alone. Your own people. Who are these two people? Agent Barton was very surprised. How could there be an old man dressed as a gentleman in the base and an Asian young man in casual clothes who didn't know what he was talking about? But Barton didn't think much about it. Obviously, this is not their person. That is the enemy. While running, Barton pulled out the arrow behind his back, took aim with the bowstring, and did it in one go. A black arrow with a strange point shot at Charlotte. What's the situation? I gave way to you, and you still shoot me. Why didn't you shoot Walter in the middle of the road? Before the arrow left the string, Charlotte felt the danger, and her hair stood on end. Peter's shocking spirit, passive skill. Effect, spider telepathy, which can sense danger in advance and remind you. Evaluation. Peter was shocked. The arrow body glowing with black luster. The arrow that cuts through the air. It was all caught in Charlotte's eyes, and he had never seen it so clearly. Gunfighting not only made Charlotte a master of spear, but also greatly enhanced his physical fitness and physical skills. He just tilted his head, and the opponent's arrow almost brushed past his face and hit the wall behind him. Most of the arrows were firmly embedded in the wall. Hey dude, I'm straight and don't like when a big guy shoots something weird on me. Charlotte flipped her palms, and two pistols appeared in her hands, aiming at each other. So, stand still. You probably don't want me to shoot you something, I promise. It will leave bad effects on your body memories. Charlotte, who was full of coquettish words, didn't notice that the exposed part of the arrow behind her began to flash a strange red light. Charlotte, get out of here. Hawkeye's arrows will explode. Walter noticed it, and quickly reminded him that he wanted to rescue Charlotte. But Charlotte backed up quite a distance just now, and he didn't have time to pass. Arrow will explode. Charlotte froze for a moment, turned her head slightly, and glanced at the beeping black arrow in disbelief. Dangerous. Suddenly, Charlotte's hair stood up again, and spider telepathy struck again. Boom! The fire burst out. Nema exploded. At such a close distance, there was no time to dodge, and the fiery light engulfed Charlotte's figure. Charlotte! Walter exclaimed, his face full of remorse. Such a close-range explosion, there is no possibility for ordinary people to survive. Although they only spent a few days together, Walter really liked Charlotte, a young man who reminded him of his daughter whom he hadn't seen for many years. This guy has to stay. Thinking of this, Walter turned around involuntarily and stared fiercely at the Barton agent who was continuing to run closer. My God, my hairstyle. Just when the atmosphere was about to explode, a familiar voice sounded from behind Walter. Walter looked back in astonishment, only to see that fellow Charlotte was slapping his head in grief, and a wisp of faint blue smoke was emerging from there. This is what I reluctantly asked Mr. Tony to do in order to meet netizens. Charlotte clutched her forehead and shouted angrily. This hairstyle cost me nearly a month's living expenses. 500 USD. A whole 500 USD. That heart-wrenching voice made those who heard it cry, and those who saw it were sad. Although Charlotte immediately used the skill, model piercing, to avoid most of the explosions, but it was a little late, and a handful of flames still licked some hair on his forehead. Pay for my haircut and 500 USD. Charlotte glared at the culprit, who was also surprised not far away, and raised the pistol in her hand again, aiming at Hawkeye Barton, who regained consciousness and wanted to dodge. Charlotte, throw me the gun and I'll shoot. Walter's face changed, and he stepped aside quickly, lest the guy's bullet miss Hawkeye and hit his old bone first. Charlotte smiled slightly. He who possesses the gun-fighting art is not a rookie who even held the gun in the wrong posture just now. He is now a real master of spear fighting. He can beat you with the wings of flies flying dozens of meters away. Look, don't shoot, the director said to catch the alive. Just when Charlotte was about to pull the trigger, a wine-red-haired female agent rushed out from the corner of the aisle. Seeing this scene, she was shocked and hurriedly stopped. No shooting allowed? I'm not allowed to shoot arrows yet. You thought you were Chow Chow. Charlotte couldn't help curling her lips, but she still moved the muzzle of the gun slightly, no longer aiming at the fatal point. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets exited the chamber, piercing the air and shooting toward Hawkeye Barton. Call! The female agent couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. Because of her interruption, Charlotte hesitated for a moment. After Barton swooped into the bunker, he was already safe. How could it be? The female agent looked at Barton, who was hiding behind the cover, in shock. Several blood holes burst out inexplicably in his arm, and the bow and arrow in his hand that wanted to fight back fell to the ground uncontrollably. Maybe the agent's quick counterattack worked, or maybe the opponent's goal was achieved. The remaining attackers retreated one after another, leaving only some gambits in the rear, and the disturbance at the base was quickly suppressed. The agents also started to get busy, escorting the prisoners, repairing the battlefield, and handling post-war work. In the aisle, a team of people was heading towards the command room of the flight aircraft carrier, and the passing agents gave way one after another. A red-haired female agent with a hot figure, a white-haired old man in a suit, and a black-haired young man in casual clothes are Natasha Romanoff agent, Walter, and Charlotte, followed by several accompanying agents. How the hell did you just do that, Charlotte? Walter, you asked me this question 9 times along the way, and I answered you 9 times, and I shot that nasty guy. Charlotte took a few steps aside in disgust, away from Walter, who was approaching. At the same time, he touched a few scorched black hairs on his forehead, his face full of heartache. It seems that it will cost another huge sum to ask Mr. Tony to fix it for him. If the female agent named Natasha Romanoff hadn't stopped him, he would have knocked off that Barton's dog's head. Bullshit. I know you shot him, but how did you hit him? He's behind cover. Not only Walter, but even Natasha Romanoff, who was leading the way, moved their ears and slowed down to eavesdrop. She was also very curious about how this guy named Charlotte did it. If she just hits the target behind the cover, she can actually do it. Ricochet, that is, the phenomenon that a bullet projectile bounces when it touches the ground or other surfaces, simple geometry can do it. But Natasha Romanoff clearly remembers that the opponent's muzzle was almost facing the bunker at that time. This cannot be done with simple geometry. At least she can't do it. It's so easy, Charlotte said with a mysterious face, because I made the bullet bend. How can a bullet turn a corner? Wait, Walter had an expression of, "You're kidding me," but as if thinking of something, he asked in a low voice, "Could you be?" Walter suspects that Charlotte has a super ability. As a thief, he has also come into contact with some mutants, but most of them don't like others to call them that. Walter, this is not a super ability. There's a scientific principle for making bullets bend. Charlotte gestured and explained in a serious manner. That is, the moment the shooter ejects the bullet, the wrist shakes rapidly, and this shaking gives the bullet a horizontal acceleration, thus forming an arc. Then the faster the wrist shakes, the more you can get the perfect curve you need. This technique I call gun fighting technique. Charlotte was talking and found that the whole team stopped moving. Natasha Romanoff and Walter turned their heads to look at him. Even the agents behind Charlotte were dull-faced, and there was a bit of strange and inexplicable meaning in everyone's eyes. Charlotte knows this kind of look. Whenever a fortune-teller in Chinatown grabs him to tell his fortune, he will look at him like this, the eyes of a magic stick. I believe you, ghost. You might as well say that you have super ability. Why haven't I heard of such marksmanship? Walter felt his head hurt a little. Did he know that this kid even held the gun in the wrong posture at the beginning? But now he said a gun fighting technique that he had never heard of. Did he take him for a fool? Wrist shaking rapidly? Even if you shake your hands like crazy, it is impossible to make the bullet turn. There's so many marksmanship you haven't heard of. I can only say that you have little experience. Charlotte had an expression of the young people nowadays are so ignorant, and almost made Walter's white hair black with anger. Then tell me, besides the bullet turning, there are other marksmanship techniques that I have never heard of. Have you heard of sniper sniping? Many people know it. Snipe. Walter was full of doubts. What kind of marksmanship is this? Are you throwing off a sniper? Snipe, that's... I know this. Snipe, I will. Before Charlotte could explain, a young agent behind him couldn't wait to raise his hand and said excitedly, "When I was in the Agent Academy, I played CS Rogue 6. Sniping is just..." He also explained the profound meaning of sniping to everyone in a serious manner. "Look, someone knows this is the age gap." Charlotte taunted Walter, then turned to look at the young agent behind him. "Brother, which district? Add a friend to communicate with." Although what Charlotte said just now is very domineering. In fact, he is a handicapped player in the game, and he does not know the legendary sniper throwing. "Okay, the command room is still waiting for us." Natasha Romanoff blankly interrupted the technical communication between Charlotte and her own agent and continued to lead the way. At the same time, she also took note of this young agent, planning to let his supervisors throw him back to the Agent Academy for re-education. Last time she saw this guy playing Little B in the command room. "You guys came just in time. I'm going to meet Tony and the captain now. If you come later, it may take a long time." Natasha Romanoff and her group were walking outside the door of the command room when they saw a person walking out. Charlotte recognized at a glance that the other party was the culprit who had brought him in, and she also knew from Aunt May that this one-eyed black marinated egg was Nick Fury, the agent leader of this agent organization. "Natasha Romanoff, you take Civet back to prison first, and then take care of Hawkeye. This little guy is handed over to me." Nick Fury glanced at Natasha Romanoff and Walter, and finally put his gaze on Charlotte, showing a self-conscious smile. "Charlotte, long time no see. The last time I saw you, you were just full moon. Although I don't want to say such disappointing things, I must correct you. We only met 3 days ago. I was caught by you." Charlotte shrugged, followed the other person's footsteps, and walked side by side. "Excuse me, when can I get out of prison? You still want to go out?" Nick Fury glanced at Charlotte and said, "You were arrested as a suspected member of the dangerous organization Hydra, and you escaped from prison. I think you should stay here for the rest of your life. Stop making trouble. It's not a good thing to lie to children." Charlotte said with a look of disgust, "I now know what organization Hydra is. If you really think I am Hydra, you would have executed me or tortured me to extract a confession. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Melinda told Charlotte that his parents used to be the most trusted agents of their director and saved Nick Fury's life more than once, and Hydra had long since perished. "Well, you're really smart, little guy." Nick Fury turned his head to look at Charlotte and said, "You guessed it, I do trust that you're not a Hydra, but this trust is based on your father and Melinda. So, I hope you can pass yourself so that I can trust you as well. Now, the Earth is in a very big crisis. I hope you can stand up and help us. What do you want me to do?" Charlotte tilted her head suspiciously. "You are the agent leader, and you have a bunch of highly skilled agents under you. And I'm just an ordinary high school student. What can I do for you?" Ordinary high school students can't exceed ability. As Nick Fury continued to move forward, he said a quip that he thought was funny. If every ordinary high school student has the ability to pass through walls, it is estimated that the school's skipping rate will increase a lot. And ordinary high school students don't know any gun fighting skills that make bullets bend. Apparently, he'd seen the monitoring of Charlotte's escape. "Your agent still believes in super ability?" Charlotte turned her head to look at the other party and said, "I thought you were all superstitious about science, and would think that I had mastered several black technologies, such as matter-traveling devices, navigation bullets, etc. Because we are agents, we have more knowledge. This is one of the disadvantages of agents. Nick, Fury smiled and said, I didn't believe this before until a lady told me that there are aliens in this world, and I also found out that one of the aliens was disguised as my boss. Wow, that's pretty cool. That must have been a fun experience. Actually, I think so too. Nick, Fury agreed with Charlotte and continued, Okay, little guy, let's talk about your super ability. It's not super ability. What is that? Magic, Charlotte said firmly. A Sorcerer Supreme named Ancient One taught it. She is the leader of a magician organization, and your status here should be about the same. Charlotte adapted the story told by her secondary school netizen and told it realistically. I met her when I was shopping in the street, and she said that I have amazing bones and that I am a unique martial arts genius. World peace depends on me. The last 10 USD one sold me a few magic books. Brave jump. The skill activates its effect automatically again. Fury looked at Charlotte with black lines all over his head. Can you be more ridiculous? What magic book is so cheap? $10 a copy. Give me a car. You joined this magician organization? No. She threw me a few magic books and never appeared again. Oh, all right. Yes, Fury believed Charlotte's other words, because their agent had more or less contact with members of this magician organization. This organization is very mysterious, but it is not a threat, and it is protecting the peace of the world just like them. There is very little information about the magician organization, and it is very confidential, even exceeding the authority of an 8th level agent. Charlotte has no reason to know, so most of what he said should be true. Where are your spell books? Fury's eyes lighted up suddenly, and he came up with the idea of the magic book, but was quickly disappointed. I burned it. She said she would destroy it after reading it, and she wouldn't let me teach others. What a pity. Fury has no doubts. Their agents also have the habit of destroying files. Why is this agent leader a bit of a not-so-intelligent sub? Do you believe this, TM? Charlotte is starting to worry a bit about the future of the organization. He has experimented with the skill, Brave Jump, and the premise of activating it is that his lies can't be too outrageous. At least the original has a certain degree of credibility. The magician organization or something, he was just joking to brighten up the atmosphere, but he didn't expect the other party to really believe it. Okay, let's continue with our conversation. Fury regained his calm expression and said, This time the Earth is facing a considerable crisis. A god has descended and is preparing to lead a powerful alien army to attack the Earth. Wait, are you sure a god brought aliens to attack the Earth? Charlotte interrupted the other party again and said with a "you're kidding me" expression, What kind of magical script is this? Is it magic plus science fiction? The screenwriter's imagination is too big. However, if it can be filmed, the box office should be good. The gimmick is huge. At least I'll go to the cinema to see it. While talking, Charlotte noticed that Nick Fury had stopped and was staring at him with one eye. Charlotte also looked back at the blindfold on the other's left eye thoughtfully and said, Well, I walk on your right, and don't bother you to keep turning your head to look at me. Okay. I shut up, you continue to talk. Charlotte noticed that Fury's face was getting darker and darker, so she quickly shut up and signaled Fury to continue. Fury took a deep breath and continued. A god named Loki wants to open a wormhole and send his alien army into Earth. And I intend to invite you to participate in this counterattack. Your magic can help a lot. Fury said what he meant in one breath, lest Charlotte interrupt again. Why do you people like to find high school students to save the world? Are there no adults on Earth? Charlotte sighed and said, I'm still an 18-year-old child. This time the situation is special. There is something wrong with the team I originally planned. You only need to participate this time. In fact, he didn't want to involve Charlotte, but this time Loki's attack messed up his plans, and the Avengers were shattered and needed some backup. I know you people. Why this time is special. Don't think I don't know. If there's a first time, there will be a second time. That's how movies are played. Charlotte curled her lips. Superhero tights and women's clothing are the same. Only 0 and countless times. It's too dangerous to save the world. Charlotte refused very righteously. Charlotte, just want to be an ordinary office worker. If you participate, the reward for this mission will be 100,000 US dollars, and it will increase according to your contribution. Hey, what are you waiting for? I can't wait to meet my temporary teammates. Charlotte's eyes lit up, and once she changed her previous attitude, she pulled Fury beside her and quickened her pace. It would have been better to say no earlier, wasting so much of his saliva. 100,000 USD. Time to get Sky a new laptop. I can also get myself a small car to drive. The small bicycle that Stark bought as compensation 4 years ago should also be retired. Charlotte can take care of herself, and his ability can also help you. I don't agree. This is a war, an unprecedented war, but you want an untrained high school student to participate. I will never agree. A man in a red and white striped bodysuit with a blue background and a metal buckler stood in front of Fury, retorting loudly. I didn't expect that I could still see living fossils today. Charlotte sat leisurely not far away, looking at the two people who were trying to persuade each other, and sighed. I always thought that Captain America was just made up by the army to fool people, but I didn't expect this person to exist. I have to say, the description of your living fossil is a classic. I'm starting to appreciate you. On the console next to Charlotte, a middle-aged man with a mustache repaired his damaged armor and said, "But don't underestimate this living fossil. His strength is really good," and added narcissistically, "Definitely, compared to me is still a lot worse, especially in terms of clothing taste. However, although I don't like that old-fashioned guy, I also agree with him about you." The man with the mustache stopped what he was doing, turned his head to look at Charlotte, and said, "This is a war, my lord's war. You should go back to school." "Excuse me, Mr. Stark. I only invited friends to my 18th birthday party not long ago, and I have no intention of spending money on it again." Charlotte shrugged, indicating that she was an adult. "I mean, this war is really going to dead, man." Tony Stark put down his work completely, stared at Charlotte, and said seriously, "You heard it just now, one of my friends died." Charlotte knew who he was talking about, an agent named Phil Coulson, who seemed to be popular. "Maybe I should say that I know magic, and my strength is not weaker than yours, but I know that scientists generally don't believe this, so I decided to demonstrate it live." Charlotte stood up, pointed to the red armor on the table, and said, "This is your Iron Man armor. It looks like it's broken. The battle is about to start. Do you want me to fix it for you right away?" "Fix my battle armor? Just rely on you." Stark suspected he had heard wrong. The battle just now severely damaged his steel armor. Stark didn't dare to say that it could be repaired in a short time. He could only barely repair some functions, and it couldn't last long at all. "Use your magic?" "You're right, I don't believe that." Stark casually picked up the snacks on the table, not knowing how he brought them here. "Seeing is believing. Try it and you'll know." Charlotte stretched out her hand directly, and before Stark could stop her, she slapped the armor hard twice. "What are you doing? How is it possible?" Stark was about to push Charlotte away when he stopped short. There was a flash of white light, and all the damage on the steel armor on the table disappeared. Even the rubbed red paint returned to normal. It was as brand new as when he first made this steel armor. "Isn't this a hallucination?" Stark didn't even notice that the snack in his hand fell to the ground. He reached out and touched his armor, making sure it wasn't a hallucination. "JRVS, what's going on with the Mark VI?" "Sir, it's incredible. After testing, the Mark VI has been completely repaired without any faults, damage, or even wear and tear." JRVS report made Stark turn his head and look at Charlotte in astonishment. "This is amazing. How did you do it?" "Oriental magic." His scientific theory does not yet support him to understand this bizarre phenomenon. Could it be that the other party really knows magic? The family-inherited repair method can only be understood but cannot be explained in words. Charlotte waved her hands, her face full of mystery. Traditional electrical appliance repair method, active skill. Effect: activate the skill, and by patting the malfunctioning mechanical object with your hand, you can temporarily repair the item, and the repair lasts for 1 day. Evaluation: this remote control is broken again. Take 2 shots, and it works again. This skill was obtained by Charlotte taking a bad shot of TV. Not only was the TV bad, but both of his hands were swollen at the time, 10,000 times, a full 10,000 times. By the way, let me remind you first, this repair time can only last for 1 day. Please pay attention to yourself. Charlotte doesn't want to see the news of Iron Man falling to his death on TV tomorrow. It's not a problem. My upgrade Mark 7 is almost done. Stark walked around Charlotte a few times, full of curiosity. I'm more curious about how you did it. Now there are gods and aliens, magic or something. Is it strange? That's right, the world is so crazy. Magic really doesn't seem to be a big deal. Stark nodded in agreement, but still eyed Charlotte with wonder. But that's not why you fought. You can talk to that black marinated egg about these words. I believe he can convince you. Charlotte interrupted the other party, pointed behind him and said, after all, he just convinced one, and he doesn't mind convincing another one, if there is still time. Stark turned to look. Fury and Captain America had stopped arguing at some point and were walking towards them. How did you convince him? Charlotte pointed to Captain America curiously and asked Nick. Fury in a low voice. I showed him the video of you fighting Hawkeye with a little conversation skills, and he's actually not that stuffy. A little conversation skills? Do you think I'll believe you? Charlotte's eyes were full of disbelief. Charlotte saw how much Captain America opposed him to participate in the battle just now. It can only be said that the negotiating skills of this agent leader are really good. In the conference room, Fury had already left. Captain America, Stark, and Charlotte were either sitting or standing silent. Captain America and Stark are grieving the death of their friend Phil Coulson, and Charlotte is not to be disturbed, so she can only be quiet. Okay, I know you're sad to lose your friend, but let's talk about that Loki. He's the emergency right now. After a long time, Charlotte really couldn't bear the atmosphere of the scene and broke the silence to speak first. I know he is the evil god of Norse mythology. He seems to be the god of mischief, and he is also Odin's foster brother. Wait, you're wrong, Stark retorted. As far as we know, Loki is Odin's son, Thor's younger brother, though adopted. Yes. Charlotte looked suspiciously at the Norse mythology searched on the computer. The information on the internet is not reliable. However, Charlotte's words opened up the atmosphere of the scene, and Captain America and Stark also started discussion. Loki activates Tesseract. Needs a power source. If only we could list. Before Captain America finished speaking, he was interrupted by Stark. He turned the war into a personal enmity. That's not the point. That's the point. That's what Loki is for. Why is he coming straight to our lair? To crush us. Captain America was thoughtful, but Charlotte on the side was listening in the rain. There's no way. The new members don't understand anything. So let's just listen honestly. Yeah, it's really smart to scatter and break, but he knows he has to get rid of us, and that's his purpose. Stark paused, then continued. He wants to beat us, and he wants people to see him. He wants an audience. Yes, I ran into a show in Stuttgart. That's where we arrested him. Yes, but it was just a test screening. Stark clapped his hands and continued. This is premiere night, and Loki is the star of this gorgeous farce, and he's hungry for flowers and applause. Is it an acting personality? Charlotte couldn't help interjecting. Then he needs a big stage, a gorgeous stage that can support this performance. There must not only be a lot of spectators, but also super energy to start that Rubik's Cube. Generally, powerful energy facilities such as nuclear power plants are located in sparsely populated places, and there are not many places that meet Loki's requirements. Yes, he needs a towering monument with his name engraved on it. Stark froze for a moment when he said this. His face changed suddenly, and he thought of a place. Damn, this be asterisk 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 D is after my building. Stark ran out angrily, leaving Captain America and Charlotte staring at each other, but quickly reacted and started to act. The Stark building, which was just updated not long ago, is located in the most prosperous area of New York City as a pioneer of new energy, where there is no shortage of energy and audience. With a flamboyant character like Tony Stark, this building originally has the gorgeous stage nature that attracts people's attention. Are you going to notify that black marinated egg? Charlotte followed Captain America, while Stark headed to the lab to activate the iron armor. "Go first." While running, Captain America replied, "We will notify him when we are sure." In fact, both Stark and Captain America distrust Fury a little, because they found that what Loki said was right. The National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency is also using Tesseract to study energy weapons, and they want to deceive them that they are developing new energy sources for human development. Especially Captain America, he can't accept this the most. The Nazi Hydra also used Tesseract to develop energy weapons. Now that the war is over, why is it still like this? If it weren't for the fact that this organization was founded by his first love girlfriend Carter, he would have started to press Fury. Okay, Charlotte nodded in agreement, but Captain America was a little surprised. "Aren't you from Nick Fury? I thought you would object." "Who says I'm his?" Charlotte said speechlessly. "Although it is true that he asked me to join this mission, I am not his agent. I joined this mission for my own reasons." $100,000? Hey, he even told you this. This time it was Charlotte's turn to be surprised, but it was only for a brief moment, and she quickly regained her composure. This is part of the reason, and there are other factors too. The main reason is that Charlotte's Prisoner of Freedom mission has not yet arrived. If he does not participate in the mission, he may be escorted back to prison to wait for release, and then his mission will fail. Time to go, Natasha Romanoff. Captain America and Charlotte come to the medical room and find Natasha Romanoff. "Where are you going?" "On the road." Captain America knows that Natasha Romanoff is also an agent and belongs to Fury's men. But he had to come. At least Fury was right about one thing. He and Stark weren't enough for this war, even with Charlotte. "Can you fly a plane?" Captain America asked. "I will. The task takes me." Before Natasha Romanoff could answer, a man in black came out of the bathroom to answer first. IDF***K. "Charlotte, stop. Hawkeye is one of our own." As soon as Charlotte saw someone coming, she subconsciously pulled out a pistol, but was pressed down by Natasha Romanoff. "But he burned my hair." Charlotte covered a small tuft of hair in front of her forehead with a sad face. "This is the hairstyle. I spent $5,000 and asked the master hairdresser Tony to do the hairstyle." Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Barton are full of black lines. Didn't they only pay $500 last time? $5,000. I will pay you. Hawkeye thought about it and reluctantly made a decision. It was indeed his fault last time, and the other party helped him rescue him from Loki's control, which is equivalent to saving his life. So let's repay it. This is not just a question of $5,000, but more importantly, my heart has been traumatized. Say it as if you weren't traumatized. Hawkeye felt that the wound he had just bandaged was starting to ache again. "Then how much do you want?" $10,000. "Okay, the mission is over, and I will transfer it to you." Hawkeye doesn't just hurt his wounds now. His mind seems to be traumatized too. New York City, one of the most prosperous cities in the United States, has seen too many miracles, such as Iron Man. Tony Stark, a billionaire and arms manufacturer, officially announced he was Iron Man 4 years ago and discontinued the Stark Industries weapons manufacturing division. The Stark building, standing in the center of the city, has been the focus of attention recently, not only because of Stark's Iron Man status, but also because it is a pioneer of new energy sources in the city. However, tourists who took photos outside the building did not know that the Stark building has now been occupied by an evil god. On the rooftop of the top floor, an old doctor with mottled white hair is busy on a certain device. The core of the device is Tesseract. A red shadow streaked across the sky in the distance, approaching from far away, and soon came to the sky above the Stark building. A steel battle armor with a red background and gold was suspended in mid-air, and it was Iron Man Tony Stark who came first. "Sir, I have turned off the arc reactor, but the device is self-sustaining." In the Mark VI armor, the artificial intelligence JRVS reported the situation, and Stark's face was a little ugly. "Shut him off, Dr. Selvig." Stark didn't want to hurt the doctor. He was just like the previous Hawkeye, but was manipulated by Loki. And to close this device, it is better to be familiar with the experts. "It's too late, it can't stop." Dr. Selvig said frantically. It has something to show us. A new universe. All right. Stark withdrew his previous thoughts and didn't care about accidentally hurting the other party. Raising his hands, the palm cannon in his hand began to shine and bombarded the device fiercely. Boom! A light curtain rises and blocks Stark's attack, not only sending Stark bullets flying, but also stunning Dr. Selvig. Sir, that barrier is pure energy and cannot be broken. See it. Stark stabilized his body and looked down to the other side of the building's roof, where stood the instigator of this incident, Loki. Change plan. Sir, the Mark 7 is not available yet. Then no wheels. We're running out of time. Stark descended slowly, landed on the landing platform, took off his armor, and walked into the building, and Loki followed. Have you come to beg me for mercy? With a reassuring smile on his face, Loki walked towards Stark with the psychic scepter in his hand. Actually, I'm here to scare you. Then you shouldn't take off your armor. Yes. Stark walked to the bar and poured himself a glass of wine. But that outfit is a bit outdated. After all, you still hold the shiny golden wand of destiny. Would you like a drink? Delaying time is useless. Loki said confidently. No, it's a threat. Stark raised his glass and said, Really don't drink? I want a drink. Threat. The Chitauri army is coming, and no one can stop it. Loki turned around nonchalantly, looked at New York outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, and said, What am I afraid of? Avengers. The atmosphere was a little awkward. The name we give ourselves is a team. Stark continued to pour himself a drink. Earth's strongest hero combination or something. I've seen it before, but that's all. Loki sneered. A group of guys who were played around by him. Okay, I admit it took some time to break in, but let's list it anyway. Stark shrugged and said, We have your demigod big brother. Loki turned away from the device with an ugly face, someone he didn't want to mention. A super soldier, living up to the legendary legend of the undead. Stark took the opportunity to secretly pick up the two metal wrists on the bar and put them on his hands, and continued without fluctuating tone. A guy with serious anger management problems and a pair of killers. And you boy, UP asterisk 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 D them all off. That's what I planned. Not a smart plan. Stark came out from behind the bar holding a glass of wine. They will all come. Don't worry. They will definitely come. Oh, by the way, there's also a magic foreign aid, although the little guy is a bit young. Magic? Are you proposing magic in front of great God? I will let the little one know what real magic is. Loki sneers. What mighty magicians would the Midgardians have? His magic is inherited from the strongest witch in Asgard, his adoptive mother Frigga, wife of Odin. Achoo! In a black fighter jet, Charlotte sneezed several times and said vaguely, I feel someone scolding me. Maybe it's that Loki. Saying that, Charlotte turned her head and continued to stare at the console driven by Barton and Natasha Romanoff, and said curiously, Can you let me try? Can you fly a plane? Natasha Romanoff turned to look at Charlotte, a little surprised. My Thunderfighter can play Rogue 6 well. Natasha Romanoff was speechless. Let me try it. Maybe I can drive faster than you. This is already the fastest speed. At most 3 minutes, we will be there. This little guy is so annoying. He never stopped talking after getting on the plane. Charlotte, don't bother them. Captain America didn't seem to be able to see it anymore, and said to Charlotte, Why don't we take advantage of this time and let's talk? What do you want to talk about? Charlotte looked away from the console reluctantly, turned to look at Captain America, and said, If it's a battle plan or something, you don't have to think about me. I'm just here to make soy sauce. I know. I didn't intend to let you directly participate in the battle. Captain America said, I mean, if the wormhole is really opened, it will be a disaster for the alien army to directly enter the city. I hope you will help cover the evacuation of the people. Once the alien army invades, the people still in the city will have no time to evacuate, but the invaders may not be merciful just because they are unarmed people. So someone needs to be rescued and guided. It just so happens that he is not at ease to let Charlotte directly participate in the battle. Hey, it seems that you're still a good person. Charlotte was a little surprised. To be honest, I didn't like you very much at first. I apologize. Oh, why didn't you like me at first? I think I'm quite popular. Maybe it was to relax his mind before the battle. Captain America couldn't help but joked. I was a popular star when I was touring the country before I joined the battlefield. When Captain America first became a super soldier, he was regarded as a super propagandist by the country, put on shows all over the country, and collected national debts as military funds. This can be regarded as his black history. Because of this, Charlotte shrugged embarrassingly. I was detained for probation for causing trouble at school, and the supervising teacher happened to be your fan, and he played your performance video over and over again on the only TV in the classroom. So when I saw you, I kind of remembered the time when I was detained in school, and my first impression of you might not be very good. This is kind of bad. Do I need to apologize? That's not necessary. The two looked at each other and smiled. Looks like we're late. As soon as the fighter plane flew close to the city, Charlotte and the others saw a blue beam of light rising from the Stark building, reaching the sky and opening a wormhole in the sky. A large number of alien vanguards drove the flight drones into the skies over New York City. Okay, not the worst. Charlotte comforted the team members who looked ugly around her. Isn't this the worst-case scenario? Natasha Romanoff asked while flying the plane into the city. So what do you think is going on? At least none of our alien friends wear underwear, do they? Charlotte shrugged and joked. In that case, unless we have kryptonite, I suggest surrendering directly. Chi-Chi, that's a Chitauri star, so there shouldn't be such a tradition. Natasha Romanoff suppressed a smile, and the corners of Hawkeye Barton's cold mouth hooked. Obviously, Charlotte's joke made their heavy hearts relax. What underwear is worn outside? What does kryptonite mean? Captain America behind Charlotte was stunned. Forgive him, an old man who has been sleeping for nearly 70 years. Even though Captain America has been trying to connect with this era, there's still many things that he can't understand and can't connect to. This is not the first time. That's Mr. Stark, right? It seems that the fans behind him are very fanatical. Do you need us to help? Charlotte suddenly pointed to several black dots that were chasing rapidly over the city, reminding Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff turned his eyes and saw a red steel armor dodging attacks from left and right. It was Iron Man Stark, and behind him was a large group of Chitauri flight soldiers. Stark, we're at 3 o'clock, heading northeast. I said, are you still going to buy takeaway? As soon as Natasha Romanoff contacted Stark, the other party's complaint came through the comm. Go to Parker Street. I'll lure them over to make you a target. Natasha Romanoff didn't answer, but began maneuvering the fighter jets to where Stark said. Ding! Release the mission, Soldier Terminator. Abandon your teammates and kill 100 Zeta Swiss soldiers alone. Skill reward. Happy win, man. I won't hang out with you guys anymore. I'll complete the task assigned by the captain. Charlotte thought for a while and planned to leave directly. Charlotte, take your time. When Captain America heard what Charlotte said, he wanted to dissuade them. They don't have time to land and let Charlotte get off the plane. Bye-bye. Molding. Charlotte ignored the other party's words and waved her hand. She sank suddenly, penetrated the deck of the cabin, and disappeared in front of Captain America. Captain America froze for a moment, then cautiously stretched out his right foot and stepped on the spot where Charlotte had just stood. Solid. How did Charlotte leave? I'm out of the cabin, feeling fine. Charlotte, who was falling rapidly, felt the gust of wind whistling in her ears and shouted excitedly. Cough, cough, cough. However, tears were quickly choked by the airflow stuffed into his mouth. Leap of faith. Seeing that the ground was getting closer and closer to her, and she was about to hit the ground, Charlotte delayed to activate her skills. An eagle's cry sounded, and Charlotte made a shuttle sound and smoothly sank into the haystack that appeared out of thin air on the street. At a height of nearly 100 meters, with the blessing of skills, Charlotte landed safely without feeling any impact. The tears of Big Brother Newton. Exciting. So cool. Charlotte pulled herself out of the haystack, patted the weeds stuck to her body, and covered her beating heart with her hands, unable to calm down for a long time. I have to say that although Charlotte always talks about being an ordinary office worker, as a young man, she still has the blood of adventure flowing in her bones. Hey, in the movies, The police, who are usually only responsible for the aftermath, have already arrived on the scene, and they came faster than us. No wonder Mr. Stark complained. Charlotte walked on the street and glanced left and right, surrounded by people fleeing like headless chickens. Some police officers are escorting the crowd to evacuate, while some police officers are hiding behind police cars and shooting at the Zeta Swiss soldiers of Skyflight. However, the effect is obviously not good. The marksmanship level of the police officers is not very good. It is difficult to hit the flight weapon and the Zeta Swiss soldiers who are in the high-speed movement. Even if it hits occasionally, the power of the police gun is pitifully small. When it hits the Zeta Swiss soldiers' hard armor, it only sparks a few small sparks, and it doesn't break through the defense at all. However, the firepower of the Zeta Swiss soldiers is far beyond that of Superman. A few blue energy rays flashed by, and the police officers got down to avoid them. Vehicles on the street continued to explode, buildings collapsed, and flames blazed everywhere. Panicked refugees everywhere. Scream. Apparently, ordinary human armed against alien soldiers, completely defeated. Support. Call for support. A white police officer was lying on the ground, holding the communicator in the police car and constantly contacting the headquarters, asking for reinforcements. He didn't realize that a Zeta Swiss soldier had already spotted him and was flying towards him with a flight device. It was too late when he discovered all this. The opponent's weapon had already aimed at him, and the energy beam was ready to go, and it was too late to dodge. Am I dying? The white police officer closed his eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang in my ears, and then something seemed to fall and explode nearby, deafening. Hey, officer, close your eyes and want to blow out the candles? I personally don't think this is a good place for a birthday party, although firework is nice. The white police officer only felt that someone patted him on the shoulder, and a joke came. Slowly opening his eyes, an Asian youth stood in front of him, holding 2 guns. You are? Hello. I am an agent of the Strategic Homeland Defense, Offensive and Logistic Support Bureau, and this is my agent certificate. Charlotte interrupted the other party, took out a small book from her trouser pocket, shook it, took it back immediately, and then gave an order. Take your men to escort the people to evacuate. Try to send them to the underground garage or subway station. Anyway, don't running around on the street. Leave it to me to deal with it here. After speaking, he turned and left without looking back, holding his gun, ready to meet the Zeta Swiss soldiers from flight in the sky. White police officers have black lines all over their heads. Although Charlotte's hands were fast, if he read correctly, the so-called agent certificate was just a driver's license, and it was a black driver's license. Well, he was not mistaken. It was indeed picked up by Charlotte on the ground just now. On 39th Street in New York City, a large number of Zeta Swiss soldiers circled the air with flight devices and fired, and panicked crowds ran around. While fighting back, the police officers worked hard to maintain order and cover the people to take refuge underground. It will take another hour for the National Guard to assemble. A young police officer evaded the firepower from the sky, ran to his officer behind the bunker in embarrassment, and knelt down to report. National Guard? The police officer was stunned for a moment, his face a little ugly. Where is the army? Does the army know what happened here? Do we know? The young police officer asked back. They didn't understand the situation either. A big hole suddenly opened above the city, and a group of things that don't know what to call poured in. Without saying a word of nonsense, they directly began to attack the city. Anyone who came here would be in a state of confusion. By the way, does that guy really need our help? You should be sure. Let's evacuate the people as soon as possible, and then help him. The young policeman pointed to the middle of the road in the distance, and the policeman turned his head to look with complicated eyes. An Asian youth is firing a gun. Every time a gunshot sounds, a Chitauri flight device will lose control, fall, and explode. This is in stark contrast to the police officers who fought back but achieved little success. 34, 35, 36. Charlotte strolled along the road as if she was in her own garden, pulling the trigger in her hand and shooting, counting her replenishments in her mouth. Every bullet he fired could find its own target. and precisely drilled into the eye sockets of those Zeta Swiss soldiers, spraying out blue blood. Although the armor of these soldiers was hard, their bodies were obviously still flesh and blood, and the vital points also existed, and the armor on their heads was relatively weak. But even if the police understand this, it takes extraordinary marksmanship to support them in order to kill. $$hashtag. Gradually, Charlotte's counterattack also attracted the attention of the enemy, and a large number of Zeta Swiss soldiers gathered towards this side, shouting in an incomprehensible language. Boom, boom, boom. Overwhelming firepower swarmed towards the ground. Strafing bombardment exploded nearby, setting off countless cars rolling towards Charlotte in the air. 47, 48, 49. Facing this horrific scene, Charlotte still calmly counted replenishment and continued to walk on the road and shoot. Stepping forward amidst the blazing flames and thick smoke of the explosion, he was not harmed in any way. Not even a speck of dust was stained on his clothes, as if he had passed through thousands of flowers without any leaves on his body. But if you look closely, you will find that part of the Zeta Swiss soldiers' shot did not miss Charlotte, but directly penetrated the body without causing him any damage, as if Charlotte was just a phantom. Molding. This ability is nothing short of magical, and it allows Charlotte to do well in this firefight. Every time an attack or explosion hits, Charlotte will subconsciously activate the molding skill, covering the whole body with the skill effect, making herself temporarily invincible. It's not that Charlotte can't maintain the model-piercing skill all the time, but Charlotte found that activating active skills seems to consume his physical or mental strength. Although the molding skill consumes so little stamina each time, it is negligible. If he keeps fighting in the molding state, the consumption per second will increase exponentially. Even if he has been strengthened by gunfighting, physical fitness can't last long. Fortunately, as long as it is not activated for a long time, it is harmless, and the passive skills are not consumed. He also has the spider telepathy of Peter's shocking spirit, which can remind him of the danger. Charlotte only needs to activate the skill to dodge in time when there is a sense, and the consumption is greatly reduced. In this way, the attack of the Zeta Swiss soldiers did not threaten Charlotte at all, and even because of the gathering of opponents, Charlotte's replenishment speed increased a lot. However, it is clear that things will not be so easy. 76, 77, 78. When Charlotte counted to 78, the gunshots stopped abruptly, and 2 clicks of empty gun firing pins sounded, and the bullets ran out. This time Charlotte came out with only 2 guns and 4 spare clips, 13 rounds per clip, 1 bullet per pawn, and only 78 Zeta Swiss soldiers. The mission of Soldier Terminator is still 22 short. Soldier. Hey, I made a mistake. I forgot that I don't have infinite bullets yet. Charlotte didn't think much when she came out, but now she's out of ammo, which is more embarrassing. But it's okay, he still has teammates. Dong Yao, Dong Yao. I am Dong Wai. Please reply if you receive it. Please reply if you receive it. While hiding in a bunker, Charlotte held down her headset and started contacting Captain America and Natasha Romanoff. Charlotte, what are you talking about? Captain America, Stark, and Hawkeye were all speechless, and finally Natasha Romanoff broke the silence and asked about the situation. Battle code. Doesn't it look like a team battle atmosphere? Charlotte replied, Forget it. What's the matter with you calling us? Do you need support? Seemingly getting used to Charlotte's character, Natasha Romanoff was only silent for a while before asking about Charlotte's situation. Support is needed, but ammunition support. Charlotte continued to ask, Do you have ammunition boxes on your plane? Give me an airdrop. I'm out of bullets. I'm afraid not. To Charlotte's surprise, Natasha Romanoff refused. Fighters have been shot down, and we're fighting on the ground elsewhere. Do you need us to help? Okay, when I didn't ask, you guys keep doing your work. Charlotte hung up the headset, frowned, and looked at the policeman on the street in the distance. Why don't you ask them to borrow it? Forget it. There are too many people there, and it's hard to get hatred, so it's better not to attract the firepower. It seems that I can only solve it by myself. Charlotte lowered her head and scanned the ground, as if looking for something, and soon her eyes lit up. I don't know if the alien weapon works well. It seemed that Charlotte hadn't attacked for too long, and the Zeta Swiss soldiers who didn't dare to get too close started to gather towards him again. Boom! A blue energy ray flashed, hitting an approaching flight machine. The flight machine and the Zeta Swiss soldiers on it exploded in the air, directly turning into a gorgeous firework. Wow, that's cool. 79, 80, 81. Charlotte held a technological, scepter-like object in both hands, emitting energy rays one after another, and the replenishment count continued. Helicarrier, Director Fury stood in the command room with a stiff expression on his face. On the display screen in front of him, various images of being attacked by the Chitauri army are being played, and there are collapsed buildings and panic-stricken people everywhere. Although Chitauri's attack had just begun, the damage had already spread to several streets, and Captain America and the others were unable to take care of everything. "Sir, the Council is calling." Hill walked up to Fury to remind him, and Fury's face became serious all of a sudden. The council that Hill is talking about is not a national council, but a World Security Council. The members of Parliament are from several different countries that are qualified to influence the world pattern. Fury knows the guys on the council very well, and they generally don't interfere with the decisions of the Strategic Homeland Defense Offensive and Logistic Support Agency. But once they call, those people often make decisions that Fury doesn't want to see. In this incident, he already knew in his heart what kind of decision the other party would make. But we can't ignore them. Although this agent organization does not belong to any country in name. In fact, their agent's authority to operate in other countries, the organization's funds, and even its existence all require the approval of the World Security Council. Fury sorted out his dignified expression, regained his usual composure, and swiped the screen in front of him to answer the call from the council. Several council members appeared on the screen and made a video call. Director Nick Fury. The council has made a decision to use nuclear. A capable congresswoman spoke directly, but was interrupted by Fury. "I know that, but since the decision is so stupid, I'm going to ignore it." "Director, your aircraft carrier is the closest to there. Send fighter planes immediately." Another white-haired male congressman said in a strong tone, and was interrupted by Fury again. "Chairman, that's Manhattan Island. Unless my squad really can't hold on, otherwise I won't order a nuclear strike on civilians. If you don't wipe them out there, the whole world will suffer before things are irreversible. Sending nuclear fighters is really irreversible." After Fury finished speaking, before the other party spoke again, he pressed on the screen and hung up the video call. Fury will never agree to the decision to use a nuclear strike until the last step. Even if the Avengers do fail, Fury needs to think carefully about using nukes. Because he seriously doubts whether the power of the nuclear bomb can break the Tesseract's energy shield and close the wormhole. If not, then sacrificing a city and just replacing some of the Chitauri vanguard would help the Chitauri enter Earth better. Now that the Chitauri army hasn't rushed into Earth, maybe that's what Loki has in mind. On the other side, 39th Street in New York. 98, 99, 100. Ding, little soldier Terminator, task completed, reward skill, happy win man. With the completion of the last kill of Charlotte's 100 missions, the system prompts and the skill reward is in hand. After shooting again to eliminate a flying Zeta Swiss soldier, Charlotte dodged into the bunker to check the new skills. Happy man, active skill. Effect. After activating the skill, you can lock on a target within 30 meters and move behind the target instantly. A locked target cannot be locked again within 1 minute. Evaluation. Are you happy? I am very happy. Very happy. This displacement skill, Charlotte originally thought that the skill, Happy Wind Man, might have something to do with wind, but the result was beyond his expectation. Looking at the skill evaluation, it seemed that the focus was on the word happy, but he didn't see that the movement skill has any effect. What is so happy? Ding, the task, Free Prisoner, is completed, and the reward skill, Prison Break. Good things come in pairs, just as Charlotte was still pondering the skill, Happy Man. Another task was completed, and the time for the 3-hour jailbreak experience of Free Prisoner also came. "Charlotte, how are you doing here?" Before Charlotte checked the skill effect of Prison break. Several shouts came from behind. Captain, why are you here? Charlotte turned her head to look, and Captain America, Hawkeye, and Natasha Romanoff had arrived at some point and were engaged in a firefight with the nearby Zeta Swiss soldiers. However, compared to when Charlotte left, their clothes were a little messy, and they seemed to have experienced a lot of fierce fighting. Come to refill your ammo. While continuing to shoot, Natasha Romanoff glanced at the alien weapon in Charlotte's hand and said angrily, "But it doesn't seem necessary. You found a good toy." They definitely didn't really come this far to deliver bullets to Charlotte, but they were a little worried about Charlotte's situation, so they came to support. After all, in their eyes, Charlotte is just a high school student, and such a battle is a bit difficult for them, let alone Charlotte, who has no combat training. But they felt that they were clearly being self-indulgent and worrying in vain. Take Charlotte's clean clothes and appearance that can go directly to the banquet, and look at them looking like they ran out of the war zone, as if they are the ones who need to be rescued. Yes, I found this toy really good. Natasha Romanoff, do you want to try it? The firepower is super strong. Not knowing if she was pretending or if she really didn't hear it, Charlotte politely handed the weapon in her arms to Natasha Romanoff. Hey guys, we might be in trouble. Hawkeye Barton spoke suddenly, interrupted the chat of his teammates, pointed to the sky, and said solemnly, "Who among you can handle that big guy? What is this? An alien beetle? Or an alien turtle? What do alien creatures grow up on? Gene Keela." Charlotte looked up along Hawkeye's fingers, her eyes almost popping out. Above the city, a huge figure full of metallic texture roared and slowly came out of the wormhole. It looks like a huge amount of tortoise, but its body proportions are much slimmer than that of a tortoise. As for its body shape, it is comparable to a 500-meter-high building. Maybe it's some kind of alien biological warship. Captain America looked at this steel giant turtle that flew over them and continuously dropped a large number of Chitauri ground soldiers on the ground, and said solemnly, "Stark, have you seen this monster? I saw it, but I still can't believe it." Stark's voice came from several people's headsets. "Is Banner here? Banner, I will contain that monster. Banner is coming, and let me know." Stark suddenly flew over the heads of Charlotte and the others, and followed the steel giant turtle. However, with the transport airdrop of the giant steel tortoise, a large number of Chitauri ground combat soldiers once again occupied the streets, and the firepower became more intensive, and the occupied area expanded a bit. Hey, the country that was conquered just now has fallen again. Charlotte turned her head to look at the Zeta Swiss soldiers who were approaching them, and while continuing to shoot, she said to her teammates behind her, "I don't think this is the way to go. We must close that wormhole, otherwise there will be an endless stream of enemies of..." In the middle of Charlotte's speech, several dazzling lightning bolts suddenly fell from the sky, clearing away all the Zeta Swiss soldiers around them. A burly blonde man with a hammer aloft followed the lightning and landed a few meters away from Charlotte. However, for some reason, he was a little embarrassed when he landed, staggered, and fell to the ground. Cool. This way of appearance is too cool. Charlotte smacked her lips, her face full of envy. What he said was naturally not the opponent's way of landing, but the thunder and lightning when he came out. Who is this? Thor, who stood up, looked at the black-haired youth in front of him, and looked at Captain America with some doubts. He's Charlotte. He knows some magic. He came to support us, temporarily. Captain America explained to Thor, and then turned to introduce to Charlotte. This is Thor, from Asgard. This time he came to Earth to capture his brother Loki. Thor. Charlotte was taken aback. Did he see the legendary mythical figure? Hello, young magician. Thor nodded to Charlotte in approval. For him, those who stand together and fight together are partners. How's the situation up there? Captain America walked up to Thor and asked, "Can you close the wormhole? The energy shield protecting the Rubik's Cube is impenetrable." Thor said helplessly, "I have persuaded Loki, but he can't close it, and he doesn't want to close it." While talking, he touched the wound on his waist. His tone was a little disappointed and sad. His younger brother lied to his feelings just now and even stabbed him. "Excuse me, can I intervene?" Charlotte, who had been looking at Thor's armor and hammer, suddenly raised her hand and said, Do you mean that as long as you can penetrate that energy shield, you can close that thing? That's right. As long as you penetrate the energy shield and take out the Tesseract, you can close the wormhole. Captain America froze for a moment, then turned to look at Charlotte and asked eagerly, Charlotte, do you have a solution? Captain, have you forgotten how I got off the plane just now? That's pure energy. Charlotte, can you really? Although he is out of touch with the times, he also understands that energy and ordinary matter are two completely different properties. For me, it's the same to penetrate any substance. Charlotte shrugged and said, it's just a small thing. This is the advantage of mold penetrating. No matter what material it penetrates, for Charlotte, it doesn't matter. Hearing Charlotte's confident answer, everyone's eyes lit up. As long as the wormhole is closed and the opponent's reinforcements are cut off, the battle situation will be much better. Need me to take you for a ride? Thor walked up to Charlotte, waved the hammer in his hand, and said, it might be faster to fly directly there. No, thank you. I don't worry about letting you take it fly. Charlotte saw Thor's distressed appearance when he landed just now. He didn't want to take an injured person. Well, God's flight. Charlotte, wait a minute, I'll be right over. Stark's voice sounded in the headset again. But I will also bring a difficult big guy. Damn, isn't Banner here yet? Thug. While talking, Charlotte seemed to hear the sound of a broken motorcycle engine and turned her head to look for the sound. A middle-aged man in an ill-fitting gray shirt was riding a small motorcycle towards them from the broken road. Banner is here. Captain America pressed the headset to respond to Stark, then stepped forward to greet him. Banner parked his motorcycle and walked over. He didn't know what to say, and finally looked at the fragmented city around him, shrugged, and said in embarrassment, it looks terrifying. I've seen scarier ones. Natasha Romanoff said pointedly. When Loki attacked the flight carrier, Rage's mindless Hulk almost killed her. Feel sorry. Banner was apologetic. Although it wasn't his fault, that horrible guy was hiding inside him. It's okay. Maybe we need to scare the enemy a little. Natasha Romanoff accepted the other party's apology. Who is that guy? Charlotte stood beside Hawkeye Barton, pointed a banner, and asked, is he also here to fight? Honestly, I feel like he should be in the lab. He's more of a doctor than a fighter. He is indeed a doctor, but a very strong doctor. Hawkeye said coldly, his destructive power is definitely the strongest among us. Really? Is he so powerful? Charlotte was a little skeptical. In terms of firepower, they have Iron Man. Don't forget what the Stark family used to do, the world's #1 arms dealer. Besides, the legendary Thor just arrived. How strong is the gentle Dr. Banner? Arm up, Banner. I'm almost there. As soon as the words fell, Iron Man Stark turned around from behind a building and flew towards this side, followed by the giant steel turtle. Looks like I'm coming. Dr. Banner couldn't help being stunned when he saw this huge monster, but he quickly reacted, glanced at everyone, and turned to meet him there. Dr. Banner. Captain America took 2 steps forward, stopped the other party, and reminded, you better get angry now. That's my trick, Captain. Dr. Banner turned his head and said, I've been on fire right now. Stark was right. Loki thoroughly P**********D off all the Avengers this time. With a roar, Dr. Banner's skin gradually turned green, his body swelled and burst through his clothes, and finally turned into a green giant about 3 meters high. I'll go. I've seen this green giant before. Charlotte screamed. 4 years ago, it was this guy who hurried past his house, followed by dozens of aircraft and tanks. Boom! Under Charlotte's surprised eyes, the Hulk punched the head of the swooping steel giant turtle. The power of the Hulk stopped its advancing body abruptly, and its strong inertia made its carapace like steel armor fall off one after another, revealing a disgusting body. Woo! The steel giant tortoise let out a mournful wail, and the building-like body turned upside down and fell towards Charlotte and the others like a Mount Tai. Hold on! Iron Man fired several missiles from his arm, directly smashing the opponent's unprotected body. Captain America and the others defended to avoid the falling corpses, and only Charlotte stood calmly on the spot, in the state of molding. This green guy is so powerful. Charlotte looked at the Hulk, who was roaring upwards, and couldn't help but wonder. But soon her attention started to wander inadvertently again. And where did he buy his underwear? The elastic quality is so good. Are they not broken? Although I don't like green, I like this guy. Charlotte walked towards the Hulk carelessly and turned her head to complain to Captain America and the others. You have such a strong teammate. Why didn't you call them out earlier? Charlotte, watch out. Everyone looked at Charlotte, who stretched out her hand and slapped the Hulk's back vigorously, and couldn't help being shocked. The Hulk is very irritable, not as rational and talkative as Banner. They are afraid that Charlotte's behavior will anger the Hulk and be accidentally injured by the other party. What's wrong? Watch out for what? Charlotte turned her head to look at her inexplicable teammates in confusion, then turned her head again and gestured to the Hulk beside her and said, Hey, big guy, that punch you just made was really cool. You smashed that huge amount of guy in one go. It's rotten. Hulk is strong. This guy is weak. The Hulk kicked half of the steel giant turtle disdainfully and spat on the ground. Let's make friends. What do you usually like to do? Hulk loves to smash. Smash? That's cool. And you are lucky today. You can do whatever you want, and you don't have to lose money anyway because you don't know that we did it. Hulk smash. A car next to Hulk flew away in an instant. By the way, Hulk is your nickname? Or nickname? Hulk is Hulk. Okay, Hulk. My name is Charlotte, and we're just friends. Charlotte, friend. Let's smash together. Captain America and the others looked at Charlotte and the Hulk, who seemed to be chatting well, and their eyeballs almost fell out. Is this still the tyrannical and uncontrollable Hulk? How did Charlotte do it? Especially Thor. His heart was full of resentment. In the space carrier, why didn't the Hulk talk so well when he hit him? If it weren't for his strong body, he would have turned into a flesh. Charlotte, now is not the time to make friends. Seeing that Charlotte and the Hulk seemed to have a tendency to run out and smash things together, Captain America hurriedly stopped them. The Chitauri army is still pouring in. Closing the wormhole is the most important thing. Oh yeah, almost forgot. Charlotte patted the back of her head and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Hulk. I have a mission now. Let's smash it together next time I have a chance. Guys, look up. Natasha Romanoff reminds everyone. Everyone looked up towards the wormhole, where several Chitauri flight teams poured in again, escorting 3 steel giant turtle transport ships into the Earth. Charlotte, I'll take you there. What position do you want to fly? Stark's steel armor fell slowly, hovering beside Charlotte. As long as it's not a princess hug, anything is fine. Charlotte jokingly said, I don't want to appear in Iron Man's gossip. It will be miserable if I can't find a girlfriend in the future. Then you can come to my party. There's so many beauties. Let me introduce you. Stark grabbed Charlotte with both hands. Welcome aboard Stark's private flight. Flames erupted under their feet, and the two of them flew into the air in an instant. Okay, listen up. Captain America looked at Stark and Charlotte in the distance and began to give orders. Before Charlotte closes the wormhole, find a way to control the situation. Barton, I want you to go up on that roof, observe the battlefield, and report on the enemy's movements. Thor, you find a way to control the entrance of the wormhole and slow down the speed of the enemy's invasion. You summon lightning and strike these monsters to death. Can you take me for a ride? Stark is gone, and Hawkeye Barton can only turn to Thor for help. Happy to oblige. Thor came to Barton's side, waved the Mjolnir in his hand, took him to the roof of a tall building and dropped it, and then went away through the air. Charlotte is right. This guy's flight is definitely economy class. Barton stood up, patted his clothes, and complained. You and me, we hold the ground. Captain America continued to Natasha Romanoff, who was waiting for the order. Protect the people in the shelter and never let the Zeta Swiss soldiers break in. Yes. Natasha Romanoff raised her pistol and began firing at the Zeta Swiss soldiers who had gathered again. As for you, Hulk, Captain America didn't give Hulk any complicated orders. He only gave 3 words: hit hard. Hulk smash. The Hulk roared and jumped into the distance, and the Zeta Swiss soldiers along the way flew here and there. As for Charlotte and Stark, who were going to the Stark building, they only flew a few streets, followed by a large number of Chitauri flight teams. And the closer you get to the Stark building, The more Zeta Swiss soldiers you encounter, it's completely fallen. Since Stark is carrying Charlotte, he can't move his hands, so the firepower of counterattack is not strong. And in order to take care of Charlotte, the flight speed of the iron armor can't advance at full speed, and the two of them are being suppressed by the enemy's firepower. There are too many enemies near the building. You can't get in with me. Charlotte fought back with her energy gun in her arms and said, "This is not far from the building. I can go there by myself, and you will lead the chasers away." "Can you really go there by yourself?" "No problem." "Definitely." As soon as the words fell, Stark felt his hands loosen suddenly, and the Charlotte he was holding disappeared unexpectedly, appearing behind a Zeta Swiss soldier on the ground. Appearing only for an instant, Charlotte disappeared again, appearing behind another Zeta Swiss soldier 30 meters away. It seems that there's really no need to worry about this magical little guy. I'd better deal with this group of fanatical fans. Stark watched Charlotte, who was rapidly approaching the Stark building, flickering among the dense enemies, finally relieved and prepared to turn around and concentrate on dealing with the group of Chitauri flight soldiers who had chased them for several streets. Cool. This happy man skill is really happy. Charlotte also doesn't attack the Zeta Swiss soldiers along the way, but just disappears and appears constantly, using skills to move. The Zeta Swiss soldiers often just noticed Charlotte's appearance, and before they had time to react and shoot, they lost his figure in sight. The Zeta Swiss soldiers all over the street made Charlotte have no shortage of targets, and he arrived under the Stark building in a short while. Once again, he entered the building with a flash, shot several Zeta Swiss soldiers who wanted to chase and kill them, turned around and opened the elevator and walked in. "JRVS, I'm going to the top floor." "Yes, Mr. Charlotte." An electronic voice sounded. "Mr. Stark has just opened the access for you. Are there any enemies in the building?" "No, for some reason, those alien creatures didn't enter the building and didn't even destroy the building. Looks like that Loki is going to use this as his palace." Charlotte put the Chitauri spear in her hand on the ground, quietly watching the elevator floors rise rapidly. As long as Charlotte goes to the top level to take out the Tesseract, the wormhole will be closed. Commander Fury has been relieved of command, taking orders. 7A11. 7A11, order confirmed. We are ready to take off. On the space carrier, a flight crew member received an order from his superior. The overhead deck opened, and a fighter jet gradually rose to enter the runway for takeoff. A nuclear bomb was carried in his fighter jet, and the mission he accepted was to go to New York and launch the nuclear bomb to Manhattan Island. "Sir, we have a plane activated." There was chaos in the command room, and Hill looked at the control screen and said, "All personnel on the deck, please pay attention to the disobedient fighter and stop it from taking off. Repeat, take off without permission. Flight crew, please stop taking off immediately." "Damn it, Nick." Fury immediately understood that this was an order from the group of idiots in the council, and he couldn't help but curse and rushed out of the command room without wasting time. On the way, Fury took a detour, took out a bazooka from the warehouse, and hurried to the deck. He knew that this was an order issued by the council to his subordinates beyond its authority, so his order had no effect and could only be forcibly stopped. When Fury came to the deck, a fighter jet was already taxiing on the runway, ready to take off at any time, and he quickly set up the bazooka in his hand. Hold your breath and aim at the crosshair. Fury knows that the opponent's plane is equipped with a nuclear bomb, and the rocket can't directly hit the aircraft, which will cause the nuclear bomb to explode here, so he only aimed at the wing. He pulled the trigger, and a rocket flew towards the fighter jet that slid by in front of him with its tail smoke. Boom! As expected of the leader of the agent, where he pointed a hit, the rocket hit the right wing of the fighter and exploded, and the small half of the fuselage was directly blown to pieces, but did not affect the ammunition compartment of the fighter. Inertia continued to propel the fighter jet to taxi on the runway. Sparks flew, and it stopped almost at the edge of the deck without falling. Call! Just as Fury breathed a sigh of relief, another fighter jet flew past his eyes, ready to take off. Fury quickly threw away the bazooka that was out of ammunition and pulled out the pistol on his waist to shoot, but it was too late The fighter jet had already taken off on the deck and headed towards the sky. Trouble. Fury put down the pistol with a serious face, walked back to the cabin, and closed the door. Stark, can you hear me? Fury pressed the headset and started calling Stark. There's a missile heading straight for you. How long will it be? Up to 3 minutes. Carrying a nuclear bomb. Can raise the entire city to the ground. Nuclear. Stark, who was fighting with the Chitauri flight soldiers, couldn't help being taken aback, but he could figure out the general situation on Fury's side. JRVS put all the remaining energy into the thrusters. He couldn't waste any more time here with these troublesome guys. He had a more urgent situation to deal with. In any case, he cannot let the nuclear bomb explode in the city, where there are still a large number of people who have not evacuated. I lost. The propellers were fully fired instantly, and the back, feet, and hands all sprayed out blazing flames. Mark 7 got rid of all the Zeta Swiss soldiers at once and flew towards the outside of the city. At the same time, a fighter jet cut through the white clouds in the sky. The pilot looked at the island of Manhattan in the distance and pressed the launch button. The nuclear bomb has been dropped and will explode in 2 minutes and 30 seconds from now. A missile fell off from the bottom of the body, jetting out tail flames and flying toward the city at high speed. Definitely, Charlotte didn't know all this. He had just arrived at the top floor of the Stark building and looked at the man in green lying on the ground not far away. Hey, you're that Loki from Asgard, they say. As soon as Charlotte stepped out of the elevator, this guy fell from the sky, as if blown by something. How did you get in here? Loki seemed a little surprised by Charlotte's presence, since he had deployed a large number of Zeta Swiss soldiers outside the mansion to protect his palace. I take the elevator. Charlotte pointed to the unclosed elevator door behind her, and then asked solemnly, Excuse me, Mr. Loki, do you have an entry visa for Earth? If not, you will be sent back to your country. Repatriation. Chi. Loki seemed amused, looked at Charlotte and sneered. I have to say, your joke managed to make me laugh. Maybe I can spare your life. After all, every king deserves a court joker. Mr. Loki, I'm not joking. Charlotte shrugged and continued. If you resist arrest, we may take violent measures. Violent measures? To a great god like me, Loki said with disdain on his face. Just because you are immortal? Definitely no, I don't really like violence. Charlotte smiled harmlessly, pointed behind Loki, and said, So my friend will do it for you. Friend? Loki looked back out of the window, suspiciously. A green figure was zooming in, leaping over from the distant building. Boom! The glass-smashing Hulk slams headfirst into Loki, sending him flying so hard that he slams against the wall and slides. Enough! Loki, struggling to get up, looked at the Hulk charging toward him again, and couldn't help roaring, What are you all? I'm a god. You idiot, you ants don't want to bully me. Hulk, hit him! Charlotte rolled her eyes, ignored the middle school god, left a word, and turned to the rooftop. Hulk, smash! Hulk grabbed Loki's ankle, picked it up high like a sandbag, and slammed it on the ground, causing the hard floor to be scattered with gravel. I have to say that Loki is worthy of being a god, and his body is much harder than the floor. Weak god. In the end, Hulk seemed to have his fill of fun and casually dropped this sandbag in his hand, left a word of contempt, and turned to leave. Woo woo woo. The ooze like Loki lay on the ground, unable to move, crying out aggrieved. Earth is too dangerous. I want to go back to Asgard. I'm in place, ready to close the wormhole. Charlotte, who came to the rooftop, looked at the device emitting energy beams in front of her and pressed the headset to contact everyone. This huge amounts of blue candle is about to go out. Does anyone want to make a wish? Shut it off, Charlotte. Captain America narrowly dodged an energy shot and set out of breath. We can't hold it any longer. Okay. No, wait, I want to make a wish. Stark's voice cut in suddenly, stopping Charlotte from reaching for the Tesseract. Stark, the enemies are still pouring in. I know, but I have a big firework here that needs to be addressed. Stark continued. Someone sent a nuke that's going to go off in a minute, and I've figured out where to send it. That's right. Stark is going to send the nuclear bomb into the wormhole. In a minute. There is no place where the nuclear bomb explosion will not affect Manhattan. Wow. Nuke, Is this a victory firework? Charlotte joked exaggeratedly, but narrowed her eyes dangerously. I must ask who is so intimate to send such a good celebration gift, and I must thank the other party. They worked so hard to save the world, but they were stabbed in the back. Anyone would be unhappy. Charlotte has a good personality, but she is not without a temper. Sir, your energy is no longer enough to return. The artificial intelligence JRVS reminded, that is to say, once it fails, Stark has no way out. Save your energy and turn the corner, JRVS. Sir, shall I call Miss Potts? Also good. Stark fell silent for a moment, agreeing to JRVS's suggestion. Pepe Potts was Stark's personal secretary at first, and later became his girlfriend, and the relationship between the two has been heating up recently. I saw you, Mr. Stark. I will wait for your return. Charlotte stood on the edge of the roof and could see from a distance that the Iron Man armor was under a flight missile shooting towards the Stark building. In fact, Charlotte is not too afraid of nuclear bombs, and molding can help him avoid the explosion of nuclear bombs. Even if the radiation after the outbreak, he has a solution. Charlotte is more worried about his teammates and the civilians in this city. It's now. All of Stark's thrusters exploded, jacking the missile hard and changing its flight direction. Stark and the nuclear bomb almost brushed against the Stark building and flew vertically upwards dangerously, rushing into the wormhole after a while. Call failed. Stark passed through the wormhole and was in a distant and strange universe, and the phone to Potts was still not connected. To make matters worse, the energy of the Mark 7 armor has been completely exhausted. It loses power and begins to fall. Fortunately, Stark watched the nuclear bomb fly towards the Chitauri army, directly detonating and destroying the opponent's main ship. At the same time, the Zeta Swiss soldiers in the city seemed to lose their power for an instant, and all collapsed to the ground. Come back soon, Stark. Everyone is praying for him. Close the door. Captain America watched the nuclear explosion in the wormhole, was silent for a while, and gave Charlotte an order. A nuclear bomb explosion, whether it is the impact or radiation, may be reflected back and affect the city, and we cannot wait any longer. Excuse me, Captain. I said I'd wait for Mr. Stark to come back. Charlotte directly refused. I have a sense of proportion. Radiation could endanger the entire cities. Then don't forget who just saved this city. Charlotte dropped the headset directly and looked up at the wormhole above her head. At the same time, the right hand penetrated the energy shield and placed it next to the Tesseract, ready to close the wormhole at any time. Coming. Sharp-eyed Charlotte saw the Iron Man armor approaching the wormhole, calculated the timing, and directly took out the Tesseract. The wormhole shrank, and Stark passed through the wormhole and continued to fall, but the aftermath of the explosion did not pass through the wormhole, and the wormhole was closed in time. Mr. Stark didn't slow down. Before everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they suddenly discovered that Stark's armor did not slow down or fly up, but was still in free fall. Catch it! Just as Thor swung his hammer and was about to fly, a figure flickered behind Stark, hugging the armor. It was Charlotte. Leap of faith. An eagle croaked, and the two of them sank into an out-of-place haystack outside the Stark building with a swish and landed safely. Is he still breathing? Captain America and Thor also arrived in time to pull Charlotte and Stark out of the haystack. Thor lifted off Stark's mask, and Captain America checked Stark's situation with a serious expression on his face. Just when everyone thought that something was wrong, the Hulk suddenly fell from the sky with a roar, which directly awakened Stark, who was in a coma. What are you doing? What's going on? Stark gasped for breath, looked at the people in front of him, and said, No one gave me artificial respiration. Sorry, Mr. Stark, we didn't stop Hulk. Charlotte said with a sorrowful face. His lung capacity is relatively large, but you can't blame him. He saved you after all. No way. Stark's face turned green. What's the matter? Listen to what Charlotte means. Hulk gave him artificial respiration. Captain America and Thor looked at Charlotte, who turned her back and giggled, both speechless. Definitely, what Charlotte meant was right. Hulk's lung capacity was high and his voice was loud, yelling Stark awake, It can only be said that Charlotte is too skinny, deliberately making Stark think wrong. If you don't mind, I'd like to have a drink now. On the top floor of the Stark building, Loki struggled to get up from the ground and sat on the floor with his arms propped up, watching the ruthless Avengers in front of him expressing his surrender. Okay, let him get up. There's plenty of time to pose later. Stark glanced at Loki, put away his cool posture, turned around and glanced at the messy room and joked, "Also remember to clean it up for me." Who should this magic wand be given to? Natasha Romanoff, Loki's psychic scepter, enters from the rooftop with a gleaming cane. Commando men are coming. As soon as Captain America finished speaking, a team of people came out of the elevator. The leader was a bald white man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, followed by several murderous special forces, fully armed. "Give it to us." Okay. Natasha Romanoff seemed to know the person coming, so she handed him the psychic scepter in her hand and warned the other person, "But be careful, Sitwell. Unless you want to experience amnesia, it's not a joke. We will definitely be careful." Sitwell stopped wanting to play with it, turned his back and put it into the long metal box held by his hand. There was a hint of greed in his eyes, but no outsiders noticed it. "And Tesseract." Sitwell closed the box, turned to look at Natasha Romanoff and reminded, "We are mainly here to recover this time. The Tesseract is still in Charlotte's hands, but cannot be handed over to you for the time being. There are still some disputes about its ownership." Natasha Romanoff began to explain. "This is Thor from Asgard," and he said, "What are you doing? Stop your movements." Before Natasha Romanoff could finish speaking, she was suddenly interrupted by Sitwell's men. They seemed to have seen something frightening and instantly raised the submachine guns in their hands, pointed at someone, and yelled loudly, "Charlotte, what do you want to do with Tesseract?" Everyone in the Avengers looked at the muzzle of the gun, and they were shocked to find that Charlotte, who had never had any sense of existence until now, started to be a monster again at the moment. "Oh, I'm going to break it open and have a look." Charlotte put down the big hammer in her hand, pointed to the Tesseract on the floor, and said, "Didn't you say that this thing is a treasure, but you can't research anything? I suspect that its secret may be inside. Generally, if a good thing cannot be studied thoroughly, the secret is definitely hidden inside the treasure, taking advantage of people's psychology of not daring to destroy the treasure. I bet Charlotte 5 cents that there are definitely treasures in this Tesseract, and movies are played like this, such as martial arts cheats, Panacea, and so on. Thor, your hammer is powerful. Come and smash it." Saying so, Charlotte made room for Thor. The Avengers stroked their foreheads and were all speechless. Charlotte was talking about some inexplicable theories like movies again. "Throw away the hammer in your hand and hand over the Tesseract, or we will shoot." The commando soldier was still nervously pointing his gun at Charlotte, ready to shoot in case the guy actually hammered the Tesseract. "Give me your guns. This is my place." Stark stood in front of Charlotte, looking at the commando soldiers with an unfriendly expression, and the palm cannon in his hand began to glow slightly. "Charlotte, friend, Hulk is going to hit you." The Hulk growled, glaring at the soldiers for a fight. "Tesseract is our Asgard thing. I haven't said anything yet. What do you want to do?" Thor's hammer also began to flicker with lightning. The atmosphere at the scene seemed tense, and the conflict was on the verge of breaking out. Charlotte stopped messing around and gave him the Tesseract. Captain America and Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye rushed to persuade Charlotte. "Okay, just kidding. What are you doing so seriously?" Charlotte glanced at her teammates, shrugged, threw away the hammer in her hand, picked up the Tesseract on the ground, and threw it to Thor, and said carelessly, "But who are these people? They're so vicious, and they all look different. Like a nice guy. To be honest, this face is the life of a villain in a movie. They're the commandos of our Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Before the establishment of the Avengers, they were our strongest combat troops." A familiar voice suddenly sounded. "Nick." Fury stepped out of the elevator with his shiny, black marinated egg, walked up to the crowd, and said, "Sitwell, tell them to put down their guns. Tesseract is from Asgard." However, Secretary Pierce said, "Now I'm the director." Fury stared at Sitwell and said, "Although Pierce is the former director, He has given me his position and mission. Yes, Director Nick Fury. Sitwell was silent for a while, then turned and left with his men. Maybe you are right. After Sitwell left, Fury walked up to Stark and Captain America, who were a little surprised, and said in a deep voice, "The Tesseract is indeed dangerous. If it falls into the wrong hands accidentally, it will bring greater harm to the Earth sooner or later. If the aliens use the Tesseract to invade the Earth again, it will be troublesome. Let the Asgards deal with it. As Thor said, everyone is innocent and guilty, and the Earth is not ready to welcome other cosmic civilizations." And also, Fury paused, turned his head to look at Thor, and continued, "Let Loki be dealt with by you, Asgard. I believe you will make a fair punishment. This is Earth courting Asgard, the only alien civilization they know how to deal with. At least Asgard is not a tyrannical invader and can establish a diplomatic alliance. More importantly, the Prince of Asgard, the heir of Odin, and the future king of Asgard, Thor, has a very good impression of the Earth, and his girlfriend is also from the Earth, which reassures them even more. This is definitely Asgard owes the Earth a favor. If the Earth has any difficulties, I will come to help. After all, I like it here too." Thor also heard Fury's overture and made a promise. Although he used to be reckless, as a prince, he is not a fool who knows nothing. Since he was thrown to the Earth by Odin last time, he has grown a lot, and he has begun to show the wisdom of a leader. And what Thor said is true. He really likes the Earth very much. Then there's nothing else to do, but let's borrow one of yours to chat for a while. Fury turned to look at Charlotte, who was sitting on the sofa, and said, "Charlotte, let's talk alone." "Me? Okay." Charlotte stood up and walked towards Fury. "It just so happens that I have something to look for you too. Charlotte, don't delay too long. We still have dinner together. We are waiting for you at the Turkish barbecue restaurant we just made an appointment with." "Okay, Mr. Stark, remember to order me a barbecue for two." Charlotte shouted back and followed Fury into the elevator. "It seems that you get along well with them." Fury pressed the button on the first floor, turned to look at Charlotte, and said, "Are you interested in taking this opportunity to join the Avengers? I knew that any special situation was false only once." Charlotte said with an expression that was not what I expected. "Sure enough, superheroes' tights are the same as women's clothing, only 0 times and countless times. With your ability, you can definitely help more people, just like this mission today. Speaking of this mission, how much are you going to pay me? I should be out of prison, right?" Charlotte directly interrupted Fury's official statement and said confidently, "I saved the Earth. Without me today, the wormhole would not be closed and the Earth would be over. What do you think I should get in return for such a big contribution this time?" Forehead. Fury was momentarily a loss for words. "That's right. The reason why the wormhole can be closed today and prevent Chitauri from invading the Earth is all due to Charlotte's ability. It is no exaggeration to say that this time it was Charlotte who saved the Earth. Such a large contribution must not be paid by the original $100,000. But if you really want to count it, the credit for saving the world, even if their agent organization blew out their budget for 10 years, they still can't spend so much money. Then what do you want?" Fury definitely didn't think Charlotte really wanted money, and although the little guy seemed greedy for money, he was also a smart little guy. "I want information about my parents." Charlotte suddenly lowered her head, making her expression unclear, and said in a low voice, "They're your agents, and I want to know everything about them in the Strategic Homeland Defense, Offensive and Logistics Support Agency, including the details of the last mission." "Happening." Fury was taken aback. His face became complicated. He was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, "Okay, originally this was against the rules, but let's make an exception this time. I will let May give you their information. As for the last mission, they were revenged by the remnants of HYDRA, which is the real reason I believe you're not a member of HYDRA." Charlotte didn't speak, and Fury couldn't speak, so there was a moment of silence in the elevator. Ding! In silence, the elevator reached the first floor. The elevator door opened. Charlotte walked out silently. Fury followed behind. The two began to stroll around the nearby park, but it had just been baptized by war, and there were no civilians here, and there were no plants or attractions left. It was a mess, and only 1 or 2 disaster relief workers were busy. Charlotte walked around without saying a word, and Fury didn't want to disturb him, so he walked along. Hydra is completely destroyed, isn't it? Just when Fury, the experienced agent leader, could hardly bear the silence, Charlotte finally spoke and asked without looking back. Yes, it was your father who uncovered the hidden Hydra remnants and wiped them out. Fury quickly replied, with a strong oath. I used the identity of a director of the National Strategic Defense, Offensive and Logistic Support Agency to guarantee that they will be completely wiped out. He was afraid that the child Charlotte would fall into some kind of hatred and go astray, not to mention that Charlotte now has magic, and if she goes the wrong way, the harm will be great. Ding! Release the mission chain, Battle of Natural Enemies. Join SHIELD, Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Find out at least 100 members of Hydra lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D. Note, find out more, the better the effect of the skills drawn. Reward, draw a random skill once. Charlotte looked back at Nick. Fury with a strange face. This slap in the face is too fast. They have all lurked into your organization, and they said they were completely wiped out? But Charlotte didn't immediately refute anything. He wanted to settle the matter himself. And now he didn't completely trust Fury. Speaking of which, I wanted to give you some advice for a long time. Charlotte seemed to have returned to her usual personality and said with a smile on her face, the name of your organization is too long and too convoluted. You're not the first to say that. We've been considering a name change lately. Seeing that Charlotte seems to have let go of the knot, Fury breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile on his face, but there's been no suitable choice. What advice do you have? Young people nowadays like to use abbreviations. You can try it. It's cool. Abbreviation? SHIELD? SHIELD. Fury's eyes lit up, and he said with great satisfaction, this name is good. It is short and perfectly interprets the responsibilities of our organization. It will be our first candidate. Not directly set, just because it needs to be submitted to the council for approval. But it's basically settled, and those counselors are not so idle that they even want to take care of a name. Then you should pay me some copyright fees or something. Charlotte jokingly said, it doesn't need too much, just a few million. You really are a lion. Fury joked, I have too many people to support, but I can't squeeze out so much money for you. But I will give you some other rewards. After a pause, Fury continued, what did you think about joining the Avengers I just said? Oh, I almost forgot. It took too long. I'm going to be late for dinner. Charlotte patted the back of her head, turned, and ran away. Charlotte, don't be in a hurry to have a dinner together. Fury ran a few steps after him and said eagerly, you haven't replied to me about the Avengers. But what I'm going to attend now is a dinner party for members of the Avengers. Charlotte ran away without looking back. Fury stopped in astonishment and talked nonsense with himself for a long time. This little guy had already joined the Avengers. However, in any case, it is a good thing that Charlotte is willing to join the Avengers. With Stark's protection, at least no one dares to harass him. Fury thought of the Council and the previous SHIELD's attitude towards super abilities, and his face was a little dignified. On the other side, Charlotte hurried to the agreed dinner place. This store was very lucky. It happened to be outside the occupied area. It was not affected by the war, and it was still open. However, because of the visit event of aliens today, it is obviously difficult for guests to have the leisure to taste it. Here it is, a kebab restaurant. Charlotte checked outside the door, pushed the door open, and entered, and saw Stark and others sitting in the middle at a glance. Even Loki was there, but his hands were handcuffed, and even his mouth was sealed by an iron mask. He sat quietly in his seat and could only watch the delicious barbecue on the table. Sorry, I'm late. It's all because of that black stewed egg who insisted on not letting me go. Charlotte pushed the blame on Fury without any hesitation and said without blushing at all, you must thank me for saving the Earth, and I almost abdicated and let me inherit his position. Fortunately, I am more modest, courteously refused. Believe me, Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye, who knew their chief, couldn't help but roll their eyes, but everyone was used to Charlotte's nonsense. "Charlotte, come here and have her double roast." Stark beckoned Charlotte to sit down, handed him 2 barbecues, then pointed to the TV on the wall and said comfortably, "Look at the TV news. The reporters are reporting what happened today. There are also many wonderful shots of our battles. I think they can be included in my personal collection. Speaking of which, I'm also a journalist, but I forgot to take a photo." Charlotte sat down to take the barbecue, turned her head to look at the TV that was broadcasting the news, and said with some regret, "If some photos were taken at that time, Jameson would be willing to pay a good price to buy it. What a pity." Jonah Jameson is the boss of the New York Horn Daily, and Charlotte works as a part-time freelance photographer under him, providing him with news photos, but most of them are gossip about entertainment stars, which can be regarded as earning some extra money. "Hey, look, the host mentioned us, and the public's evaluation of us." Charlotte took a bite of the savory roast, noticing the TV host starting to report on the Avengers. Despite the devastation of the city, the heroic deeds of the Avengers squad in the midst of a confirmed alien attack were not only comforting, but deserving to many celebrate. "Let's contact the reporters on the scene to see how the citizens view and evaluate these heroes. It's good to know they're there. Someone's watching over us." Those aliens were shooting BUBU like this, exploding all over the place, and then that green guy rushed over with a bang, knocking them flying and smashing them flat. "I love you, Thor." A blonde granny came in. Puff. Charlotte accidentally squirted out the roast meat in her mouth, pushed Thor on the left with her shoulder, raised her eyebrows, and joked, "Yo, I didn't expect our Thor to be a middle-aged killer. She might just be pious. I'm a god after all." Thor hesitated for a moment and quickly explained, "He is a god with a girlfriend, and Jane is his favorite. Captain America is my savior. No matter where he is, no matter what he is, whatever they are wearing, I just want to say thank you." The words of a blonde beauty on TV made everyone turn their attention to Captain America, who was pretending to eat barbecue. "I feel like there's a story in it. Big story. Why is there such a big difference between thanking me and thanking you?" "No, I just rescued her and the people present." Charlotte's gossiping gaze and Thor's resentment made Captain America unable to calm down and quickly explained, "I already have someone I like, although she..." Captain America stopped talking, thinking of his first love girlfriend, Carter, and began to remain silent. This was his pain. Everyone also wisely stopped making fun of him. "Hey, why didn't Charlotte appear on the screen? It seems that not many people even know him." The interview was still going on, but everyone gradually realized something was wrong, and they all looked at Charlotte. It's strange that not many citizens mentioned Charlotte on TV. Even if they mentioned it, the description was very vague. It was just an Asian young man with a gun, and his marksmanship was very accurate, too far away to see clearly. To know this incident, Charlotte's credit is well-deserved #1. Not even a single lens photo. "Oh, I don't really want to affect my life. I have to go to school, so..." Charlotte shrugged and continued, "Fortunately, I basically only had contact with the police at the time, and Fury said he would take care of it for me, and no one would reveal my savior's identity. That's right. I am such an outstanding young man who is low-key, humble, and indifferent to fame and wealth." Everyone who was still feeling sorry for Charlotte looked at Charlotte, who seemed to be asking for praise, and they were all speechless. The TV was still interviewing the evaluations and opinions of the citizens, but the direction of the wind had changed unknowingly. "I can't tell. I don't feel safe with these guys around. I just feel like I'm being kept in the dark. These so-called heroes must be responsible for the damage to the city. Where do they go after the war?" One congressman in particular publicly stated that the Avengers were responsible for this incident. But Charlotte and the others didn't care. They just continued eating barbecue and chatting. That idiot's words are not even as attractive as these kebabs in front of them. In the evening, the sun sets. In a residential neighborhood in Queens, New York, a dark red sports car drove from a distance and finally came to an ordinary house and parked on the side of the road. "Mr. Stark, thank you for the ride." An Asian young man got out of the car. It was Charlotte, and he turned around to thank Stark in the car. Stark didn't want to talk. "What kind of ride?" It's obviously because of your stubborn face that you refused to get off the car and insisted on me taking you back. After eating the Turkish barbecue, Charlotte and the others went to see off Thor, who escorted Loki back to Asgard, and then they said goodbye to each other and went their separate ways. Banner took a taxi. Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye needed to return to SHIELD to report the details of the incident to Nick Fury, and Captain America left on a motorcycle. So, Stark, who drives a sports car, is followed by Charlotte. After all, taxis don't cost money. Can save a little bit. Is this your home? It still looks pretty good. Stark sat in the car seat, looking out the window at the White House behind Charlotte. The house looked a bit old, a standard two-story American house, and there was no shortage of front yards and backyards. It's nothing compared to Mr. Stark's mansion. Charlotte shrugged and said, but after all, it is the place where I grew up, a nest of gold and silver. Why not? Cough, cough, cough. By the way, would you like to come in and have a cup of tea? Do not. Okay, I know you're a busy person, with hundreds of millions in a minute, then I won't keep you. Stark was speechless. Although he did have urgent business and didn't intend to go in, but you were too polite, at least wait for him to finish his refusal. Forget it, then I'll go first. Just call me privately if you need anything. Stark shook his head helplessly, didn't care about it, started the sports car, and left directly. Pepper has called him more than once to care about him, and Stark needs to go back to comfort her. Charlotte finally back. Charlotte watched Stark's sports car disappear on the road, turned around to look at her house, and said with some emotion, I just went out to meet a netizen, and so many things happened. Not only did I eat with God, but I also had a fight with aliens. I feel that my scientific worldview has collapsed. Ding! Not to be outdone, the system beeped. All right, Charlotte corrected. Collapsed once a few months ago. Charlotte, you're back. Charlotte was feeling emotional when a surprised voice suddenly sounded behind her. Charlotte looked back, and there was a beautiful mixed-race Asian woman in a gray coat standing on the side of the road, looking at him with surprise on her face. Great, Sky, I just lost my keys. Charlotte waved hello and walked towards her. Where have you been for so many days? You don't even answer the phone. The mixed-race beauty looked at Charlotte worriedly and asked, if the uncle next door said that your aunt had called to report her safety, I would have thought you had been kidnapped. Almost indeed kidnapped. Charlotte murmured a few words to herself, then looked up at Sky, who was about to turn to open the door, frowned, and said quickly, but since you're going out, let's go out for dinner together. It's not good to stay at home all the time. Without any explanation, he directly took the other party's hand and walked out. However, Sky did not resist and obediently followed Charlotte. But Charlotte stopped in a strange way, turning her head to look at the other party. What's wrong? Looking at me like this? Is there something dirty on my face? Sky also noticed Charlotte's eyes and touched his face nervously. Strange. How strange, Charlotte said incredulously. No matter how much I persuaded you before, you house girl refused to go out for half a step. Now you came out with me so obediently, and you didn't call yourself sister to me just now. What's wrong? Are you sick with a fever? Saying that, Charlotte stretched out her hand in concern and touched Sky's forehead. Snapped. Sky knocked off Charlotte's hand and said in a panic, What house girl? It's so ugly. Before I found you, I was running outside every day. And it's not what you said. Don't you like me calling myself my sister? You never call me sister either, okay? Yeah, I ran out every day, but as soon as I moved in, I became a house girl who didn't leave the house. Charlotte complained, walked forward again, and continued. Also, I've said it all. Before the appraisal report comes out, I won't call your sister. Charlotte was bewildered when Sky knocked on Charlotte's door a month ago and told him she might be his sister. What's the situation? People are sitting at home. Sister descended from the sky? Just after his 18th birthday. You sent him a sister as a gift? Why don't you send me a girlfriend? But Sky took out her evidence, a document from the orphanage. It clearly stated that it was Charlotte's parents who sent Sky to the orphanage more than 20 years ago. Even if Charlotte asked someone to go to the orphanage department to check and confirm, it is the same. So Charlotte is dubious. Is this half-race beauty in front of her really his sister? Is it his parents' biological daughter? Or her father's illegitimate daughter? In fact, Charlotte is also a mixed race, but it is obvious that he follows his father's genes, and it is almost impossible to tell that he is a mixed race. Definitely, the appearance of a mixed race is still online. Charlotte, if Sky followed Charlotte, with a complicated expression, hesitantly said, "The appraisal report will come out in a few days. If we are not siblings, will you drive me out?" Although she only got along with Charlotte for a month, Sky found the feeling of family, which she had never experienced when she was wandering alone all the time, and she really didn't want to lose it. Charlotte stopped suddenly, and Sky was so dazed that he didn't have time to react and bumped his head on his back. "Charlotte, I'm just saying if..." Sky took a few steps back and wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Charlotte, who turned around. "Huh? You eat my food and live in mine for a month, and I will serve you every day. In the end, just because I'm not your brother, you want to pat your A** and leave? Then I won't lose my hair." Sky was stunned, and Charlotte continued, "Besides, even if you are not my sister, it was my parents who sent you to the orphanage. Your background must have something to do with my parents." Charlotte said, seeming to think of something, paused, and then continued, "So whether you are my sister or not, I will be responsible for you. My parents are agents. Their relationship with Sky must be recorded by SHIELD. Maybe it is their task. Sky's life experience. When the time comes, the information of his parents arrives, and he will know after looking through it." Well, Charlotte admitted that he had a lot of doubts about Sky and his sibling relationship from the beginning. His mother is so fierce. How could his father dare to cheat? "Let's go. What are you thinking about all the time?" Charlotte patted her belly and continued to walk forward. "I'm hungry. Filling my stomach is a big deal now. Not at all aware of having a kebab a few hours ago." "Charlotte, wait for me." Sky stood there, stared at Charlotte's back for a while, smiled, and caught up with Charlotte. "From this point of view, I hacked into the hospital system and knew the appraisal results in advance. It seems that I didn't think it would be so bad. Charlotte, I want to eat hot pot." "Hot pot? Then go to Chinatown. It's so far away." "I want to eat hot pot. I want to eat hot pot. I want to eat hot pot." "I'm afraid of you. Let's go. Take a taxi to Chinatown." "Yeah." "Hey, an old woman in her 20s. Can you be more mature?" Charlotte shook her head resignedly and flagged down a taxi. Chinatown is actually not only one street, but a special name for an area. Almost every city in the United States has a Chinatown, and the most famous Chinatown in New York is located in the lower city at the southern end of Manhattan. By the time Charlotte and their taxi arrived in Chinatown, it was already completely dark. But it didn't matter. Daxiao Street was brightly lit, shining like daylight, like a city that never sleeps. "Charlotte, where are you taking me to eat? Aren't there restaurants here?" Sky moved his long, round legs tightly wrapped in jeans and followed Charlotte, with a pair of smart eyes rolling around. Looking at the shops on the side of the road, he said eagerly, "We have missed several times along the way. It's a hot pot restaurant." Smelling the aroma wafting from the shop, Sky kept swallowing his saliva, and his soul was almost taken away. Those shops are not authentic. They are all for foreigners who don't understand. While continuing to lead the way, Charlotte said to Sky, "This time I will take you to eat authentic hot pot. I go there often, and I absolutely guarantee that you will eat your tongue." You saw it. Charlotte led Sky around a corner, and a quaint restaurant appeared in front of her. Thai restaurant is not very eye-catching in Chinatown. Its location is quite remote. It occupies a small area and only has 2 floors. The entire restaurant is made of wood, like a real ancient restaurant. Sky turned his head to look at the shops and restaurants around him, then looked at Thai restaurant and said with some hesitation, "Charlotte, this restaurant is so small. Are you sure it's really delicious?" "You don't understand. This is authentic, true Oriental style." Charlotte stretched out her finger and shook it and said confidently, "Although it is small and remote, the business is very hot, and it's not just hot pot. People who really understand Wuxia culture will come here to eat Wuxia food. Let's go in quickly, in case there are no seats." Charlotte took Sky's hand and hurried in. As soon as you enter the restaurant, you will be greeted by a gust of simplicity. The restaurant is filled with peaceful and melodious Gucci music, and the faint aroma of wine fills the air, making you feel captivated. Wow, that looks really good. Sky constantly looked at this quaint restaurant, reaching out his hand from time to touch the quaint wooden tables and chairs, his face full of novelty. Sure, I found this place by accident, Charlotte said proudly. I'm still the first customer to open here, and I'm a super VIP. Hey, isn't this little Charlotte? Charlotte was talking when a refined voice came. A middle-aged man wearing ancient literati robes came over, looked at Charlotte and said, "You haven't been here for a long time. Why are you running to me today when you have time? Uncle Lee, aren't you busy recently?" Charlotte responded to the other party familiarly. "It's rare to be free today, and my friend wants to eat hot pot, so I will bring her over to try the dishes here. This is Sky, now living in my house." Charlotte pointed to Sky, who was beside him with a confused face, and then turned to introduce Sky. "Sky, this is Uncle Lee, the owner of Tai Bai Restaurant, who claims to be a descendant of Li Bai, although I don't know if it is true." "Hi, Sky." Uncle Lee stretched out his hand politely and said, "Since I am Charlotte's friend, I am also a distinguished guest." "Hello." Sky, who was in a daze, subconsciously stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party, then suddenly came back to his senses, turned to look at Charlotte, and said in astonishment, "What did you talk about just now?" "Charlotte, you can speak Wuxia." Sky didn't understand a single word of the conversation between Charlotte and Uncle Lee just now. "What's the matter? Is it strange? Although I usually use English, Wuxia is my mother tongue." Charlotte was also taken aback and asked hesitantly, "Sky, don't you speak Wuxia?" "Learned will be a little bit." Sky choked out a few words with a guilty conscience. She tried to learn Wuxia, but it was too difficult. The ghost knows that she can even type hacker codes, but she can't master Wuxia. It is too esoteric. "Oh, I will teach you when I have a chance. You should learn the basics very quickly." Charlotte didn't think much of it, thinking that Sky just didn't have time to study. "Charlotte, what would you like to eat today?" Uncle Lee asked. "Slightly spicy hot pot, side dishes." Charlotte turned her head to look at Sky and thought for a while. "All the side dishes and a few side dishes. The wine is unnecessary, and I have to get up early to go to school tomorrow." "Charlotte, are you rich?" Sky's face was full of astonishment, and he wondered if he had heard wrongly. Ordering all the side dishes might cost a lot. Uncle Lee next to him was also a little surprised. Except for other people's treats, this kid has never been so generous. "Well, I made a small fortune today. Let's celebrate." Charlotte smiled mysteriously. Just now, his mobile phone reminded that $110,000 had been credited to the card. Obviously, it was Fury and Hawkeye who agreed to send money. "Then I'll take you to the private room on the second floor first. Old rules." Uncle Lee turned around and led the way. Charlotte and Sky followed. "Well, it's still the box at Tianshan residence." Saying that, Charlotte looked around strangely and asked in confusion, "Uncle Lee, what's the matter today? Is there no business? Usually the seats are almost full, but now there is no one, and the seats are empty." "Charlotte, didn't you watch the news? There was an alien invasion in Manhattan today, and there was a lot of chaos outside." Uncle Lee looked back at Charlotte strangely and said with emotion, "This world is so crazy. Even aliens have popped up now, although it hasn't affected Chinatown, but the business has been affected." "Charlotte, you're the third guest tonight." "Oh, and speaking of guests, your friend, that lawyer named Matthew, just left after eating with his friend." "Matthew just left?" Charlotte was taken aback and suddenly said with regret on her face, "Oh, what a pity. If Matthew is here, I can let him treat you." Matthew is a netizen that Charlotte met on the internet. He is a blind lawyer. He is not bad. Charlotte chatted with him well, so they made an appointment to meet. At that time, I ate here, and the other party fell in love with the food here and even came more diligently than Charlotte. Speaking of which, Matthew's house is not far from Chinatown, and it is near the famous Hell's Kitchen. It's just that Charlotte is very strange. How does a blind lawyer survive in a place like Hell's Kitchen, where fish and dragons are mixed together? Isn't he afraid of being troubled by punks or gangsters? Hell's Kitchen, is notoriously chaotic. Tianshan Residence Elegant Room. It's so full. Yeah, I'm so full. I can't eat anymore, but there are so many dishes left. It's okay, Uncle Lee, you can pack it up. We'll take back the ingredients that we can't finish. The dining table was a mess. Charlotte and Sky hugged their swollen stomachs, half lying on the wooden chairs and humming. There were still a lot of ingredients left on the cart next to them. By the way, Sky, why do you have to bring your laptop when you come out for a meal? The meal was too full. Charlotte and Sky both needed to slow down, so they sat down and chatted. I'm a hacker, so naturally the computer is always with me, just like a police gun. Sky rolled his eyes, then seemed to think of something and continued. Speaking of hackers, an internationally renowned hacker organization called Rising Tide contacted me recently and seemed to want to invite me to join them. Hacker organization? Charlotte froze for a moment, leaned her body to sit a little more straight, and asked curiously, hackers still have organizations? I thought hackers were solitary. Yes, but not many, and the scale will not be too large. Sky frowned and said, unless the real hackers are acquainted friends, they generally don't communicate in reality because they don't feel at ease. Hackers sometimes need to take some illegal orders. No, it should be said that in a sense, except for those hackers who have been recruited, most wild hackers exist illegally. So strange hackers rarely interact with each other in reality. Contact choose to hide behind the computer to avoid being implicated by the other party. However, this Rising Tide organization develops very quickly and often discloses some hidden information. Recently, it even created a special website to reveal the truth of the incident and announced it to the public, which has received a lot of praise. Sky said with some hesitation, actually, I also contacted them online, but I didn't expect them to invite me to join in reality, so I was a little entangled. Honestly speaking, I don't recommend you to join. Organizations that suddenly rise up are usually not simple, and they might be planning some kind of conspiracy. If you join, you will be implicated. Charlotte also frowned and asked suspiciously, but since you mentioned it, does it mean that you intend to join? Why? What is it about them that impresses you? They can learn so much hidden insider information, which shows that they have huge resources. Maybe I can borrow their resources to help me. Sky didn't say any more after he said this. Sky is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. She has always wanted to find her parents since she grew up. It is precisely because of this that I learned hacker knowledge, hoping to find information to find them. But they seem to have never existed in this world. No, to be precise, it was more like she jumped out of a rock. She couldn't find her origin in any institution. Without any birth certificate, she didn't even know her own date of birth or age. Until recently, she only found out that it was Charlotte's parents who sent her to the orphanage more than 20 years ago, which is why she couldn't wait to find her. But she was still disappointed. Obviously, Charlotte had no blood relationship with her, and she still couldn't find her family. And she couldn't find out where or why Charlotte's parents found her more than 20 years ago. She feels that the identities of Charlotte's parents are not as simple as they appear on the surface, and their true identities may be related to her own life experience. But she just couldn't find out. It seemed that there was a powerful organization hiding something. It seems that you already know the results of the appraisal report, so you are in a hurry to find help. Charlotte shrugged and continued, no wonder you are a hacker. It is not easy to hack into the hospital system. Of course, there is no need to wait for the identification report to be sent. Charlotte's words surprised Sky, and he wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Charlotte. Well, if you believe me, don't worry, let me try. I should be able to find out her background. It seems that the black marinated egg must be informed to send over his parents' information as soon as possible. Sky looked at Charlotte suspiciously. Before she came to visit, she had thoroughly investigated Charlotte, who was suspected of being her younger brother. An ordinary midtown high school student with good popularity, although netizens are spread in almost every field, she doesn't think Charlotte has any friends who can find out her life experience. If it was really that simple, she would have found out a long time ago. I'll go out and make a phone call. I'll talk about it when I come back. Charlotte waved her hand, signaling Sky to sit quietly for a while, then took out her phone, got up, and walked outside. Sky stared blankly at Charlotte's back and wanted to reach out to take out his laptop, but hesitated for a while and gave up. 308-447-359. Active skill. Effect. Join the group chat. Evaluation. Grandpa, come in and play. Funny. Outside the box, Charlotte was holding a mobile phone to make a call with someone. As for who, besides the black marinated egg, who has the authority to give Charlotte information? Charlotte, I see your parents' information. I'll have Natasha Romanoff send it to you tonight. Okay, then I'll wait for her at home. I should be home soon. Oh, by the way, in addition to the information, I also prepared some little gifts for you. I hope you will like it. Fury hung up the phone before Charlotte asked after finishing speaking. Small gift? What will it be? Charlotte stared blankly at the phone in her hand and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Why is this black marinated egg so mysterious? But Charlotte didn't think too much and turned around to return to the box, but was attracted by the sound of the door opening behind her. Looking back, a slender, mature woman just walked out of the next box, also holding a mobile phone and talking on the phone. Wilson, I feel very unhappy. Today is Richard's birthday. He has been expecting his father to come to accompany him, but you're only busy with your annoying business. Okay, I get it. I'm so disappointed in you. After finishing speaking, the woman hung up the phone and leaned against the door sadly. Family drama? Charlotte cast a curious look with some gossip. He heard from Uncle Lee that the next door to them was the second guest tonight. It seemed to be a child's birthday, but he was waiting for someone, so he didn't order food. Now it seems that the kid named Richard is going to be disappointed tonight. Seemingly noticing Charlotte's gaze, the woman glanced up at him, smiled a little embarrassedly, straightened her expression, turned, and walked back to the box. Isn't Daddy here yet? Mommy. As soon as he entered the room, a 10-year-old child couldn't wait to ask. He said he would spend my birthday with me. Richard, why don't we eat first? Your father should be on the way. He will be here soon. The woman hesitated for a while, but still didn't tell the truth. On the other side, Charlotte also returned to her box and sat down in her seat. Charlotte, who did you call just now? As soon as Charlotte sat down, Sky couldn't wait to ask. Can you really find out about my background? Honestly, I'm not sure either. Charlotte thought for a while and decided to tell the truth. Actually, I only recently discovered that my parents' identities are not simple. They're agents of a certain organization, so I suspect that sending you to the orphanage was also one of their tasks. Agent, Sky was a little surprised. Could it be that your disappearance these days is because of this, that organization came to you because of your parents? That's not true. Charlotte thought about it for a while and said without any embarrassment, my disappearance these days is purely my own fault, and they let me go after they discovered my identity. And I have asked them for my parents' information just now, and it will be delivered to my home tonight. I think there may be an answer to the secret of your life experience in their mission records. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go home quickly. When Sky heard what Charlotte said, he quickly stood up, picked up his laptop bag, and couldn't wait to pull up Charlotte and plan to go home. What's the rush? Let Uncle Lee pack the ingredients first. Bang! Bang! Charlotte, who was being dragged to the door of the box, hadn't finished speaking when 2 gunshots suddenly sounded outside the box, which made him startled, but he quickly realized it. Don't bark. Charlotte quickly reached out and pulled Sky in her arms, covered the small mouth of the other person who wanted to scream, and closed the half-open box door again, pressed her ears to the wooden door tightly, holding her breath and listening to the movement outside. The gunshot, just now, seems to have come from the first floor. Charlotte frowned and was about to open the door to go out to check when the ears attached to the door suddenly moved slightly. The door of the next box opened with a click, and 2 footsteps were approaching them. Boom! There was a rapid and slight knock on the door. Sir, please open the door. Just let my son go in and hide for a while. It won't hurt you. An anxious and worried voice whispered from outside the door, and Charlotte heard that it seemed to be the woman who was on the phone outside the box just now. Charlotte let go of her right hand, covering Sky's small mouth, exchanged a glance with her, and asked for her opinion. What do you think? You almost suffocated me. Sky patted his heaving chest, breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, the gunshot should come from the next door, kidnapping or vendetta. Or, Sky stopped at this point. Not knowing what to do, listening to the pleading outside the door, his face was full of entanglements and hesitation. If it was just her, Sky would have answered the door, but now that Charlotte was here, she would blame herself for causing trouble and getting him hurt. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Charlotte immediately understood what Sky meant, but she just smiled slightly. It seemed that she had to show her skills. Ding! Release the mission, saps profound truth. Knock out the gun-wielding thugs, 0 out of 10. Skill reward, hand knife. Charlotte's hand that was about to open the door paused slightly, and now it seemed that there was no reason to refuse. Thank you. Thank you. As soon as Charlotte opened the door, it was the previous women who met her eyes, and she kept thanking them. Beside him was a child with a frightened face, tightly holding a wooden baseball bat about his height, as if it would give him some sense of security. Richard, you stay here with the big brother sisters. Don't make a sound. Wait for Dad to pick you up, understand? Mother, obedient. The woman pushed the child into Charlotte's box, turned her head to look at Charlotte and Sky, and said apologetically, they came after me. I will lead them away. They won't cause you any trouble. Please take care of me, son. After finishing speaking, the woman took out a small women's pistol from her handbag and wanted to turn around and leave, but was held back by a hand. Hey, ma'am, it's the most basic truth to take care of your own children. Charlotte pulled the other party into the box together, snatched the pistol from the woman's hand, and continued, also, ma'am, Uncle Lee is not allowed to bring his own tableware here, especially such dangerous tableware. Saying that, Charlotte looked down at the pistol in her hand, thought for a moment, and handed it to Sky. Charlotte, you... Sky took the gun in doubt, not knowing why. Sky, close the door when I get out, and whoever opens the door, just pull the trigger and shoot. Charlotte told Sky a few words, then squatted down, looked at the child who was holding the baseball bat tightly, and said, Richard, you have a good baseball bat. Hey, and this year's Champion Lake. Robinson's signature. Can you borrow it from Big Brother? I will pay it back. This is my birthday present from my father. Holding the baseball bat in his arms, the child said timidly, but if you can drive away those bad guys and protect Mom, I'll lend it to you. Definitely. Charlotte took the stick from the child, stood up, and prepared to walk outside. Charlotte, you better not go out. Let's call the police and wait for rescue. Sky tries to dissuade Charlotte with a worried face. Wait before the police are too late. Charlotte waved the stick in her hand and said with a smile, Sky, don't worry, I can do kung fu. Before Sky could continue speaking, Charlotte turned around and walked out of the box, closing the door behind her. Charlotte leaned on a baseball bat and leaned against the stairs, listening to the movement downstairs. Brother Taitu, the owner of the restaurant, told me that Vanessa and her son are upstairs before they leave. I'll take a few people to guard downstairs. You go up and search. Hurry up. They probably got the news and are coming soon. Yes, Brother Taitu. There was a sound of footsteps going up the stairs, and 6 or 7 strong white men with guns appeared in front of Charlotte. Who are you? What are you doing here? Seeing Charlotte suddenly, they were startled. They quickly stopped and raised their pistols to point at Charlotte and shouted loudly. I say guest. Charlotte, who was leaning on the wooden pillar, raised her eyelids, glanced at the guns in the hands of the other party, and continued, Am I the only honest person here who abides by the rule that you are not allowed to bring your own tableware? Yellow monkey, get out of the way, or I will send you to hell. Seemingly noticing that Charlotte only had a wooden baseball bat in her hand and no firearm, the strong men suddenly relaxed, but they still threatened Charlotte with their pistols. Yellow monkey, Charlotte's eyes narrowed in an instant. If anyone who knew Charlotte was here, they would know that this was a sign of Charlotte's anger, and someone was going to be in trouble. Charlotte generally doesn't hold grudges, but once she is recorded, the end is basically miserable, the kind that is worse than death. I originally wanted to be a gentle and handsome man, so try to be as gentle as possible, but it seems unnecessary. Charlotte stood up straight, holding the baseball bat with one hand, and holding it with one hand again, becoming a two-handed state. You asked for this. What? What else do you want to do to us? A burly white man sneered again. Just a broken wooden stick? We are so scared, Hwampy. Boom! In the middle of speaking, Charlotte's figure suddenly disappeared in place and appeared behind the swearer as if she had changed shape. The baseball bat in her hand was raised high, and a sap directly hit the opponent's celestial cover hard. There was a sound of cracking, and something was broken, but it was definitely not the baseball bat in Charlotte's hand. Although it was only made of wood, it was solid wood, very strong. I don't know if the stick will break, but it's definitely harder than your head, and it won't break your dog's head. Bah! Charlotte looked at the strong white man who fell in front of her in response, and couldn't help spitting, then turned her head to look at the rest of the strong men with guns, and said in a cold voice, I don't want to knock you all into concussions today. Old man, it's not Sia. What did you do? The dazed, burly men suddenly came back to their senses, looking in horror at Charlotte, who was walking towards them with a baseball bat in her hand. Her footsteps kept retreating. Even the guns in her hands could not give them a sense of security. What did they just see? The Asian youth disappeared in place like a ghost, crossed a distance of 6 or 7 meters, and appeared behind their brothers in an instant. This is impossible for humans to do. Are you a devil? You must be a devil using witchcraft. No, he must be an alien. The aliens who invaded today have not been wiped out. Run. This is a devil. Shoot. Kill this alien. The other party seemed to have a disagreement. Some people threw away the pistols in their hands and turned around to escape from Charlotte, while others kept pulling the trigger to kill Charlotte. Want to leave? There's no door. The corner of Charlotte's mouth curled up slightly. Don't talk about the door. Even the windows are sealed for you. Before the dense bullets approached, Charlotte disappeared in a blink of an eye, directly past the strong men who were shooting, and teleported behind the few people who were trying to escape with their backs, and hit the opponent's chest mercilessly with a single blow of the sap. Head on. Boom, boom, boom. 3 rhythmic beating sounds sounded, and the 3 strong men who turned around and tried to escape fell limply to the ground, their bodies twitching from time to time. It's your turn. Charlotte turned her head to look at the 3 strong men behind her and grinned. It's useless to resist. Just lie down obediently. Don't come here. The 3 of them retreated again and again. Their legs were weak, and they kept pulling the trigger in their hands, trying to shoot, but the pistol just made a tat-tat-tat sound, and no bullets were fired. They were panicked just now, and they'd already fired all the bullets in the clips. They could only watch Charlotte in front of them, walking towards them with a baseball bat and grinning. This baseball bat is quite smooth, and it's also very strong. Charlotte waved the baseball bat in her hand, and there were burly men with rolled eyes and unconsciousness lying at her feet. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Charlotte stretched out her fingers and counted the number of strong men lying on the ground, and recalled the task requirements. The task is 10, and now I have knocked out 7, which means there are 3 more downstairs. Thinking about it, Charlotte put the baseball bat on her shoulder and walked down the stairs. The lobby on the first floor of Thai Bai restaurant. What's going on? Why did the upstairs suddenly shoot and scream and then gradually quiet down? Are they all subdued? A man with a square-shaped face and a short-shaved head was looking at the ceiling with an ugly expression, and 2 gunmen stood behind him. He heard that there was a battle upstairs just now, and it was his subordinates who screamed. Could it be that guy sent powerful bodyguards to protect his wife and son? But the intelligence said that Vanessa didn't let her bodyguards follow her today, so they saw the right time to place orders and only brought a few people here to kidnap him, so as to threaten that guy. Brother Taitu, could it be a trap this time? A gunman said timidly. The other party knew that we would come, so they had already laid an ambush to lure us into the bait. Impossible. Someone saw Vanessa and her son walk in. The cut-headed man categorically denied. Although that guy has always acted cruelly, he attaches great importance to his wife and son, and it is absolutely impossible to use them as bait. It is precisely because of this that some people want to spend a lot of money and hire them to kidnap Vanessa and her son. Then what shall we do now? Ironhead brother. The other gunman also timidly asked his boss, why don't we retreat first? There's already a retreat in my heart. Retreat? Do you think we still have a way out? The short-haired man glared at the subordinate who made the suggestion and said viciously, "We have completely offended him by trying to kidnap that guy's wife and son this time, and there is no place for us to hide in New York. Once caught, there is absolutely no good end. Believe me, death is the best ending. As for leaving New York, it was even more impossible. With that guy's influence, they might be caught before they even left New York City. Then what should we do? Ironhead, brother." The legs of the two gunmen went limp, their faces pale. When I thought of the prestige of that adult, but they came to kidnap his family, I regretted it endlessly. It was all because I was blinded by money and my heart was swayed by interests. The only way out now is to succeed. The man with a flat-cut head said in a deep voice, "Take the hostages to see the employer. He will arrange for us to leave. Otherwise we will be fed to the fish by the sinking sea. Someone has come down." Just as he was talking, the man with a short cut suddenly closed his mouth, raised his pistol, and pointed the muzzle in the direction of the stairs, ready to shoot at any time. The two subordinates were slightly taken aback and quickly followed suit. However, the hands holding the pistol trembled uncontrollably, staring at the stairs with fearful eyes, swallowing hard, feeling extremely nervous. Tap, tat, tat. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, which also made the man with the tight head a little confused. What's going on? Hearing footsteps alone? Ta-da! Suddenly, the footsteps on the stairs stopped, and then there was no movement, and the scene was silent. There is no movement? Go up and see. Boom! Boom! Just when Bang Kuntu was concentrating on his guard and wanted to let his subordinate step forward to check, there was a heavy knocking sound from behind, followed by two muffled groans. It seemed that something heavy had fallen to the ground. What's wrong? Bang Kuntu hurriedly turned around to check, but just as he turned his head, before he could see the attacker clearly, a yellow wooden baseball bat came towards him and hit him hard on the forehead. "Hey, Brother Ironhead, the head is not iron. It feels about the same." This was the last sound Bonsuin heard before he passed out. Then he rolled his eyes and fell limply to the ground without any movement. Ding! The task, Sap's profound truth, is completed, and the reward skill, hand sword. Hand knife, active skill. Effect. After the skill is activated, the palm of the hand hits the back of the target's neck, regardless of the force file size, regardless of any armor, and directly puts the target into a coma and deep sleep. The sleep time depends on the strength of the knife, the file size, and the target physical fitness. Evaluation. Just a little boom, and you will faint. This skill, Charlotte looked at the skill introduction of hand knife and muttered to herself, "It seems to be useless. Isn't this definitely a matter of course? Just lightly tap someone's neck with a hand knife to make someone faint. This is how martial arts movies are performed. Isn't that the reality?" Charlotte raised her palm and gestured, her face full of doubts. "Charlotte, you..." At this time, a somewhat weak voice suddenly came from the corner. The tone was full of surprise and fear, which woke Charlotte, who was thinking about the problem. A middle-aged man in a long robe was leaning against the corner, staring at him in astonishment. He covered his right arm with his left hand. Bright red liquid kept spilling from his fingers and wet his cuffs. It was Uncle Lee, the owner of Tai Bai Restaurant. "Uncle Lee, it's great that you're all right." Charlotte hurried over, checked the other party's injuries, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the wound was bleeding, but it didn't hit the fatal part, it seemed that his life was not hindered. "Uncle Lee, put your first aid kit in the old place." Charlotte stood up and walked towards the counter, groped under the counter for a while, finally took out a small white box, walked back, and squatted down again. Charlotte opened the medicine box and flipped through it. Without raising her head, she said, "Uncle Lee, let me tell you first, I'm not a medical student. At most, I can only apply medicine to stop the bleeding. Don't call it either." "Charlotte, how did you just do that?" Uncle Lee looked at Charlotte in front of him, hesitated to speak, and there was faint fear in the depths of his eyes. He just saw Charlotte appearing from under the floor like a ghost, then teleported and appeared behind the three gangsters, knocking them unconscious. This is definitely not something a normal human being can do. "Oh, you said that." Charlotte was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly said with a mysterious face, "I'll tell you a secret. Don't tell it. In fact, I'm the 135th generation descendant of Shoe Mountain, and I am a cultivator who has experienced outside. Just now I used the 2 spells of Earth Walking Technique and shrinking the ground to an inch. At the same time, the effect of Fighting Jump was activated. Air of Shoe Mountain shrunk to an inch." Hearing what Charlotte said, Uncle Lee was also stunned for a while. Then his face suddenly changed, and he said enthusiastically, "Charlotte, is your school still accepting people?" "Uncle Lee, I want to join Shushan too." "Well, it depends on the cultivation qualifications, and I am not qualified to accept people and teach exercises." While bandaging the other party, Charlotte continued to fool around. "Well, when I see the master, let me ask." Okay, I'll leave this to you, Charlotte. From now on, you'll come to Uncle Lee's for dinner, and everything will be free." Uncle Lee's face was full of surprises. He kept giggling nonstop, and he didn't even feel that Charlotte accidentally pressed her hand on his wound. And Charlotte is not surprised by his reaction at all. Uncle Lee is a seasoned fan of comprehension novels, and he has always regretted why his family does not have swordsmanship, such as Qinglian Sword Manual. Charlotte, Sky, I'm here." Charlotte had just bandaged Uncle Lee's wound when she heard Sky's voice anxiously calling her name from the 2nd floor, and quickly responded. After a while, I saw Sky running down the stairs with a boom boom and galloped toward Charlotte. "Sky, why did you come down? I didn't tell you." Before Charlotte could finish speaking, Sky hugged him. A pair of small hands kept touching him and said worriedly, "Charlotte, are you not hurt? Let me see. Bleeding, are you done? Do you need a bandage?" Charlotte raised her hands in embarrassment, looked at the woman and her son Richard who followed, and smiled sheepishly. "Well, Sky, how long are you going to touch?" After a moment of embarrassment, Charlotte felt that Sky was about to take off her clothes to check if this continued. So she quickly grabbed her hands and said, "Although I know I have a good figure, but with so many people now, it's almost fine about eating tofu. Let's talk about it when we get home." "What are you thinking? I'm just worried about you." Hearing Charlotte's words, Sky blushed, pushed Charlotte away, and said stiffly, "How can a kid have such a figure? Sky has been with me for more than 20 years, and I haven't seen any storms." Well, she hadn't seen any storms, but she would never show cowardice in front of Charlotte. Sky knew Charlotte. If he knew that he hadn't dated a boyfriend for more than 20 years, he would definitely laugh at him for a long time. Although this guy himself is not much better. "Impossible. Why am I out of shape?" Charlotte immediately retorted. "You can insult my IQ or my personality, but you must not insult my figure and appearance. My Charlotte's future plan is to rely on my face and body for food. They're the biggest capital that I don't want to work hard in the future." Although during this month of getting along, Sky has seen Charlotte's shamelessness more than once, but this time he was defeated by him without accident. Chi. Watching the interaction between Charlotte and Sky, Vanessa couldn't help but cover her little mouth and began to hold back a smile. It's nice to be young. She couldn't help but think back to when she and Wilson were young, but now, well, thinking of her husband's business, Vanessa felt a little upset and sad. While Wilson still loves him very much, and so does she, lately they've been fighting a lot about his job. Even tonight's incident, needless to say, must have been caused by her husband's work. Fortunately, I met a nobleman today, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking of this, Vanessa quickly took her child Richard's hand and walked to Charlotte to express her gratitude. "Hello, Mr. Charlotte." Vanessa stretched out her right hand and sincerely thanked. "Thanks to your help today, I subdued these people and saved me and my child." "Oh, just a trifle, ma'am." Charlotte turned around and looked at Vanessa, gently took her right hand, lowered her head for a kiss, then put it down and smiled gentlemanly. "A beautiful lady like you should not be offended. Everyone gentlemen are willing to lend a hand to you." Sky, who was next to him, looked at Charlotte, whose attitude had changed drastically, and was a little dumbfounded. Who was this gentlemanly fellow? If she hadn't been looking at Charlotte, Sky would have thought Charlotte had been swapped. "Just call me Vanessa." Vanessa was also a little surprised, but she didn't lose her composure. She gently withdrew her right hand and said with a smile, "Anyway, Mr. Charlotte saved us tonight. I must thank you." Before Vanessa could finish her words of thanks, she was interrupted by an anxious cry. "Vanessa! Richard!" A burly man in a white suit rushed in like a gust of wind, followed by a dozen ruthless black-clothed bodyguards armed with guns. "Wilson! Dad!" Seeing the person coming, Vanessa and her son Richard cried out in surprise and rushed to meet him. "Charlotte, what happened to you just now?" As soon as Vanessa left, Sky quickly reached out his right hand and touched Charlotte's forehead. "Are you sick?" "I'm very well." Charlotte scratched Sky's right hand away and said strangely, "What's wrong? Am I wrong?" "It's not that something is wrong. It's that nothing is wrong." Sky recalled the gentlemanly Charlotte just now, couldn't help shivering, touched his arm and said, "You don't think you have a crush on that lady, do you?" "Vanessa." Charlotte was taken aback for a moment, and then she was amused and said, "You misunderstood. I don't like married people." "Then you were." Not knowing why, Sky breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, I just remembered who she is," Charlotte said mysteriously. "She is Wilson Faith's wife, Vanessa." Wilson Faith. Sky turned and looked at the three of Vanessa who were hugging each other not far away, and focused on Vanessa's husband who had just arrived. "That's him? Who is he? Is he famous?" It was a fat, bald man, and Vanessa and her son Richard stood beside him like bean sprouts next to Big Potato. "You don't even know the great philanthropist Wilson Faith?" Charlotte glanced at Sky in surprise and explained to her, "I went to take pictures at the charity gala hosted by him and saw him and his wife from a distance, and I didn't recognize him just now. I heard that Wilson Faith made a lot of donations in the name of his wife Vanessa." "But so what?" Sky was still very puzzled. "What does it have to do with you? He didn't donate money to you, don't you think?" Sky knows Charlotte very well. This guy doesn't pay for anything, and he doesn't want to please anyone casually. "What are you thinking? How can I, Charlotte, be the kind of person who is greedy for money? It is a basic virtue to show kindness and not reciprocate." Charlotte condemned Sky with righteous words, but quickly lowered her voice and said in a thief-like way, "I just heard that Wilson Faith recently donated a criminology building at Empire State University and won a prize. One enrollment quota. So hey. Charlotte rubbed the back of her head with a smirk. Sky looked at Charlotte with disdain. "This scumbag wants to go through the back door. Hey, what kind of eyes do you have?" Charlotte saw Sky's eyes and quickly said, "I just made an appointment with my friend to take the Imperial State University exam together. If I fail the exam, how embarrassing it will be. You, a high school dropout, won't get it." "Charlotte." Sky seemed to have noticed something suddenly and winked at Charlotte, but Charlotte didn't notice at all, just meditating to herself. "I heard that Wilson Faith loves his family very much. I saved them. He should not be stingy with a small quota." Charlotte frowned and said distressedly, "The problem now is how to make this request tactfully. I always feel a little embarrassed. I agree to your request." "Scare." A dull voice suddenly sounded behind Charlotte, startling him. "When did you come here?" Turning around, Charlotte was shocked to find that Wilson, Faith, and Vanessa had come behind him at some point, especially Vanessa, who was looking at him with a suppressed smile. "Just when you said, 'Don't return favors.'" Vanessa looked at Charlotte with a smile on her face, which made him a little embarrassed. "Ha ha ha. I'm joking with Sky. Don't take it seriously." "No, Mr. Charlotte. Vanessa told me that if it weren't for your help today, my wife and my children would have been in trouble." A trace of gratitude appeared on Faith's cold face. "Vanessa and Richard are my everything, and a small college spot can't express my gratitude at all. If you need any help in the future, just ask Kim. Faith will definitely try my best to satisfy you. It's still Queens, and it's still a familiar street." A stretched black Rolls-Royce drove up from a distance and parked firmly on the side of the road. Charlotte and Sky got off from it. "Mr. Charlotte, if you need anything, you can call me at any time, and I will definitely help." "Okay, I will definitely call if necessary." Charlotte waved goodbye to each other, turned around, and walked towards her home with Sky. Originally, for tonight's incident, Charlotte had to wait for the police to come and record the statement before going home. But when he learned that Charlotte was in a hurry to go home, Faith waved his hand and suggested that he send Charlotte and the others home. On the police side, Faith only said, "If you have any questions, talk to my lawyer," but the policeman didn't say anything and left directly with interest. This is Wilson Faith, and their police station was donated by others. "Okay, Charlotte, can you stop smirking? Isn't it just a quota? As for that." Skye looked at Charlotte with disgust. The guy hadn't stopped since he got out of the car. "You do not understand." Charlotte restrained the expression on her face a little, and while taking the key from Skye to open the door, she said, "As for college, the most important thing is to accumulate contacts. In addition to being a top student, Empire State University is also a noble young lady. The former can solve my study problem, and the latter can solve my living expenses problem. I think you are mainly for the latter. I don't believe that you, a scumbag, can have anything in common with a top student." Skye rolled his eyes and followed Charlotte into the house, who said, "Isn't Peter next door just a top student, and I can still chat with him very well?" Charlotte retorted, "Although I never talked to him about learning problems, the technical terms he said, such as protons, neutrons, alpha rays, gamma rays, are indeed incomprehensible." "That's right." Skye nodded in agreement. "This is the resentment of the two scumbags." The two walked to the living room, and Skye sat down on the sofa. "Speaking of which, why hasn't anyone arrived yet?" Charlotte looked up at the clock in the living room and asked strangely, "Will the agent be late too?" As he said that, he took out his mobile phone and wanted to make a call. "It's not me who's late. It's you, Charlotte." Suddenly, a cold voice came from the kitchen. A woman in black tights came out slowly, glaring at Charlotte. It was Natasha Romanoff. Originally, Fury asked her, a 10th-level agent, to run errands and deliver things, and Natasha Romanoff was already upset, but Charlotte dared to be late, saying that she would be back soon, and made her wait for so long. "Who are you?" Skye quickly stood up, pointed at the other party, and said, "How did you get in?" "Skye, relax. She is the one who delivered the materials." Charlotte quickly explained before Skye calmed down. As for how Natasha Romanoff got in, she is an agent, and if this can't be figured out, then Charlotte really doubts whether SHIELD has a future. "This is your contact device, which contains the information you want." Natasha Romanoff just glanced at Skye, ignored her, took out a watch-shaped metal object from her waist, and handed it to Charlotte. "You can set the encryption method yourself." Such a simple design. Charlotte took the watch and looked at its shape and couldn't help complaining. Natasha Romanoff held out her hand, wanting to take it back. "I didn't say no." Charlotte withdrew her hand and quickly put the watch on her hand. "Huh? It's still invisible, and it's not uncomfortable to wear." The color of the watch changed, like a chameleon, blending with Charlotte's skin color. Charlotte flicked her wrist and found that it didn't affect his movement at all. This is so high-tech. With a single touch, a light curtain of the file size of the mobile phone is projected from the watch and displayed in front of Charlotte. Touch the light screen with your hands, you can slide and zoom, and the maximum can be enlarged to the file size of the computer screen. Definitely, this is a good thing just developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. I really don't know why Fury values Charlotte so much. Natasha Romanoff was getting a little jealous. This watch is both a communicator and a proof of your agent identity. Natasha Romanoff looked at Charlotte, who was fiddling with the watch, and continued to explain to him, "We will contact you through this watch." "Wait, what agent identity?" Charlotte suddenly felt something was wrong, turned to look at Natasha Romanoff, and said, "Since when did I become an agent?" He just agreed to join the Avengers, but he didn't agree to be an agent. Although Avengers also belongs to SHIELD in name, is only in name. In fact, apart from Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Barton, it is estimated that Fury cannot mobilize other Avengers members at will. Fortunately, Captain America said, maybe he will help out for the sake of his first love girlfriend Carter, but Stark will not ignore Fury's orders unless he is willing to do it himself. For Thor, does anyone know the shuttle bus to Asgard or an email address? As for Dr. Banner, who wants to chat with Hulk about mission details? Here is your agent certificate. Natasha Romanoff took out a certificate from her waist again, handed it to Charlotte, and said, although it is an exception, SHIELDS regulations cannot be broken. Generally, you cannot check the corresponding information without the corresponding authority. This is already a special case for you. So Fury can only get you an agent status, but under normal circumstances, he won't bother you. Real. Charlotte's face was full of disbelief, but she didn't care about anything anymore. Flipping through the agent certificate, a hint of surprise appeared on Charlotte's face. What the hell is a super agent? Does SHIELD have this level? As far as I know, there are only 10 levels in S.H.I.E.L.D. You are a special case. Natasha Romanoff explained to Charlotte with some jealousy. You only need to obey the orders of the director. You have the right to refuse the orders of others, and you can mobilize agents below the 7th level. For SHIELD agents, level 7 is a watershed, and above level 7 is a high-level agent. For example, Hawkeye Barton is a level 7 agent, and Natasha Romanoff is a level 10 agent. To be honest, Fury is too kind to you. If I didn't know that you are Asian, I would suspect that you are his illegitimate child. Natasha Romanoff recalled that rumor and heard that Fury had trained Shatter Agent as the next generation of S.H.I.E.L.D. director. By the way, in addition to the contactor and information, Fury also asked me to send some things over. Natasha Romanoff turned and walked back to the kitchen, took out a silver suitcase, put it on the table, and opened it. This is SHIELD's latest technology, Sleep Gun. Its bullets can directly stun people, very powerful ones. Natasha Romanoff held out 2 silver pistols and handed them to Charlotte. Isn't it just a tranquilizer gun? Is this the latest SHIELD technology? Charlotte twitched the pistol in her hand, and it didn't feel so magical. If you let the 2 scientists who invented this bullet here, they might try to kill you. Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes. You will know its power after you try it yourself. After a pause, Natasha Romanoff took out 2 short sticks again and introduced. There's also this one, made of super alloy. Both ends can release a super high electric current, which can instantly stun people. Natasha Romanoff introduced all the contents of the box to Charlotte, and Charlotte found that they were all small auxiliary props and non-lethal weapons. But Charlotte wasn't surprised. After all, he was still a student, and Fury couldn't possibly give himself those dangerous things. Also, Fury asked me to bring you a message. Natasha Romanoff finished introducing the props, closed the box, looked at Charlotte, and continued. You're about to graduate from high school. Are you interested in going to the Agent Academy this holiday? If you want to go, you just contact Fury directly, and he will arrange it for you. Agent Academy? What is that? Charlotte was taken aback for a moment and asked suspiciously, Is the agent's school? How's it going there? Yes. Natasha Romanoff nodded and said, The Agent Academy is mainly a place to train agents for S.H.I.E.L.D. There are roughly science and technology branches, combat branches, and communication branches. These branches. If you want to go, you can choose a branch to study in it. And you're already an agent, and you don't need to study for a long time. It is just the basic knowledge and requirements for you to tutor an agent. But in fact, I don't know much about it, so I can't give you much advice. Natasha Romanoff was not a SHIELD agent. She first served in the Red Room of the Soviet Union. It was only after the disintegration of the Soviet Union that she joined SHIELD for atonement. I will consider it, but if I really plan to go, it must be the Battle Academy. Charlotte replied without thinking. The other branches had nothing to do with him as a scumbag. Sure enough, Fury also said that there is a high probability that you will choose the War Academy. Natasha Romanoff said with an expected expression, Because your parents were both from the War Academy, especially your father, who was the chief student of that class. It seems that there is no special situation. I really have to go there. Charlotte was a little moved. Mom and Dad's school must be visited. Okay, I brought my things and my words. If there's nothing else, I'll go first. Natasha Romanoff wanted to say goodbye, but as soon as she walked to the door, she suddenly remembered something, turned her head and said to Charlotte, By the way, a friendly reminder, your Aunt May already knows what happened to you today, and it will probably be earlier in a few days. Return. After speaking, he left without looking back. Forehead. Originally, she wanted to wave goodbye to Charlotte, but she froze on the spot, dumbfounded. Charlotte, are you okay? After a while, Charlotte looked at Sky's little hand waving in front of her eyes and came back to her senses. I'm going to die. Aunt May must be very angry. Charlotte's sudden scream startled Sky. What's wrong? Charlotte, it's nothing. It's just that my Aunt may come to see me these few days. Charlotte's sad face made Sky confused. What's the situation? Isn't it good for the elders to visit? Speaking of which, she hasn't met Aunt Charlotte yet. Charlotte's face was still full of fear, and she even had the urge to run overnight. Since Melinda took care of Charlotte, she took away all the guns at home, even toy guns. But today he was fighting aliens on the streets of New York with a gun. Charlotte had already foreseen Aunt May's serious face. Hey, don't talk about this. Charlotte suddenly took off her watch, handed it to Sky, and said, You should check your background first. Sky was taken aback for a moment. Looking at the watch Charlotte handed over, his expression became tense. Charlotte, let's look at yours first. I'm not in a hurry. Sky has always wanted to know his life experience and the whereabouts of his parents. But when this moment came, his heart was full of tension. Are you in no hurry? Charlotte couldn't help being stunned, and then smiled and said, I'm really not in a hurry. After all, my parents have so many materials. I can't read them all at once. I will have time to read them slowly. After a pause, Charlotte continued, Sky, haven't you always wanted to know your own background? There is nothing to be afraid of. The important thing is to find your parents as soon as possible. Sky took the watch, hesitated for a while, and finally seemed to muster up courage and began to search the information in the watch. 24 years ago, the XXX Welfare Institute, founded. Sky cheered in surprise and began to read the mission record above. In 1988, in XX Village, Nanhu Province, all the villagers died strangely overnight. SHIL the agents Shat and Shiri went to investigate, but to no avail, only brought back a baby girl and finally sent to XXX Orphanage. The mission record came to an abrupt end, with only a few sentences explaining the entire mission process. Charlotte, The watch in Sky's hand fell to the ground, and tears began to overflow from his eyes, across his smooth face, and dripped to the ground. It was not easy to find out my own life experience, but in the end, although her life experience was not clearly given in the mission, such a description makes it hard not to think that her parents were one of the villagers who died strangely, and she was the surviving baby girl. Maybe things are not as bad as imagined. Maybe your parents are not dead. Charlotte didn't know how to comfort Sky, so she had to hold her and let her cry in her arms. Maybe it would be better to cry out, just like him back then. In Queens in the morning, it is peaceful and peaceful. People routinely get up, have breakfast, and then go to work or school. Hey, other people get up early in the morning and drink a glass of milk or orange juice. Charlotte walked out of the house with her school bag in her hand, rubbing her stomach and complaining in her mouth. As for me, why do I have a foot when I open my eyes? Last night, Sky was so sad that she cried and fell asleep in Charlotte's arms, and Charlotte had to carry her back to her bedroom. But when Charlotte wanted to leave, his arm was already tightly held by Sky in his sleep, and he refused to let go no matter what. Helpless, in order not to wake up the other party, Charlotte could only lie down together. As a result, early this morning, Charlotte, who was still in a dream, was awakened by Sky's scream. Before she could figure out what was going on, Charlotte, who had just opened her eyes, was directly attacked in the abdomen and kicked out of bed. But why isn't my spider telepathy triggered? Charlotte was walking on the road, muttering to herself. Is it turned off? Or was Sky's kick not judged as an attack? It's so strange. Charlotte, you're back. Just as Charlotte was talking to herself, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind. Turning his head to look, a brown-haired white boy who was about the same age as Charlotte chased him and ran to his side, a little out of breath. The boy was also wearing a pair of glasses, and he looked like a nerd, but Charlotte knew that this was not a simple nerd, but a student master. No, he should be a student god. It's Peter. I came home last night. Charlotte greeted each other familiarly, and then walked together hand in hand. Peter, Parker, Charlotte's good friend, lives next door to his house. He and Charlotte are classmates, and they grew up together. I haven't been to school for the past 2 days, Did the professor say anything? I didn't even have time to ask for leave. Charlotte turned to Peter and asked, "Did you ask for leave for me? If not, it means that I may be detained after school today. Your aunt called Ben uncle. I'll ask you to take a leave of absence." "That's great. Otherwise the old man will say, when Charlotte comes back, I'm going to make him clean the hallway and the toilet for a week." And so on. Charlotte's expression changed. Her voice was hoarse. Her tone was low. Her face was serious and rigid, as if she was imitating someone's speech. Peter next to him couldn't help snickering. It's so similar. By the way, did you read yesterday's news? Peter suddenly remembered something and said enthusiastically, "Aliens descended on Manhattan yesterday. I didn't expect there to be aliens in this world. Oh, look, this is amazing." Charlotte was a little disinterested. He wouldn't tell Peter he was there. "I really want to see what their genes are like." Peter adjusted his glasses and continued, "I think it might be a little different from ours after all. The gravity, rays, and other factors of different planets will have an impact. I also think it should be different." Although she couldn't understand Peter's technical terms, Charlotte recalled Chitauri's ugly appearance. No matter how you looked at it, it couldn't be the same creature as humans. In fact, Midtown High School is not far away, and within 10 minutes, Charlotte and Peter came to the school. "Peter, Charlotte, good morning." Charlotte and Peter were just opening the lockers in the hallway when a red-haired girl passed by and greeted them with a smile. "What are you talking about?" "MJ, we." Upon seeing the person, Peter, who was chatting and laughing with Charlotte, immediately became nervous, unable to speak as if he was stuttering, and his face turned red. "Hey," Charlotte sighed deeply. This guy was so embarrassing. Mary Jane Watson, known as MJ by familiar friends, is also a classmate of Charlotte and Peter's class. What's more, she and her aunt also live in the neighborhood of Charlotte and Peter. And Charlotte knows that Peter has always liked MJ, definitely, but he has a crush on him and dare not say it out loud. "MJ, we were talking about which college to go to after graduation." Charlotte glanced at Peter, who was speechless, and hurried to the rescue. "Peter said he wants to go to Empire State University. How about you?" "Really? I want to go there too." MJ looked at Peter with some surprise, but he also felt distressed. "With Peter's grades, I can definitely pass the exam, but unfortunately my grades are still a little bit hanging." Although her grades are not bad, she is not absolutely sure if she wants to enter Empire State University. "It's okay. Just let Peter make up for you." Charlotte patted Peter on the back and said encouragingly, "I'm sure Peter would be happy to help. Right, Peter?" At the same time, he quietly pinched Peter, waking him up when he was still nervous. Yes, I'd love to help." Peter froze for a moment and immediately realized that his head was nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. "Oh, thank you so much, Peter," MJ said gratefully. "I will go to your aunt's house to find you then." Both of Peter's parents died, and now he has been living with his uncle and Aunt May. Yes, Charlotte and Peter both have an Aunt May, although they are not the same one. And MJ's aunt has a very good relationship with Peter's aunt, and they often visit Peter's house. "Charlotte, when did I say I was going to Empire State?" Watching MJ leave, Peter suddenly turned his head to look at Charlotte and said, "I haven't decided which school to go to yet." "Then you're not thinking about it now." Charlotte shrugged and said teasingly, "You know MJ wants to go to Empire State. Will you not follow?" And Empire State is originally a very good school. They are famous for their genetics. "Isn't that what you want to learn?" "Yes, I did consider Empire State." Peter nodded as if realizing something, but quickly realized that something was wrong. "Charlotte, did you know that MJ wanted to take the Imperial State exam?" Otherwise, Charlotte wouldn't have spoken out before MJ. "Yeah, I already knew that." While closing her locker, Charlotte said, "I heard from Gwen that both she and MJ wanted to go to Empire State, and MJ wanted to ask Gwen for homework. But I asked Gwen to find a way to decline her, to create conditions for you. How about? Am I good enough friends?" Peter suddenly realized that Gwen was also a girl in their class and had a good relationship with Charlotte. The morning classes at school were very boring. They were all culture classes, which made Charlotte drowsy. However, the afternoon classes are much more interesting, and there is nothing more relaxing than a free-roaming gym class. This sun is so comfortable. In the school playground, Charlotte half-lead in the auditorium, basking in the sun with her eyes squinted like a lazy old cat. "Charlotte, why don't you go to the event?" With sleepy eyes, Charlotte felt a figure standing beside her, and a familiar and pleasant voice slightly drove away his drowsiness. "Gwen, what's the matter?" Charlotte didn't sit up, but just put her hands on the back of her head, tilted her head, and opened her eyes to see the person coming. A slender blonde beauty was imprinted in Charlotte's eyes. Gwen Stacy, a high school girl in the city, has a cheerful personality, is friendly to others, and has excellent studies, so there are not many suitors, but for some reason, all of them are rejected. "It's okay, I can't find you." Gwen sat down gently next to Charlotte. "Definitely okay. What a beauty does is right." Charlotte smiled. "You can't change our bet, even if you please me." Gwen narrowed her eyes, concealed her joy, changed the subject, and said, "It was agreed at the beginning. If you can't enter the Empire State, you owe me a condition." Charlotte didn't refute anything, just smiled like a little fox. Gwen didn't notice Charlotte's expression, just paused and continued. "However, you guessed right about MJ. She really wanted Peter for help." At the beginning, when Charlotte asked her to decline MJ, she still didn't believe that MJ would go to Peter for help. But now Charlotte really guessed it right. "It's not a guess, it's an inevitability." Charlotte smiled and said confidently, "You and Peter are the only top students in our school. Generally speaking, as a girl, MJ will naturally go to you for help first, but after being rejected by you, Peter is her choice. In fact, Peter was her best choice at the beginning, but she was embarrassed. It seems that MJ was tricked by you. How can this be called a calculation? I am fulfilling them." Charlotte sat up suddenly and said with a look of resentment, "I really can't understand these two guys. They obviously have a crush on each other, and they are procrastinating. The worst thing is that I keep asking me to help deliver things, and I, Charlotte, am not an owl. Obviously, Peter and MJ are childhood sweethearts since childhood. Why didn't they pierce this layer of window paper?" Hearing Charlotte's complaints, Gwen couldn't help covering her mouth and snickering. "Then you, an owl, haven't thought about yourself? Haven't you thought about finding a female owl?" Charlotte froze for a moment, then said immediately, "I'm very demanding." "How tall?" Gwen smiled, and there was some anticipation in the depths of her smiling eyes. "My ideal other half." Charlotte stopped in the middle of speaking. Her eyes were attracted by Gwen's back. She stood up abruptly and walked towards the auditorium. "What's up, Charlotte?" In the middle of Charlotte's words, Gwen, who was expecting an answer, felt a little overwhelmed and angrily turned her head to look in the direction Charlotte was heading. At some point, there seemed to be some conflicts on the playground, and a group of people were watching. The reason why Charlotte left was because he saw Peter and MJ surrounded in the center. "MJ, you rejected me because of this nerd?" A tall boy with blonde hair, wearing a football uniform, stood in front of MJ and Peter, gearing up. "Lightning, I refuse that you have nothing to do with Peter. Please don't involve him." MJ stood in front of Peter and said with a bad face, "I reject you just because you are too rude and childish." "Am I rude and childish?" Lightning pointed at himself in disbelief and retorted, "I, Lightning, are the stars of the school's football team. How can this nerd compare to me?" "Peter, do you only dare to hide behind women?" Lightning turned to stare at Peter behind MJ and taunted loudly, "If you have the ability, stand up and compete with me." "You, Lightning, don't go too far." Before Peter could speak, MJ stopped in front of Peter like a mother cat protecting her cubs. "How could Peter beat you as a rugby player?" The Lightning, whose real name was Eugene Thompson, was the star of the city's high school football team, tall and well-known throughout the school. "Charlotte, won't you help?" At the moment, Gwen also rushed to the outside of the crowd, but was surprised to find that Charlotte just stood calmly in the crowd, looking at everything inside, and had no intention of making a move. "Now? No. Charlotte grabbed Gwen, who wanted to enter the center, and said lightly, "It's not the time yet. Let's watch for a while. I believe Peter will not let me down." In fact, Lightning has always had a hobby of bullying Peter often throwing him in a locker to tease him and the like. Charlotte fought for Peter a few times before Lightning restrained himself, but the other party still looked down on Peter, thinking that Peter was just a coward who dared not fight back. In fact, Charlotte also hated Iron and Steel, and he hoped that Peter could fight back on his own. In that case, even if he failed, he would have to fight again. But Gwen was a little anxious. She is worried about MJ now. MJ stands in front of Peter without any scruples, and the reckless and impulsive Lightning doesn't care about these things. Sure enough, Peter's delay in responding made Lightning annoyed, and he stretched out his fist to hit MJ, who was standing in front of Peter. Boom! MJ, who closed his eyes, didn't feel the pain, opened his eyes and looked. Peter. She was surprised to find that Lightning was thrown to the ground, and Peter was sitting on Lightning at some point, and his crazy fist hit Lightning like raindrops. But obviously it didn't work. Leaving aside the difference in size and strength, the football uniform worn by Lightning alone was enough to make most people unable to break through their defenses. Perhaps Lightning didn't expect that Peter, who was always timid, would dare to fight back, and was stunned for a moment. But he quickly reacted, looked at Peter, who was riding on him, and yelled through gritted teeth, "Peter, you nasty guy. Shame on him for being pushed down by a skinny nerd." Lightning pushed Peter away from him, stood up, and raised his fist to throw at him. "Hey, Lightning, what's the point of fighting Peter?" A hand suddenly grabbed the high-raised wrist of Lightning, and a familiar voice sounded from behind him. "Let's have a spar." "Charlotte." Lightning turned his head to look, his face turned dark. The last thing he wanted to mess with in this school was Charlotte. It's not that he can't beat Charlotte. In fact, he hasn't seen Charlotte take a shot. But Charlotte has a wide range of friends. Last time, because he robbed Peter of pocket money, the other party called 7 or 8 coaches from the Fight Club and gave him a good philosophy class. Moreover, the Orientals are not to be offended. It is said that they know Kung Fu. Lightning has seen an old man from the East who easily knocked down a dozen gangsters with just a short stick. Charlotte, don't mind your own business. Although Lightning was full of psychological shadows about that philosophical incident, but now that so many students are watching, he can't admit it, so he can only bite the bullet and shout at Charlotte. "This time it's a conflict between me and Peter. Let me go." As he spoke, he tugged at his arm that was grabbed by Charlotte, but it remained motionless, as if being clamped by iron clamps. Although Charlotte has never practiced Kung Fu, his physical fitness has been strengthened by gunfighting art. Naturally, he cannot compare with Captain America and the others, but compared to a Lightning, it is still more than enough. "You'd better sleep for a while, honestly. I wish you a sweet dream." Charlotte raised her palm to make a knife shape through the thick football uniform and struck Lightning on the back of the neck with one blow. "Hand knife." Lightning rolled his eyes, his body softened immediately, and he fell unconscious on the ground. "Kung Fu. Who shall Kung Fu?" The surrounding students screamed out, and many Kung Fu fans even yelled words such as internal strength and fighting cattle across the mountain. "How is it? Peter, are you all right?" Charlotte walked to Peter's side, stretched out her hand, and pulled him up. "Are you hurt?" "Charlotte, I didn't." Before Peter finished speaking, Charlotte interrupted. "What fell? It hurts like hell." "What? Peter, where are you hurt?" When MJ behind Charlotte heard that Peter was injured, he rushed over immediately, carefully supported Peter, and asked with concern, "Is it okay?" "Huh? Injured?" Peter froze for a moment, looked at Charlotte, who was winking at him, and immediately reacted. His face turned red. "I mind? It hurts so much." Peter bent down suddenly, covering the ankle of his right leg with both hands and screaming in pain. "What are you talking about, MJ?" Charlotte quietly withdrew her foot and exaggeratedly said, "Peter seems to be dying. Hurry up and take him to the infirmary, in case the injury gets worse." Yes, Peter. Let's go to the infirmary." MJ looked at the grinning Peter. His face was full of worry, and quickly supported the limping Peter and walked towards the campus infirmary. "Isn't Peter your friend? As for being so heavy..." Gwen came to Charlotte at some point and said with a smile in her eyes, "Even if it's to make MJ worry about Peter, it doesn't have to be like this. As a bystander, she saw Charlotte's kick. In fact, MJ was probably the only one who didn't see it. I have a sense of proportion. It's just a little skin trauma. It's called not being able to let go of a child and not being able to catch a wolf. Charlotte curled her lips and said, Peter is too honest. If I were him, in this situation, I would fall to the ground and couldn't get up. I would have to give artificial respiration to wake up. Chee, chee, chee. Gwen covered her mouth and suppressed a smile. Knowing what she knew about Charlotte, this guy might actually be able to do it. Who's fighting? Just as Charlotte and Gwen were about to leave, a shout came from outside the crowd, and the teacher was late. Okay, here comes the trouble. Charlotte shrugged and said helplessly, looks like I'm going to have tea in Professor Ron's office again. Professor Ron doesn't actually teach Charlotte's class, nor is he a professor, but their grade director, but he really enjoys being called a professor, not a director. Just thinking of that old-fashioned one gave Charlotte a headache, and today she had to clean the hallway again. The facts are exactly as Charlotte expected. After school, he stood in the office with Lightning, who had just woken up. In front of them was a middle-aged man in a gray suit with a Mediterranean hairstyle. Charlotte, it's you again. When will you reassure me? Professor Ron patted his table excitedly, then stopped quickly and touched it distressedly. He had just finished waxing the table today. Professor, it was Lightning who was bullying Peter today. I just wanted to dissuade. Charlotte shrugged and said, I just touched him once, and he passed out. I don't know anything. If you don't believe me, you can ask the students who were there at the time. Nonsense. It must be your fault that I fainted. Lightning pointed at Charlotte emotionally and retorted, This must be Huxia Kung Fu. It's Charlotte who made me faint. I don't know Kung Fu. You are lying. I really can't. Charlotte said seriously, but Lightning obviously didn't believe it. Charlotte couldn't help being speechless. What the hell is this? Some people believed his lies, but no one believed him when he told the truth. I don't care how you stun Lightning, whether it's Kung Fu or magic. Professor Ron directly interrupted the argument between Charlotte and Lightning and roared loudly. Anyway, Charlotte, stay for me today and clean the corridor for me. There is also a toilet. When Lightning saw Professor Ron punishing Charlotte, he couldn't help but feel complacent and said emphatically, This can also be cleaned by him. No, that's your job. My job. The expression of Lightning froze for a moment, and he turned his head to look at Professor Ron dully. Why? It was Charlotte who hit me, and I was the victim. Yeah, so he's cleaning the hallway today, and you. Professor Ron breathed a sigh of relief, sat down on the chair, looked at Lightning, and said coldly, I've heard about the fact that you often bully Peter. So, before you graduate, the task of cleaning the toilets is yours alone. Lightning was dumbfounded for a moment, and Charlotte beside him couldn't stop laughing. Hey, Stanley, I've finished cleaning the hallway. I'm leaving now. Charlotte ran through the corridor with her school bag in her hand, patted the shoulder of a white-haired old man pushing a cleaning cart, and said hello. Hey, little guy, don't you want to chat with me for a while? I was just about to tell you about the magical hammer I met when I traveled to New Mexico last time. No, if you have a chance in the future, you can continue to make up by the way. Tell me the story of you going to an alien planet to pick up girls, or the talking raccoon. Charlotte waved her hand without looking back and ran out of the teaching building like a gust of wind. Charlotte, here. Gwen, you haven't gone back yet. As soon as Charlotte left the teaching building, she heard someone calling herself, and when she looked up, it was Gwen. Wait for you. I have something to talk to you. Gwen walked up to Charlotte, carrying her school bag, and complained, Why are you so slow? I can't help it. I'm listening to people bragging. Charlotte shrugged helplessly, walked on the side of the road with Gwen, and said, What do you want from me? Aren't we going to graduate in a month? Gwen brushed the blonde hair by her ear, glanced at Charlotte, and asked, Are you trying to talk about our bet? Charlotte looked at Gwen, who was hesitating to speak, as if she understood something, and said, I'm not going to lose this time. I've already obtained the admission quota for Empire State through my relationship. I didn't mean this. Wait. Gwen was taken aback for a moment, and immediately said pleasantly, You got the admission quota for Empire State? How did you do it? The heavenly secret must not be leaked. Charlotte raised her eyebrows, her face full of mystery. That would be great, so we could be at the same school again. There was a smile on Gwen's face, but he seemed to remember his business, and continued. However, I didn't want to talk about this matter. It's not about this, Charlotte asked suspiciously. Then what do you want to say? I mean, the prom in 2 weeks. Gwen opened her mouth, but finally spoke. Graduation party? Charlotte suddenly realized. Oh, Peter told me this. He wanted to invite MJ to be his dance partner, but he was embarrassed and wanted me to give him an idea. How about you? Gwen looked at Charlotte expectantly. Have you been invited? Or a suitable dance partner? With a hint of worry in her eyes, Charlotte is still very popular at school. Charlotte tilted her head, thought for a moment, then suddenly turned to look at Gwen. Charlotte, why are you looking at me like that? Gwen blushed a little under Charlotte's gaze and turned her head away in embarrassment. Gwen, have you found a date yet? Charlotte asked curiously. No. Still not looking at Charlotte, Gwen stammered. I haven't been invited yet. In fact, she lied. Gwen had turned down no fewer than 10 partner offers, and she was waiting for someone. Ding. Release the task. Dancing youth. Invite Gwen Stacy to be your dance partner and become the dancing king and dancing queen at the prom. Skill reward. Chicken, you are so beautiful. Charlotte touched her nose and suddenly stepped up a few steps, came to Gwen and stopped her, bent down gentlemanly and said, I wonder if I, Charlotte, have the honor to invite the beautiful Miss Gwen Stacy be my dance partner? What? Gwen stared blankly at Charlotte, who was bending over in front of her, and didn't realize it all at once. Was it so direct? Wow. Young people these days are so romantic. Inviting a dance partner on the street. I was not so bold when I was young. Yeah, if I had done this in the first place, I wouldn't have missed my first love. For a while, Charlotte's behavior attracted passers-by to watch, and they were full of admiration and admiration. Many people even applauded him. Charlotte, hearing the cheers and applause from the passers-by, Gwen's little face turned red, and she took Charlotte's arm and ran out. Come on, boy. With the encouragement of passers-by behind her, Charlotte waved her hand to express her gratitude. After a while, Gwen dragged Charlotte and ran for 2 streets before stopping to breathe. There was a touch of rosiness on her delicate face, and she didn't know whether it was from exercise or embarrassment. Charlotte, how do you? Gwen turned to look at Charlotte behind her, not knowing what to say. What's wrong? Charlotte touched the back of her head and said doubtfully, I don't have a partner, and you don't have a partner, so I invite you to be my partner. Isn't that great? Could it be? After a pause, Charlotte said with a face full of shock, You hate me? No, Gwen hurriedly explained, for fear that Charlotte would misunderstand. That's good. Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Gwen, and continued to ask, Then my dance partner invites. Gwen rolled her eyes, ignored Charlotte, just took out her phone and pressed a few times, then put the phone away and walked to the side of the road, reaching out to flag down a taxi. Gwen, what do you mean by that? Charlotte looked at a text message she received on her phone, feeling a little dazed. That's my home address. Pick me up on the night of the dance. Gwen left a word, got in the car, and drove away. Sky, come out to eat. I bought your favorite fried chicken and coffee. As soon as Charlotte got home, she threw her school bag on the sofa, went to the dining table to pour herself a glass of water, and called out to Sky. The room was silent, and there was no response, which made Charlotte feel bad. Sky, are you home? Charlotte put down the water glass in her hand and walked upstairs to the bedroom. Laptop gone, clothes on the floor gone. As soon as she walked into Sky's bedroom, Charlotte was stunned by the scene in front of her. The clothes that had been thrown everywhere on the floor had disappeared, and she looked as if people were walking through the building. Is Sky gone? Because of her parents? Charlotte walked downstairs with some disappointment. Going in such a hurry? Didn't even say hello or leave a message to say goodbye. It has to be said that this month of getting along has made Charlotte a little accustomed to Sky's existence. And Sky has also brought life and vitality to his originally deserted home. Charlotte sat on the sofa, took out her mobile phone, looked at Sky's contact number, wondering if she should call or not. I used to believe I could be a one. I used to believe I could be alone. I thought I could fly with a heart of stone. I thought I could fly with a heart of stone. Just when Charlotte was about to put away his phone played a burst of music, which was his ringtone. Sky. Charlotte looked at the caller ID, a little surprised, but picked it up anyway. Sky. Charlotte, are you home yet? Before Charlotte could speak, she was interrupted by Sky on the phone. I'm at Peter's place. Aunt Peter is making tacos. Come and eat. Charlotte was speechless for a moment. Sky, a foodie, went to Peter's house to eat and drink again. What a shame. Sky, don't finish eating. I'll be right over. Leave 2 for me. But after all, Charlotte rushed out of her house in a hurry and ran towards Peter's house. It was late last time, but Sky didn't have any left for him. Beep, beep. Charlotte came to the house next door, rang the doorbell, and after a while, the door opened. Charlotte is here. Come in quickly. I'm waiting for you. This uncle, an old man with mottled white hair, was standing behind the door. Charlotte greeted him familiarly, but without seeing him, she closed the door behind her and followed the old man into the house. Ben Parker, Peter's uncle, is a very kind elder, and Charlotte respects him very much. Aunt Peter is so good at making tacos, it's delicious. As soon as Charlotte entered the living room, she heard Sky's voice. Following the sound, Sky was sitting at the dining table, typing on the computer with one hand and stuffing meat rolls into her mouth with the other. Sky, can you be a little more ladylike when you eat? Charlotte walked to Sky and sat down, turned her head and asked, Where's Aunt May? It's in the kitchen, Sky said vaguely. We have a lot of people, and she said we should do more. The cheeks are bulging like a greedy little squirrel. Then why don't you help her in the kitchen? Charlotte poured her a glass of water to keep her from choking and continued, I know how to eat all day long, and I don't know how to do anything. Charlotte, don't blame Sky. Ben Uncle, who was sitting on the side watching TV, turned his head and spoke for Sky. It's not like you don't know that May never asks others to help when she cooks her specialty tacos. That's true. Charlotte nodded. Who says I can't do anything? And Sky retorted at Charlotte with his teeth and claws. I cleaned up your bedroom and mine today, and I took out all the dirty clothes and washed them off. I was exhausted all afternoon, but I was rewarded by Aunt Peter. Tired ghost, there's an automatic laundry room in our community. You just move your clothes there, and Aunt May must help you with drying clothes and so on. Charlotte rolled her eyes, took a bite of the meat roll on the table, and said vaguely, Besides, I brought you fried chicken and coffee. It was originally intended for dinner, but now it seems that it can only be used as a supper. Eating supper again? Sky is a little entangled. He has been eating late at night lately, and he has gained a lot of weight. If you don't eat it, it's all mine. Who said I wouldn't eat it? Sky immediately put aside his weight, and it's okay to have another supper, just this one tonight, and we'll talk about it later. Where's Peter? Charlotte turned her head to look at the living room, but didn't find Peter's figure and asked strangely, Didn't he come back early? He's upstairs in his room, and that's what I was about to ask. Ben Uncle turned his body to look at Charlotte and asked strangely, Did something happen at school today? Peter locked himself in the room as soon as he got home. If it wasn't for the smirks that came from his room from time to time, my aunt and I would still be worried. Giggle. Charlotte was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized, Oh, it's okay, all adolescent boys are like this, I'll go up and see him. It seems that Peter and MJ are making progress. Charlotte picked up a plate of meat rolls with a gossipy face and walked upstairs. Boom, boom, boom. Charlotte took the plate and knocked on Peter's door. Peter, open the door, it's me. Charlotte, wait a minute, I'll be right there. There was a flurry of noises in the room, and it took a while before Peter opened the door to let Charlotte in. Peter, is your foot okay? It's okay. It's just a small injury. Just sleep for a night, and you'll be fine. Peter didn't complain. He had to thank Charlotte this time. That's good. As soon as Charlotte entered the room, she glanced at the clothes on Peter's bed that were trying to hide, and was a little puzzled. What are you doing? These. Peter blushed and said sheepishly, I'm trying on a dress for the prom, but I don't seem to have any formal clothes. Gown. Charlotte put the plate on the desk, turned to look at Peter, and said in surprise, You mean MJ agreed to be your prom partner? After a pause, he continued to praise, "Not bad. You actually invited MJ yourself. You have made progress. I thought you were going to trouble me again." "No, it's not." Peter sat by the bed and waved his hands again and again. "I didn't invite MJ. She invited me to be her dance partner, and she invited me when she sent me back." My God. The praise on Charlotte's face turned into contempt in an instant. "You actually let girls take the initiative, let a girl invite boys to dance. You are not a gentleman at all." Hearing Charlotte's disdain, Peter's face collapsed. He didn't want to, but as soon as he saw MJ, he couldn't say the invitation. "Hey, I'm really convinced of you." Charlotte sighed deeply, a little resentful, but she still said comfortingly, "But at least it proves one thing. MJ has a good feeling for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invited you." "Real?" Peter looked surprised. But what?" Charlotte's but got Peter's mind back. "I think you have a little problem to fix right now." "What is the problem? Can you dance? Or do you know the dances that are required at the ball?" Peter was dumbfounded by Charlotte's question. "That's right, I can dance. Not to mention the ballroom dancing required for the prom. He has never even been exposed to ordinary dancing." "Well, it's not a small problem now." Seeing Peter's expression, Charlotte immediately understood the situation, shook her head helplessly, and said, "I can already see the limping MJ stepped on by you after the prom." "What about you, Charlotte? Can you dance?" Peter quickly looked at Charlotte and asked, wanting to see how he solved it. Charlotte patted Peter on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Little friend, I have attended more banquets than you have passed exams. What do you think?" Since childhood, Charlotte's parents have taught him that dancing is a skill that a gentleman must master. When the dance music is played, never refuse any girl's invitation, let alone make a fool of herself in front of girls. So Charlotte is almost proficient in all kinds of dances. Social dance as required. Now that I think about it carefully, Charlotte's parents seem to have taught him a lot of skills when he was a child, especially in aristocratic etiquette. Peter was speechless for a while and immediately asked, "Charlotte, what should I do?" He didn't want to actually stomp MJ out of the dance. That would be a shame. "Let's do this. It's fine if you don't grind your guns quickly." Charlotte looked at Peter, who was about to cry, and said helplessly, "I'll introduce you to a dance class. The dance instructor there is my friend, and the fee is not high. Just say you're my friend, and I can call you Fold. You go to a class or two every week, and then take some textbooks to go home and practice on your own. Although it is impossible for you to master too many dances in 2 weeks, you can also cope with the situation by dancing 1 or 2 simple dances more proficiently." Great, saved. Peter breathed a sigh of relief. Now he doesn't have to make a fool of himself. Well, now it's just a matter of dresses. Charlotte flipped through the clothes on Peter's bed and said with a look of disgust, "You're going to wear these to the prom?" "What's wrong?" Peter couldn't help but said anxiously, "This is already my most formal clothes, such as this one. I wore it to attend an academic lecture last time." "Ha!" Charlotte said speechlessly. "Then are you going to dance? Or to be a host? This is the prom, not your academic speech. You wear this to attend. I feel awkward for MJ." "Forget it. We are not much different in size. I will lend you a dress then." "Oh." Peter scratched his head embarrassingly, and at the same time, he was a little surprised. Normally, Charlotte was unconstrained in everything, but she never thought that she would be so meticulous when it came to the prom. "By the way, did MJ say that you need to pick her up?" No mention of this. Peter recalled a moment and replied, "Oh, but I still suggest you pick her up." Charlotte reminded Peter, and at the same time remembered some questions herself, turned around and walked out of Peter's room, took out her mobile phone, and dialed a number. "Mr. Stark, good evening." "Charlotte, what's the matter with you?" "Oh, it's nothing important. I just want to ask you what sports car Curry doesn't drive. Please lend me a day." "Sports car? What do you want to do with it?" "I'm going to prom in 2 weeks." "Oh, that's it. It's not a problem, okay?" "Charlotte, is there anything else you can do?" "Mr. Stark, I don't actually have a driver's license yet." "Okay, I'll give you another driver, okay?" "Thanks, Mr. Stark." Going to school, leaving school, being detained occasionally, the peaceful lifetime always passes quickly. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye, and it was prom day. Are you the driver, Mr. Stark said? Charlotte looked at a middle-aged fat man standing outside her house and was a little skeptical. What I want is a driver to go to the prom, but I don't need the elders to attend the parent-teacher meeting. The other party was speechless for a while. Harpy, as a driver, was recently promoted to be the Minister of Safety. He couldn't figure out why his boss would let him drive for a high school student to attend some kind of prom. The worst thing is that this kid still looks disgusted looking at himself. My own driving skills have been questioned, but he is Mr. Stark's full-time driver. Mr. Charlotte, I'm the driver the boss called to drive for you. Although this high school student is a bit hateful, but as Mr. Stark's driver and the head of the security department, he must have a demeanor and cannot be seen like a child. My name is Happy. Happy smiled and introduced Charlotte politely. This is a sports car our boss prepared for you. As he spoke, he moved aside, revealing a dark red sports car parked on the side of the road behind him. Not bad. Charlotte's eyes lit up, and she walked quickly to the sports car and reached out to touch the smooth lines of the car body. Isn't this the one from last time? The last time Stark sent Charlotte back was this sports car. The one from last time? Happy was a little puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. He just replied, "This is our boss's favorite sports car. He specifically asked me to drive this one over here." When it comes to this, Happy is a little unbelievable. This sports car is indeed Stark's favorite. Usually, even he, the professional driver, has never touched this car a few times. It has always been used by Stark for driving. Although Stark now has a steel armor, he rarely drives out for a ride. And this time Stark actually ordered him to drive out this sports car. Is this kid the illegitimate son of his boss? Not like it. Well, Stark is such a friend. Charlotte patted the car, opened the door, and sat in. Happy, we need to hurry up. Although there's still plenty of time, we still have to pick up a beautiful lady. It is not good to keep the lady waiting for a long time. Okay. Happy quickly walked around the car to the left, opened the door, and sat in the driver's seat, and the sports car drove away. Mr. Charlotte, how did you meet the boss? And what is the relationship? In the car, Happy seemed to feel that the atmosphere was dull, so he picked up a topic at random. He was a little curious as to what kind of identity this young man was that could make his boss pay so much attention to him. Oh, I fought with him and saved him once. Charlotte took out her phone and answered casually. Have fought together? Also saved the boss. Are you the hidden Avenger? Happy remembered the unidentified Avenger reported in the news, a young Asian man with a gun, and understood immediately. At the same time, he was very surprised. He didn't expect that a humble high school student was actually an Avenger like his boss. Yes, I am, but don't tell it. This is a secret of SHIELD. Charlotte glanced at Happy, then changed the subject and said, Happy, how long have you been driving for Mr. Stark? It's been a few years. Hey, how do you know I drive for the boss? Happy glanced at Charlotte beside him with some surprise. He didn't remember mentioning this. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that Mr. Stark mentioned it last time. This car is his favorite, and few people can touch it. Charlotte sent a text message to Gwen on her mobile phone and replied, he can let you drive out to pick me up, so it's easy to guess. That's it. Happy turned to look at Charlotte and asked in disbelief, what if the boss can't find his driver temporarily, so he can't call me here? Definitely there are others. Charlotte was still texting without raising her head and said, ordinary drivers drive their boss's car, but they're not as casual as you. They're probably already nervous to the point of being new drivers who have just started on the road, trembling, lest there will be an accident scratch the car. So, please pay attention when driving. At least look at the road to see if it is okay. If the driving is not standardized, your loved ones will cry. Happy shut his mouth. This kid is still so annoying. Moreover, the boy's appearance during analysis reminded him of a person, the former secretary of the boss, the dismissed Natasha Romanoff agent. The atmosphere in the car fell silent again. Charlotte sat in the front seat, and while she was away from Gwen's house, she began to think about some problems. First of all, during this period, his Aunt May came back and found Charlotte once, and the two talked alone for a long time. In the end, Aunt May told him some secrets she knew about Charlotte's parents, such as the secret weapon under his garage. Library. Charlotte knew that this meant that Aunt May had acquiesced in her choice. In addition, it is a system task. A task has been released in the past 2 weeks, but this task has made Charlotte feel distressed for a long time. At that time, Charlotte was shopping and just passed by a clothing store, and the task came. Ding, the most beautiful boy at the ball. A custom-made dress to attend the ball. The price must not be less than $100,000. Skill reward, Hylon House. That's right, it's the gorgeous dress he's wearing now. 100,000 USD. The windfall some time ago was gone overnight. Just think of buying a skill for 100,000 US dollars. Charlotte can only comfort herself, but it still hurts so much. I'm already downstairs. No. Waiting for your female dance partner is the honor of every gentleman. You can take your time and don't worry. Come up for a meeting? That's a good idea. Outside a residential apartment building, Charlotte put away her mobile phone, turned to look at Happy in the driver's seat, and asked, I'm going to have a meeting. Do you want to join me? No need. I'll be fine here. Happy declined Charlotte's kindness, saying that he could just wait in the car. All right. Not reluctantly, Charlotte turned and walked into the door of the apartment. Beep, beep. After a while, Charlotte came to the floor of Gwen's house and rang the doorbell of Gwen's house. Speaking of which, I haven't been to Gwen's house yet, nor have I met her family members. I don't know if they get along well. While waiting for Gwen to open the door, Charlotte thought to herself, I heard that Gwen's father is a policeman. He wouldn't scare me with a police gun, would he? After all, I'm his daughter's partner, and I heard that fathers don't like their daughter's partner. Click. While Charlotte was thinking about it, the door opened, and behind it stood a blond, middle-aged man in a police uniform. Hi, Uncle. I am. Charlotte's words stopped abruptly, and she stared blankly at the other party. You. And similarly, the other party seemed very surprised to see Charlotte here. What a coincidence, Uncle. We meet again. Charlotte quickly realized, scratched the back of her head, and said with a smirk, My name is Charlotte, and I'm Gwen's dance partner tonight. Dancing partner? Gwen's father also reacted, looking at the stupid young man in front of him, feeling helpless. Gwen never told me that her graduation partner will be an agent. What kind of defense and attack is an agent? Uncle, it's National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistic Support Bureau. Charlotte corrected him. But the name has been changed now. SHILD. That's right. Charlotte didn't expect that Gwen's father was the police officer he rescued during the last battle in New York. Charlotte also had to sigh, the world is so small. But at least he doesn't have to worry about Gwen's father scaring himself with a police gun. Right? Dad, is that Charlotte? Just keep him waiting. I'll be fine soon. Understood. At the moment, Gwen's voice came from inside the house, and Gwen's father responded back, and then said to Charlotte, Come and sit first. Gwen is still changing clothes. Thank you, Uncle. Charlotte was not polite and walked in directly, and Gwen's father closed the door behind him. Sit down first. Gwen's father said hello to Charlotte, then walked to the refrigerator and said, What do you want to drink? Immediately after opening the refrigerator, he changed his words. Well, it seems that there's only juice left at home. Juice is okay. Charlotte was not picky either, took a sip of the juice, and then sat on the sofa. You know, whether it's a girl or a woman, it takes a little time for them to change. Looking at Charlotte, who was drinking juice, Gwen's father sat across from him and suggested, Let's have a chat during this time. Definitely can. Charlotte put down the juice, looked at Gwen's father, and said, Speaking of which, I've heard Gwen mention you a long time ago. A police officer who is devoted to his duties and solves countless cases is simply Sherlock Holmes. Stop. Gwen's father interrupted Charlotte's flattery with black lines. Let's talk about you. Charlotte scratched her head embarrassingly and said, What can I say? An ordinary high school student. How can I compare to you? Ordinary high school students can't. When Gwen's father said this, he couldn't help turning his head to look at his daughter's room, and said in a low voice, Ordinary high school students would not fight aliens on the streets of New York with guns, nor would there be any SHILD agent's identity. It is even more impossible to join Avengers. As soon as the battle was over that day, the police officers from the upper echelons came to contact them and asked them not to reveal Charlotte's identity on confidential grounds. Oh, you said that. Charlotte suddenly realized, the agent is just my part-time job. After all, my family conditions are a bit poor, so I need to work and study. Generally speaking, the treatment is good, and dental medical insurance is also provided. God TM work-study program. Gwen's father almost recovered from his breath. He had also heard his daughter mention this little guy's incomprehension many times, and it was indeed so when he saw it today. In fact, what Charlotte does is her freedom. As long as she doesn't break the law, it has nothing to do with him. But he could see that his daughter seemed to have a lot of affection for this guy named Charlotte, and she often mentioned him at home. This has something to do with it. The danger of an agent is much higher than that of the police, and it might even implicate Gwen. As a father, I don't want to see my daughter get hurt. Hey, forget it. Gwen's father wanted to say something else, but he looked at the smirking Charlotte and thought about it, but he didn't speak anymore. Young people's affairs should be solved by themselves. It has to be said that Gwen's father also seemed to have a good first impression of Charlotte. If it were someone else, he would have warned her to stay away from his daughter. Dad, what are you talking about? Just when the atmosphere between Charlotte and Gwen's father was a little awkward, the door opened in Gwen's room, breaking the silence. Charlotte turned her head to look and saw Gwen stepping out of the door, and her eyes lit up instantly. Gwen was wearing a tight-fitting long black dress, which outlined a flawless figure, conservative yet brilliant. The long blonde hair cascaded down in slight curls, gently resting on the slender white neck like a white swan and slipping down on the delicate collarbone. Against the backdrop of the black dress, she looked even more charming. There's a faint light in the light blue eyes, as ethereal as an angel, and seems to be looking forward to something. Oh, Gwen, you are so beautiful. Charlotte couldn't help but praised. I feel that the most correct decision I made in my life was to invite Miss Gwen Stacy to be my graduation partner. Otherwise, I'll just be jealous watching an angel descend into the world and dance with someone else. It's going to be the most embarrassing prom ever. What about now? Hearing Charlotte's praise, Gwen couldn't hide the joy in the depths of her eyes, and the corners of her mouth also twitched with joy. Tonight is definitely my most memorable prom, because I have a beautiful angel dancing with me. Charlotte stood up, straightened her dress, walked towards Gwen lightly, bent down and stretched out her right hand in front of her, and said gentlemanly, "Beautiful Miss Gwen, I can't wait to dance with you." Cough, cough, cough. Gwen's father, who was ignored by the side, couldn't help coughing a few times, indicating that he was still there. Like a frightened little rabbit, Gwen quickly retracted the little hand she wanted to raise and said with a slightly red face, "Dad, are you still there?" Gwen's father couldn't help but rolled his eyes, and it was superfluous to cooperate with himself. She is really an extroverted girl. It's not that you were worried that this kid didn't have a car, so you asked me to stay here to see you off. Gwen's father said angrily. "Hurry up. I have to go to the police station." "Oh no, Uncle," Charlotte hurriedly said. "If you have something to do, you can do it first. I borrowed a car from a friend this time, so we can go to the dance by ourselves." Borrowed a car? Do you have a driver's license? When Gwen's father heard this, he immediately turned to look at Charlotte and asked, "I don't want to take my daughter's dance partner back to the police station to dance." He still remembers the scene where Charlotte took someone else's driver's license and pretended to be an agent. "So I also borrowed a professional driver who will take us to the prom." Charlotte had expected this situation a long time ago. If it wasn't for impressing Gwen's father, wouldn't he not need a substitute driver? Wouldn't it be nice to drive a sports car by himself? As for the driver's license, he has an agent certificate. In an emergency mission, which policeman would dare to stop the car? But if Fury knew that Charlotte used his agent card like this, I'm afraid his face would turn black with anger. No, it would turn pale with anger. "Okay, let's go together then." Gwen's father nodded in approval. It seems that this kid is reliable in his work. After a while, the three of Charlotte came downstairs. "Charlotte, where's your car?" Gwen looked around and said strangely, "Where did you stop?" At the same time, I was a little worried. Maybe Charlotte lied to her father in order to save face. "Maybe Charlotte is parked elsewhere. Dad, you go first." "Charlotte, where are you going?" Gwen was about to take cover for Charlotte when she spotted Charlotte walking quickly to a dark red sports car, opened the back door, and turned to look at her. Gwen covered her mouth, too surprised to speak. She had seen this luxurious sports car a long time ago, but it never occurred to Gwen that this was the car Charlotte had come to pick her up. "Gwen, get in the car." Charlotte stood by the car, opened the car door for Gwen, raised her eyebrows, and said in greeting, "The time for the dance is almost here. Tonight's Dancing King and Dancing Queen can't be late. I still want to dance with you. Where's your first dance?" "Charlotte, did you really borrow this car?" Gwen walked up to Charlotte hesitantly, looked inside the car cautiously, and found that the driver was smiling at her politely. And then she was sure that Charlotte hadn't lied to her, and carefully got into the car. But Gwen was still very shocked. Although she didn't pay much attention to luxury cars, the temperament of this car was there. A real luxury car. Even if it was just parked there, anyone could see its high value. "Otherwise, I don't have the guts to snatch it." Charlotte jokingly said, "My friend borrowed it, and so did this driver. Your friend must be super rich." Although she always knew that Charlotte had a wide range of friends, Gwen still didn't expect Charlotte to have such friends. "He is quite rich, but I don't care if he has money or not when I make friends. He is basically richer than me anyway." Charlotte's words made Happy in the driver's seat roll his eyes. His boss, the richest man, has become very rich in Charlotte's mouth. Gwen's father was only surprised for a while, and soon remembered Charlotte's Avenger identity. It seems that the friend Charlotte mentioned may be Stark, who is also the richest man in Avenger. "Uncle, go get busy. Don't worry. I promise to send Gwen back intact." Charlotte closed the car door for Gwen, turned around to say hello to Gwen's father, and got into the car. In the middle of the city, the prom is about to begin. Walking along the campus, you can see students dressed in costumes everywhere. After washing away the tiredness caused by their usual work, the boys are all heroic and the girls are all beautiful. "Hey, you guys didn't see Peter's classic car just now. It's really ugly." At the school gate, a tall blonde boy was leaning against a stylish convertible, laughing loudly with several hot beauties. It was Lightning Thompson. Next to it was a glaring MJ and a somewhat ashamed Peter. Peter's Ben uncle drove them to school tonight in his car. "MJ, I'm so sorry." Peter's face was a little embarrassed. He would have followed Charlotte's suggestion if he knew it earlier and rented a car to pick up MJ. "Leave him alone. Peter, I'm glad you came to pick me up." MJ, in a long red dress, comforted Peter and said, "You are much better than this guy who doesn't pick up his dance partner even though he has a car. And, Peter, you are really handsome today." Peter was wearing a well-fitting suit and dress. His usual nerd atmosphere was reduced a lot, and he looked very energetic. It can be said that people rely on clothes. "Really? Thanks." Hearing MJ's compliment, Peter said shyly, "MJ, you are beautiful today too." "Haha, Peter, you can handle this suit, but I doubt you can match it." Lightning obviously didn't intend to let Peter go and began to laugh again. "Can you dance, you nerd? Don't make a fool of yourself like a monkey at the ball, or I will laugh my big teeth off." "I don't need you to worry," Peter countered viciously. "You still worry about your dance partner. Can you make it in time tonight?" Although he was in a hurry, after 2 weeks of coach training and his own practice at home, Peter has mastered several simple dance steps. At least he won't make a fool of himself tonight. Lightning stood up in disbelief and wanted to walk towards Peter. "Bookworm, it seems that what happened last time gave you the courage to talk to me like this." Lightning is gearing up and wants to teach Peter a lesson and let him know what lightning is. "Lightning, what do you want to do? Do you want to clean the toilet tonight?" MJ's words directly frightened Lightning. Tonight is the prom. If everyone else is dancing, but you're called to clean the toilet, it will be shameful. "I'll forgive you today. Let's talk about it next time." Not to be outdone, Lightning put down his harsh words, but his body returned to its original position honestly. "However, I'm kind of looking forward to how that Charlotte guy will come to the dance." Perhaps because of reluctance, Lightning rolled his eyes and set the target of ridicule on Charlotte, who had not yet arrived, and laughed loudly. "I remember that guy doesn't have a car. It's worse than Peter. It's not like taking a taxi come to the dance. I can't wait to see it." The ridicule stopped abruptly, and Lightning wiped his eyes suddenly, as if he had seen some hallucinations. He couldn't believe it. Lightning, I seem to hear you mention me. A dark red sports car parked steadily next to the Lightning car, and a young man in a black dress trimmed with gold silk opened the door and walked out. You. Lightning looked at Charlotte and the sports car beside him, like a duck with its neck strangled, stuttering, and unable to speak. He read it right. Charlotte actually got off this sports car. How could it be? He's not those girls like Gwen who don't know anything about cars. This car looks like a limited edition, and there's nowhere to buy it. Even if you can buy it, I'm afraid I'll sell his car, and I won't be able to afford a wheel. Beautiful lady, here we are. Charlotte quickly walked to the other side of the sports car, opened the car politely, and stretched out her right hand in a gentlemanly manner. Thanks. Gwen walked out of the car with Charlotte's hand and took Charlotte's arm again. Peter, MJ, you guys have arrived. Charlotte turned her head and greeted Peter. Are you waiting for us? Let's go in together. When passing Lightning, who was still stuttering, Charlotte stopped, looked at the car behind him, patted him on the shoulder, and praised him. Your car is not bad. I really envy you. Then he walked toward the campus with Peter and the others. Lightning's face turned blue and white, embarrassingly speechless. No comparison, no harm. Looking at Charlotte's sports car, and then looking at his own car, he suddenly felt unsatisfactory. Charlotte completely crushed him. Chi. Gwen turned her head slightly, looked at the frozen lightning behind her eyes, and couldn't help snickering. Charlotte, you are too bad. Bad. Charlotte touched the back of her head and said puzzledly, What's the matter? I'm really envious. I don't even have a car yet. The Golden Auditorium is decorated dazzlingly. Various neon lights in the shape of stars and moons are hung upside down on the ceiling, and various small lights are dotted on the walls, emitting soft and charming lights. Soothing music was playing in the entire auditorium, and many students were already standing on the dance floor, gently shaking and twisting their waists and limbs along with the melodious music. Definitely, it's not that Charlotte and the others are late. It's just warming up, and the dance hasn't officially started yet. The dance hasn't started yet, Charlotte suggested. Let's go over there and have a meeting first. Okay. Outside the dance floor, there's still many table seats for people to rest, and 4 people sit down. As expected of being called the most important prom in my high school career, the decoration is really gorgeous. Charlotte turned her head and glanced at the layout in the hall and sighed. The school has put a lot of effort into it. In fact, this is basically arranged by us girls. Gwen said, Although I don't know if it's the prom you boys are most looking forward to, but it is indeed the prom that our girls are most looking forward to. Not one of them. That's right. It's no exaggeration to say that many girls have been looking forward to the graduation prom since the first year of high school. MJ, behind him, also interjected. After school for the past 2 weeks, we girls have spent almost all of our time setting up the scene here. That's really hard work for you girls. On behalf of all the boys, I thank you for your efforts. Charlotte had no doubts about what Gwen and MJ said. It was the truth. Charlotte has long heard that girls attach importance to the prom. Otherwise, he would not have made such a big effort with his casual personality. It turns out that the girls attach so much importance to the prom. Peter seemed a little nervous, reaching out and slightly tugging at the bow tie in front of his neck. In fact, the prom usually starts with a slow dance, and the rhythm is very simple, so most of the students will end up. Charlotte saw Peter's nervousness, gave him a comforting look, and then turned to Gwen and said, However, the dance music in the future will gradually change to a fast pace, and the students will gradually leave the stage. I don't know what will happen tonight. After the dance, how many songs can you dance with me? Regarding Charlotte's provocation, Gwen smiled and said nothing. Charlotte, don't underestimate Gwen. MJ replied for Gwen. Gwen has studied dance for several years. You should still worry about yourself. There are not many boys in this school who can dance ballroom. As long as they don't step on them, it's good. This is the complaint and suggestion given to them by their seniors. Wow. Charlotte raised her eyebrows and exaggeratedly said, Then I'm really looking forward to it. Okay, students on the dance floor, the dance has officially started. Those who want to dance stay here. After a while, the music in the ballroom changed, and the host on the stage announced the opening of the dance. The dance is about to begin. Charlotte stood up, straightened her dress, came to Gwen with a smile on her face, bowed slightly, with one hand on her back, and the other bent her arm to invite Gwen. "Beautiful Gwen, Miss Stacy, would you like to dance with me?" "Definitely." Gwen put her soft little hand on Charlotte's palm, got up, and walked off the dance floor with Charlotte. "MJ Meow, let's go dance." Peter received an encouraging look from Charlotte before he left, and summoned up the courage to invite MJ, but the invitation method was not a bit worse than the professional Charlotte. "Definitely." Fortunately, MJ didn't feel disgusted either, handed Peter his hand, and walked down the dance floor together. "It seems that what MJ said is right. Gwen, you have really learned how to dance, and the dance steps are very professional." On the dance floor, Charlotte held Gwen's little hand with one hand and gently supported her slender waist with the other hand. Her steps were light, and she walked in the middle of the dance floor, following the rhythm of the music. "I'm surprised, too." Gwen's arm was on Charlotte's shoulder. The same dance steps were light, but there was a hint of surprise on her face. "Did you practice it recently?" She heard from MJ that Peter has been practicing dance steps at home recently, and maybe Charlotte is too. "You don't know until you jump down?" Charlotte just smiled and didn't argue. Amidst the soothing dance music, there were no screams from girls on the entire dance floor. Although the boys are not as important as the girls in the prom, at least they can't make a fool of themselves at the prom. Most of them have been practiced, and simple dance steps can still be done. Gradually, after a few dance songs came down, the rhythm of the music became much faster. Fewer and fewer students entered the dance floor, and more students left. Peter couldn't keep up with the unfamiliar rhythm, so he chose to rest with MJ. However, there's a pair of dancers in the center of the dance floor, Charlotte and Gwen, who had been attracting everyone's attention since the beginning. "Charlotte, you really surprised me." Gwen looked at Charlotte in front of her with a puzzled expression on her face. The current rhythm, Gwen is a bit rusty, is already Charlotte leading her dance. Usually, Charlotte looks casual and lazy in everything. Gwen really didn't expect Charlotte's dance steps to be so professional. She was ready to be stepped on. It seems that the Dancing King and Dancing Queen that Charlotte has been talking about are not just talking. Isn't it nice to be surprised? Charlotte smiled and continued. "Looks like tonight I can wear the crown of Dancing Queen for you." For Charlotte, prom is nothing but ballroom dancing for a group of high school students who haven't graduated yet. How difficult can it be? "Okay, the dance is coming to an end. Please go back to your seats." With the end of the last song, the students on the dance floor gradually dispersed. The host stood on the stage again and shouted excitedly, "Now, please vote for the Dancing King and Dancing King of tonight's dance." Back. Votes are on the table, one for each. It is almost a tradition in every school to choose the Dancing King and Dancing Queen in the graduation prom. Prestigious universities are so much cooler. This is youth. "Charlotte, why did you choose us?" Just as Gwen was about to fill out the vote, she accidentally glanced at Charlotte and found that Charlotte had written his and her name without any hesitation. "What's the matter? It's true," Charlotte said strangely. "I believe most people here will choose me and you." "Yes," MJ quickly said. "Gwen, Peter, and I both chose you and Charlotte." "Charlotte, Gwen, you dance so well." A beautiful woman walked over holding a ballot box and said excitedly, "I voted for you. So did the others." "Look," Charlotte put the tickets into the box and said triumphantly, "I said earlier, tonight's Dancing King and Dancing Queen are none other than us." Okay, the result is out. Soon, everyone's votes were collected, and it was time to announce the results. According to the results of the vote, the winner is... The host looked at the voting results in his hand, and with an expected expression on his face, he shouted excitedly, "Charlotte and Gwen. Papa, Papa." There was applause at the scene, and Gwen covered her small mouth in surprise, her face full of irrepressible joy. Ding, the task. Dancing Youth is completed, the reward skill. Charlotte ignored the system's prompts. This kind of moment can't spoil the scenery. "Gwen, it's time to go up and accept the coronation." Charlotte came to Gwen, asked her to take her arm, and walked to the two gorgeous thrones on the stage, which were prepared for tonight's Dancing King and Dancing Queen. Robbie, how long will it take for my car to be refitted? A messy car curry full of auto parts. Charlotte stood behind a man in black leather jacket in his 30s, asked with a concerned face. This is my first car. You have to modify it for me better. It has been more than 2 weeks since the prom, and there's actually nothing to say about the prom night. Charlotte just accidentally didn't fulfill her promise and didn't take Gwen back intact as agreed with Gwen's father. No, strictly speaking, Charlotte took Gwen back, but it was only the next day. And it is not perfect to return to Zhao. Young people with a lot of anger, coupled with the joy of winning the ball, it's understandable to be dry firewood. But Gwen's father didn't think so, and drove the police car directly 3 blocks from Charlotte. Fortunately, Charlotte ran fast. Otherwise, Gwen's father might handcuff her back to the police station. And now, Charlotte has also finished the exam. Except for forgetting to use her brain during the exam, everything is going smoothly, and she has officially entered the holiday life. The first important thing in Charlotte's holiday life is to come to pick up the modified car he threw away at a friend a week ago. This is the man's obsession with cars. Just wait another half an hour. The modification is almost done. You can drive away today. The man in the leather jacket crawled out from under the car, patted the dust on his body, and tried to force a smile with his stiff and cold face. Okay, let's take a rest first. There is no difference between half an hour and an hour. Hearing that the car can be driven away today, Charlotte is not in a hurry, so she grabs a chair and sits down. Robbie Reyes, one of Charlotte's netizens, used to be a racing driver, and now he repairs and modifies cars for people. Although Robbie is a man with facial paralysis, Charlotte always thinks he is cool, especially his dark car, which is so cool. It is precisely because of this that Charlotte chooses to modify his first car here at Robbie. By the way, how is your brother Gabe doing now? Charlotte took the drink offered by Robbie and asked casually, I recently met a netizen who is a surgical specialist. He's quite famous, and he's skilled. Would you like to take Gabe to see him? Who is he? Robbie looked up at Charlotte. His younger brother Gabe was paralyzed from the lower body due to an accident. He has been seeking medical treatment everywhere for many years, but Gabe still hasn't improved, which has always been a pain in his heart. Oh, an MD named Stephen Strange. Charlotte thought for a while and continued. Actually, I've already mentioned your brother's situation to him, and he said it is a bit difficult, but you can check on Gabe's situation in private first. Definitely, don't have too much hope after all. In fact, Charlotte lied. After Charlotte told the general situation of Gabe, Stephen directly refused, asserting that there was no hope. The other party didn't want to receive patients with such a small success rate. If the cure failed, it would break his perfect record and affect his reputation in the medical field. However, under Charlotte's soft and hard thinking, Stephen agreed to take a private look first. Well, I made a note. Robbie nodded. Thank you anyway, Charlotte. He could definitely hear what Charlotte really meant, but he still wanted to try. Some people say, I'm a terrorist, I think I'm a teacher, and I am teaching your president. When Charlotte and Robbie were a little silent, the TV not far away that was broadcasting commercials suddenly flickered. The channel changed, and strange scenes appeared one after another. A group of militants opened fire, killing a group of unarmed civilians. Rioters attack a military base or perform a suicide bomber in a downtown area. You know who I am, but you don't know where I am, and you can never expect me to come. In the end, a skinny old man was standing in front of the camera, speaking some goddamn words in a bewitching tone. It's that terrorist again. Charlotte turned her head to look and said as usual, this terrorist who called himself Mandarin has hacked the TV network again, and he is still provoking wildly. What a terrible death. Maybe one day he meets someone he shouldn't provoke, and he will be finished. This is not the first time a TV station has been hacked, and the other party would come to hack the network from time to gain a sense of presence. Recently, there have been 3 bombing incidents planned by Mandarin, which are only known to the public. Charlotte used the authority of SHIELD to learn that there have actually been 9 bombings. I heard that it was the 10 Rings under Mandarin who kidnapped Stark and created Iron Man. Now Nick Fury is also sending people to investigate this 10 Rings, because it is said that the explosion site is very strange, and no explosive equipment used by these terrorists was found, nor any fragments of the projectile. On the internet, many surviving witnesses claimed that they saw a person with fire in his body explode. They are evil, need judgment. When Robbie saw the terrorist on TV, a faint fire flashed in the depths of his eyes, and even the iron chain he was holding on to ignited a red flame. However, when he noticed Charlotte, who was engrossed in watching TV, he suppressed his impulse, and the flame in his hand quietly disappeared. Hey, it's so strange. Just now spider telepathy stabbed me slightly. Illusion? Is it a malfunction? Charlotte turned her head and glanced around belatedly, but found nothing, and then went back to watch the TV. Speaking of which, don't those exploding human bombs resemble the urban legend in your area? Charlotte seemed to remember something, turned to look at Robbie, and jokingly said, "It's that guy called Ghost Rider. I heard that the skull who loves to judge crimes will also get angry. He wouldn't want to blow himself up too." Robbie glanced at Charlotte speechlessly. "Hey, Robbie, I'm very happy with the car." Charlotte sat on a modified car, touched the steering wheel lightly with both hands, and said excitedly, "I can't wait to drive back to show Sky and Peter. Although it is definitely not as good as Stark's limited sports car, this is the first car he bought for himself, which is of great significance. As for the driver's license, it's still the same sentence. He has an agent certificate. Isn't this just a driver's license? And it's not that Charlotte doesn't have a driver's license. It's just that she hasn't got it yet. He has already asked Sky to hack his police system and secretly obtained a driver's license for him, which should arrive within 2 days. Charlotte, be careful when you go back." Robbie stood by the car and kindly reminded Charlotte, "You can see it too. It's been rough recently. It's better not to wander around outside." "You mean the terrorists?" Charlotte was taken aback for a moment, and then said with a smile on her face, "How could such a coincidence happen? If I can run into those crazy guys this way, I'm going to buy a lottery ticket." "Don't talk, I'll go first. Let's talk next time." After finishing speaking, he couldn't wait to start his car and drove out of the garage quickly. Although Charlotte does not have a driver's license, she is not new to driving. In fact, many high school students in the United States are driving without a license. What they believe in is that as long as the police can't catch me, then I don't need a driver's license. Well, where should we drive first? While driving the new car comfortably, Charlotte thought, "Let's go to the commercial street first, and I promised Sky that I should buy the new laptop. This is the reward for letting Sky hack into the police system." Charlotte doesn't feel bad about exchanging the laptop for a driver's license. Anyway, he has long wanted to buy it for Sky. After a while, Charlotte drove her new car to a shopping plaza and found a place to park in the underground garage. The common people are really happy today. The common people are really happy today. After parking the car, Charlotte hummed a little song and got out of the car happily. It's really refreshing for a happy event. Boom! Charlotte had just locked the car door when a figure not far away seemed to be in a hurry and didn't notice Charlotte. He just rushed over with his head lowered and bumped into Charlotte, who was squinting and concentrating on admiring the new car. Finally, a man in a trench coat and hood falls to the ground with Charlotte. "Hey, friend, don't you ever say sorry when you bump into someone?" Charlotte stood up and rubbed her shoulders, grabbed the man in the hood who got up and wanted to leave, and said angrily, "I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, with your attitude, you might be here tonight. Overnight." At the same time, Charlotte is also a little strange. With his physical fitness strengthened by gunfighting, anyone can knock him over. Could it be that he's been looking for Gwen too diligently recently? "Go away." The man in the hood who was held by Charlotte didn't look back, but growled impatiently. "Little brat, don't court death. I'm going to be too late." "What's too late? Don't you have time to apologize?" "Too late to reincarnate." Charlotte is in a good mood today, but she can't be so provocative. "Today, you should hurry up and apologize honestly, and I will let you go." Charlotte narrowed her eyes and said in a deep voice, "Or, I'll apologize to you first, and then send you to the hospital for 10 days and a half months to learn politeness from doctors and nurses. You choose. Little ghost, since you really want to seek death yourself, then do whatever you want." After being silent for a moment, the man in the hood seemed to have made up his mind, and he slowly turned around and glared at Charlotte and growled. Although we didn't make it to the scheduled location, there's nothing we can do. You can only blame yourself for your bad luck. Don't blame me. Let's die together. Forehead. Charlotte looked at the other person's face that was beginning to overflow with red light and couldn't help being stunned, and then she subconsciously blurted out, "Damn it. Brother, how did you do this, beauty? This is the real rosy face." As soon as the words fell, the skin on the opponent's face began to crack, and the red light under the skin became more and more uncontrollable, like an erupting volcano, and began to burst out. Not only his face, but also his body. The hooded man's clothes could no longer withstand the high temperature and began to burn, and waves of threatening heat waves rolled around his body surface. Peter is excited. Dangerous. Charlotte's spider telepathy bursts of stings and warnings, and the sense of crisis is stronger than ever. Molding. Almost subconsciously, Charlotte activated her skills directly. At the same time, a burst of hot explosive flames erupted from the man in the hood, and a shockwave instantly spread to the entire underground parking lot. Boom! In a shopping building on the upper floor of the underground garage, the customers who were shopping suddenly heard a loud and dull explosion, and then there was a sudden violent vibration under their feet. There were cracks on the floor under his feet, and the cracks gradually spread and expanded, and one or two small flames appear from time to time. Terrorist attacks are coming again. With an exclamation, all the stunned customers woke up, screaming and wanting to escape. For a while, the shopping building was overwhelmed with people, and people rushed towards the door in panic. Looking back to the underground garage, it has completely lost its previous appearance. There are collapsed and scattered concrete blocks everywhere, and there are still burning flames everywhere. The entire underground garage is like a fire scene. But it was such a serious disaster scene. An intact Asian young man stood in the worst disaster-stricken place, looked down at the pile of flaming scrap metal in front of him. His face turned blue and white, and he didn't know what he was thinking. "My new car. Mandarin, I'm knocking. 10 rings. I'm not finished with you." In the end, a mournful howl echoed in the underground garage. It sounded so heart-wrenching, so gnashing of teeth. Queens, XX Street, Charlotte's living room. "Charlotte, are you okay?" Sky looked at Charlotte, who was sitting on the sofa, and comforted him with some worry. "It's just a car. Didn't your aunt say that the director of SHILD promised to reimburse you? As long as you are fine." Charlotte went out happily this morning, but was sent back by his aunt sullenly at noon. Sky found out, after asking, that Charlotte's new car that she had been talking about for a week was blown up by terrorists. But Sky was relieved that at least Charlotte was fine. Charlotte remained silent. After the explosion, he first went to SHILD headquarters. He originally wanted to take over the task of investigating 10 rings from Fury, but Fury refused on the grounds that Charlotte was still a rookie agent. However, Fury promised that after investigating the address of the other party, he would notify Charlotte to participate in the siege operation together, although the promise seemed a bit perfunctory. Moreover, Fury also promised Charlotte that he would be reimbursed for the cost of buying a car. After all, Charlotte had accidentally stopped terrorists this time and saved a large number of ordinary citizens, which was considered a reward. But Charlotte is still not reconciled. "No, I can't just let it go." Charlotte suddenly stood up from the sofa, clenched her fists tightly, and gritted her teeth. Now he's holding back for a while and thinking more and more angry, taking a step back and thinking more and more badly. The anger in his heart must find a target to vent, and there is no better place to vent his anger than the Mandarin and 10 rings of the instigator. "Sky, you are a hacker. Can you help me find where is that Mandarin?" Charlotte turned to Sky and said, "I have to let it out, otherwise I won't be able to sleep for a few days. Why don't you check with SHILD? Sky was a little puzzled. "Don't they know?" "It's because SHILD doesn't know, so I'm not reconciled." Charlotte became even angrier when she mentioned this. "Do you know how they recorded that terrorist leader in their intelligence? Only 2 sentences. Mandarin's name comes from an ancient chieftain advisor, and familiar with rebellion tactics, speaks like a missionary. I only watch TV news, and I know more than they do. When they go to investigate, I don't know if I have to wait until the year of the monkey. A dignified shield. It is said to be a worldwide agent organization, and even a terrorist leader cannot be found. Charlotte is now more and more suspicious of the future of this organization. But your aunt said you're not allowed to participate in this incident. Skye still has some hesitation. After all, they are terrorists. They could do anything. Aunt May also told us to eat more broccoli and drink less coffee. Did you hear me? Charlotte rolled her eyes, then leaned over to Skye and said bewitchingly, "Don't you also want to join SHIELD? This time it's our turn to show our talents. As long as we catch that terrorist leader, I have a reason to recommend you to that black stewed egg." Recently, for some unknown reason, Skye suddenly wanted to join SHIELD. These days, he kept bringing up this matter with Charlotte. Skye considered for a moment, raised his head and agreed. "Okay, you keep your word. Definitely." As soon as Skye agreed, Charlotte's Coke broke, and she rushed to the dining table, took Skye's laptop over, and handed it to Skye like a treasure. "Skye, your computer. Is there anything else I need?" "I need to hack the network of the TV station. Let's go to my car first. There will be a faster way for me to hack." Skye stood up, holding the computer and walking towards the door. Her old RV was parked in Charlotte's curry, where most of her hacking equipment resided. After a while, Charlotte was sitting in the RV, watching Skye operate something among a bunch of complicated equipment. "Done." In less than half an hour, Skye cheered, turned to Charlotte and said, "I have left tracking viruses on those TV stations that have been hacked by the other party." "So fast." Charlotte was shocked. Although he knew that Skye was a top hacker, he still didn't expect her hacking skills to be so powerful. If he remembered correctly, among the TV stations invaded by the other party, there were several nationally famous TV stations. Skye got it done in half an hour? Is the network security of these TV stations so poor? Anyone can come and visit? If after this terrorist attack, that Mandarin continues to promote on these TV stations as usual, the virus I left behind will be activated. Skye continued to explain for Charlotte while monitoring the screen in front of her. It will trace back to the source of their signal, so as to locate the location of their broadcast. How sure are you? Charlotte is more concerned about this issue. As long as they dare to propaganda again, they will definitely be followed by me. Skye raised his head proudly and said confidently, "The accuracy of the target location depends on how long they will propaganda. But according to their previous propaganda time, I can at least narrow the target range to about one town." "That's enough." Charlotte smiled coldly. "Let's see where they go this time, and pay for his car." At the same time, the status of SHIELD in Charlotte's heart dropped again and again. A problem that a top hacker can solve. They can't solve it. Charlotte will not have the face to say that she belongs to SHIELD. He is ashamed. Under the setting sun, an RV is driving alone on a flat road, with lush forests and green trees on both sides of the road. Charlotte sat in the driver's seat and drove, and Skye watched the tracking signal change in the back seat. "Skye, how far are we from Miami?" Charlotte held the steering wheel with both hands and asked without looking back. "You have asked me no less than 10 times since you set off." Skye replied speechlessly, "Charlotte, don't be so anxious. This is a touring car, not a sports car, let alone a fighter jet. I'm more concerned about when I can friendly meet with that Mandarin. Let's find a small town to spend the night and have a rest tonight, and we can arrive in Miami before noon tomorrow." "That's good." Charlotte nodded and continued driving. That's right, just as Charlotte and Skye predicted, Mandarin couldn't wait to invade the TV station again and start propaganda immediately after the terrorist attack. At the same time, it also activated the virus and was directly tracked by Skye to its lair. USA, Florida, Miami. Charlotte also didn't expect that this famous terrorist leader would dare to hide in the United States. He thought the other party would be hiding in some war-torn countries. After finding out the other party's lair, Charlotte ran here without saying a word, without notifying SHIELD. He didn't forget that Hydra was undercover in that mess. If 10 Rings had any relationship with HYDRA, wouldn't it be alarming? Charlotte doubts that SHIELD has such poor intelligence on the Mandarin because those Hydra undercover agents are at work. As for Sky in the back seat, Charlotte didn't intend to bring along with him. He's a terrorist after all, so he's still a bit dangerous. But when Charlotte was about to leave Sky alone at home, and was about to leave, Sky jumped up and was a sloth hugging a tree, hugging him tightly, and yelling crossing the river and tearing down the bridge, and unloading the mill kill a donkey, or something. This made Charlotte very relieved that she could use the few Wuxia idioms I just taught her. However, in the end, Sky convinced Charlotte that she could track the signal at any time and prevent the other party from moving the base. And most importantly, the RV was still hers. Hey, Charlotte, another terrorist attack happened today. Charlotte was driving the car, and Sky, who was bored typing on the computer, suddenly discovered something and said in surprise, "The security director of the Star Company was also attacked by terror. This is the news a few hours ago." Minister of Security? Harpy. Charlotte was a little surprised. He remembered that the fat driver, Happy, mentioned last time that he was the new head of the safety department of Star Corporation. We're waiting for Tony Stark to give us some reaction, his own reaction to it. Seeing that Charlotte seemed interested, Sky directly turned up the sound of the news video on the computer. "Mr. Stark is here. Mr. Stark, sources tell us that all indications are that this is yet another attack by the Mandarin. Do you have an opinion on that? Mr. Stark, when are you going to kill the be asterisk 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 D? Do you really want to know?" A rhetorical voice came, and Charlotte heard that it was Stark's voice, and it sounded a little angry. "I have a greeting. I want to send it to that Mandarin. I just thought about how to say it." After a pause, Stark's voice came again. "I'm Tony. Stark, I'm not afraid of you. You're a coward, so I decided to. You are ready to die. I want to kill you with my own hands. This has nothing to do with politics, just old-fashioned revenge. No Pentagon, just you and me. If you're a man, remember my address, 10880 Malibu Street, zip 90265. I am waiting for you with the door open." Wow, cool. As expected of my team. Friend, I just appreciate such a straightforward, "This is revenge. There is no reason." Listening to Stark's gauntlet, Charlotte, who was driving, couldn't help but wave her right hand and give compliment. "What's cool about that? You don't even worry about your friends." Sky rolled his eyes and continued. "Stark is provoking terrorists, and he even told them his home address if he is approached for revenge. Joke, he's Iron Man, a member of Avengers, and the richest man. I don't know how many fully armed bodyguards there are." Charlotte sneered disdainfully. "Terrorists really come to the door. It's not certain who will take revenge." Although Charlotte has never been to Stark's house, in his imagination, Stark's house, which is the richest man, must be densely guarded every 3 steps, and sentry every 5 steps, the kind where mosquitoes can't even fly in. It's always a surprise. Sky seemed to take on Charlotte, retorting, "Terrorists are called terrorists because they could do crazy things. Impossible, dignified Iron Man. If he can't even deal with a few terrorists coming to his door, I'll eat this steering wheel." Charlotte vowed to place a bet. They even beat the aliens. How can they be given by a few terrorists? Temporarily insert a live news. Just a few hours after Tony Stark issued a letter of war to the terrorist Mandarin. He was attacked by terror at home, and now his whereabouts are unknown, and his life and death are unknown. Charlotte looked at the steering wheel in her hand, hesitated. "Miami, a villa in the suburbs. We've blown up the house, but we haven't found any bodies, and no Stark." "Got it. That's it. I have to hang up." In the study room, a handsome blonde man was standing by the window with his mobile phone. Looking at the convoy slowly approaching outside, he said calmly, "Boss wants to record something. He's a little... You know him of temper. The plan for the evening remains the same. Call me when you are done." After finishing speaking, he hung up the phone in his hand and walked out. The blonde man came to a strangely furnished room. The director, cameraman, lighting engineer, all the staff members are busy setting up something, just like a filming scene. "Listen to me. Don't talk nonsense, unless you want your head to bloom." Hearing the threat, everyone was silent, and then silently accelerated the speed of their work. Seeing everyone's actions, the blonde man couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction. His name is Andrich Killian, and his apparent identity is the boss of AM. AM, the Institute for Advanced Concepts, provides funding and a think tank for scientists of all kinds. But in fact, Killian's identity is not that simple. He has many secrets. For example, the upcoming Mandarin, the terrorist leader who is making a lot of noise in the United States now. Another example is that he has a botanist Maya under him, and she has mastered a plant genetic technology. It was originally to use the gene of some kind of magical plant to help human beings obtain powerful self-healing ability and strengthen human body quality. However, there has always been an insurmountable shortcoming. This medicine is not stable, and the cells of most injectors will not be able to bear it and will collapse and finally explode. Killian called this potion Extremis. That's right, it's a virus. Instead, he took advantage of the shortcoming of the potion's instability. This potion is perfect for making human bombs. The boss has arrived. A bodyguard in a suit entered the room and announced. After a while, a majestic old man dressed in a simple way stepped into the room and finally walked to an ancient wooden seat in front of the camera and sat down. It was Charlotte's target Mandarin. Mandarin naturally pressed his hands on the two Qilin-shaped wood carvings beside him and tapped his finger with a ring full of mysterious runes and of vicissitudes of life came out. Okay, what are you waiting for? Ready to start? Killian whispered to the director beside him while looking at Mandarin. What is strange is that the expression in his eyes is not respect, but the eyes that seem to be looking at his most satisfying work. On the other side, Tennessee, USA, the town of Rose Hill at night. Tuna sandwiches are delicious. On a brightly lit street, a middle-aged man with a mustache took a bite out of a sandwich in his hand. It was Tony Stark, whose whereabouts were unknown and declared dead by the media. Beside him was a little boy in his teens. During the day, Stark was attacked by terror at home. In order to protect his girlfriend, Pepper, he failed to put on the steel battlesuit in time to fight back. Although he defeated the attacking enemy in the end, he fell to the bottom of the sea and passed out. When he woke up, Stark had been automatically navigated by the steel battlesuit and taken to this small town thousands of miles away from his home. Although Stark survived, he did not choose to return with a high profile. He wanted to hide himself and find the Mandarin. However, Stark's current situation is still very bad. His steel armor will automatically shut down without energy after sending him outside this small town. Fortunately, the little guy next to him, named Harley, took him in. There are only two people who know that he is still alive. One is his girlfriend, Little Pepper. Stark contacted her secretly as soon as he got to a place where he could communicate. There is also his Avengers, teammate Charlotte. The little guy just called him while he was in a coma, so he was connected by JRVS and told him the situation and destination. And Charlotte actually said that he happened to be nearby, and although it took a long way, he would come this way. This is good news. At least Charlotte can use his magic to help him repair some damaged armor. As for whether to act together with Charlotte, Stark still needs to ask the other party's opinion. Although with Charlotte's help, the success rate will be much higher. But what if someone has their own business? Stark didn't know that the other party's purpose was the same as his, and Charlotte also came from Mandarin. By the way, you said this is your sister's watch. Stark showed a child's watch on his wrist and said to Harley beside him, I thought she would be more mature than this. Pink, with a cartoon little girl drawn on it. Looks weird on Stark's hand. But no way, his steel battle suit is charging, and he needs to know the exact time. She's only 6 years old. It's also a limited edition. I thought you'd like it. Stark was speechless, but quickly continued. By the way, does that Chad Davis have any relatives? Chad Davis, the person who blew himself up in this small town, was also the first human self-detonation incident. That's why Stark arranged the schedule here at the beginning and wanted to come and investigate. This time, the steel battlesuit landed here, which is both a coincidence and not a coincidence. His mother, Mrs. Davis. Harley touched his nose and replied, Where is she? Bar. Harley pointed not far away. She's always there recently. Bar. Stark subconsciously followed his finger, and the neon sign of Walker Bar came into his eyes. At the same time, outside the town, an RV is slowly driving into the town.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.